The Lancaster and Green family sat together in the back enjoying some tea, while Sebastian drove the car in the direction Robert previous pointed. Robert sighed at the difference between their two families' lifestyle. Even on a road trip, they could still enjoy drinking tea. However, he had to admit the herbal tea Amelia had offered was magical. Whatever tension and worry everyone had felt before, it was relaxed by the tea's effect. "I'm sorry about my earlier actions. Robert and I were pretty good friends back in the days. I hope you didn't take it to heart and you can just call me Uncle Ignace." The Duke apologized. "I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it, you Uncle Ignace." Lena replied humbly. She felt incredulous at the Duke's friendly attitude. It seems to her that they weren't just good friends but very good friends. The Queen was too ruthless to not take their relationship into account and punish her family as such. "That's good." Duke Ignace turned to Robert before asking, "So how far to Leon's home?" Cough asterisk him. Robert choked on his tea before looking awkwardly at his daughter for answers. Lena was equally clueless. No one knew where Leon's home actually was. The Green family only knew the direction and that it shouldn't have been too far from their house. Considering the time they've spent in the car, they probably have already passed it. Robert was embarrassed for being captivated by the tea and forgetting what they had set out to do. One mustn't forget that the Greens had lived a very stringent lifestyle and have not tasted good food and drink for a long time. It was easy for them to be engrossed by the tea. "I don't know either." Lena lowered her head. "This is no, never mind then." Duke Ignace gathered his attention towards the outside. "Stop the car." The car came to a complete stop, forcing the following cars behind to stop as well. "What's the matter, Ignace?" Robert asked. "There's traces of a battle around here." Duke Ignace exited the car as he swept the area with his gaze in the rain. "How can you even tell?" "There's nothing here." Robert was clueless. "No, there is something. The smell of blood," Amelia said confidently. As ninth step awakeners, the Duke and Amelia possess better senses than most. The increment of strength isn't limited to the improvement of their physical strength, but also their body as a whole. Their five senses would naturally have been enhanced with each breakthrough in strength. Robert and Aisha was unable to smell the blood in the heavy rain. It was more impossible for Lena and Rachel, who were weaker than them. The vehicle slowed down as they surveyed the area while passing. "There's a body over there." "Over here too." Dead bodies after bodies were found along the way. "Don't look at them, Rachel." Amelia tried to stop her daughter. "Let her. She has to start facing these things or she will never overcome it." "It's good we brought plenty of herbal tea." Ignace said otherwise. "Can anyone identify the bodies?" Robert asked. Everyone shook their heads at his question. "Probably servants of the Greys. Did Leon do all this?" Amelia assumed. "That boy shouldn't be that capable, right? Their wounds were too clean. They all died from a shot to their head." Robert doubted her assumption. He experienced firsthand how exceptional Leon's medical skills were. Where on earth would he find the time to learn other skills? These skills weren't something that could be mastered simply by memorizing the knowledge from a book. It requires intensive training and practices to master. Only monstrous geniuses could break normality and toss away all logic and reasons. But geniuses are rare as metal on the current open market, let alone a monstrous genius. "I think we don't have to worry about the boy. Only assassins can execute such clean kills, and the Queen's Shadow Guards is the only group of assassins we have on our side." Ignace commented. "That's not possible. Elizabeth shouldn't have known about Leon yet." Amelia strongly denied. Why would the Queen host her own private search after putting her in charge? It would hurt their sisterhood if Elizabeth didn't trust her. Amelia knew that although she had successfully given Elizabeth some hope, she was still 90% believing that her son long gone. Thus, it was impossible for Elizabeth to know until she informed her. "Well, there's no point guessing at this point. All questions will be answered when we find." Robert did not finish his words when the ground trembled at the booming noise of collapsed buildings. "Something big happened. We have to hurry," Amelia urged. "Step on that pedal, Sebastian." Ignace hollered at the driver. The noise came from a slightly different direction from where the car was heading. Arriving on scene, everyone was stunned at the level of destruction. About 10 buildings have been leveled to the ground. These buildings weren't just single-floor homes either. They had a varying number of 5 floors and up. Ironwood frames were used to build them, but they were ultimately wood in nature. Steel frames would bend, but ironwood frames were different. It was more brittle than it is malleable. As such, nothing was left standing when the servants caused it to come crashing down. It couldn't be more flat. This is terrible. Aisha covered her mouth in shock. The number of commoners crushed to death would not be small. Chances of survivors were very slim, almost zero. Leon's figure could be seen digging among the ruins for survivors with his bare hands. They were relieved that he was alive and made their way over. "Boy, you are really something. Were you really the one who killed all these servants?" Robert complimented. He already knew the answer, but he was still not convinced until he heard Leon admit it himself. "Yes," Leon answered flatly as he continued digging for survivors. "Well," Lena and Rachel could not help but gasp in amazement at his feat. Evidently, they were no longer concerned after seeing him alive in perfect condition or not. "What are you doing? You're hurting yourself." They each grabbed one of his hands and stopped him from digging as it was filled with cuts from the sharp stones. "Give up, boy. No one would be able to survive the crushing weight of such tall collapsing building." Duke Ignis tried to dissuade him. Leon glanced at the Duke before shaking his hands free and continuing to dig. "I cannot. If someone is still alive, what you just said isn't any different to a death sentence to them. They could be fighting for their life right this moment." Leon felt responsible for the deaths of the numerous commoners buried beneath. He didn't kill these people, but they died because of him. He had to save any possible survivors to free himself from any possible guilt. If he had stopped hiding and fought the servants in close combat sooner, none of this would have happened. They're all commoners and unrelated people to you. You don't even know if they are still alive. Why go so far for them? Commoners or not, I must save them. They are in this mess because of me. I will not shirk from this responsibility." Leon and Ignis gave each other a hard look. He was unyielding and strong-willed in decision despite that his efforts could be in vain. "How are you? Good. I like you already." Ignis laughed boisterously. Through his lines of questioning, he was able to grasp some understanding of Leon. He was pleased with his son-in-law's character. A true man has to be responsible for his actions. "Men, search for survivors." Duke Ignis ordered his servants. There were Earth users among their ranks. It would definitely be an easier time searching with their ability. "Thank you." Leon appreciated the help. He knew it was unrealistic to search by himself as it would take too much time. The people needed saving would be dead by the time he got to them. Leon also felt warm that everyone was worried and came to help him, albeit a bit as he was able to fend off the crisis alone. However, no one was aware that there was a bigger crisis looming over their heads like the sword of Damocles. Many bodies were uncovered as the rubbles were removed, but none were breathing. Amelia had already escorted Rachel back to the car as she couldn't endure the scene for long. She did her best to overcome her trauma, but it wasn't something easily done by just facing it a few times. Leon had his attention on the ongoing search, but he had not forgotten about Rachel's illness. What he did forget, though, was the original use of the Book of Life in his possession. The amount of pill recipes and medical knowledge contained within was unfathomably deep. He was not making full usage of his heavenly treasure and had just been using it as a convenient portable storage. He was too fixated on his singular pursuit of strength that he was blinded to the best course of actions to improve his strength. He had to find his own pace and not be rushed. As the proverb says, haste makes waste. He can only find time to study Book of Life in the future. There would undoubtedly be better pills with low requirements for good herbs to quicken his cultivation. While Leon was in thought, the Duke patted him on the shoulder and shook his head with a sigh. "It's unfortunate, but no one survived. They have finished searching the entire cluster of rubbles. No stones were left unturned, literally." "I see. It's a pity, but at least we tried." Leon wasn't bothered much by the result. He wasn't a saint and nor was he a noble person. He was human and all humans had their own selfishness. He had tried and that's that, it was all for his own peace of mind. You should come back to stay at our place, boy. It's not safe to stay here. Ignace suggested, but actually it was non-negotiable. He was taking Leon back whether he was willing or not. With their strength, the Duke and his wife did not fear anyone in the kingdom, but that didn't mean it was the same for those around them. In the past, nobility was bestowed upon those that made great contributions for the prosperity of the kingdom and the survival of humanity. However, things gradually changed after the introduction of the annual Nobility Assessment Tournament. On paper, the Nobility Assessment Tournament is held annually to welcome new awakeners into the ranks of nobility and for existing nobles to compete for higher status, but secretly, it was the royal family's way of keeping track of their vassals' strength. Generally, fourth-step awakeners are eligible to compete for the Baron rank, fifth for Viscount rank, sixth step for Earl rank, and seventh step for Marquis rank, respectively. Those below the fourth step did not have the right nor the strength to participate. However, the last Noble Assessment Tournament held was 18 years ago. With the increasing numbers of awakeners growing in the kingdom, the king sought to abolish the tournament before scraping the nobility system entirely. There was a fixed quota for each noble rank, and increasing it would only invite instability to the kingdom. Additionally, the nobility system was outdated and did not support the current development of the kingdom. Nobles single-mindedly chased strength and profits, but what the kingdom needed was not strength but talents. Strength without discipline invites chaos. The discovery of ancient ruins and advanced tech from a bygone civilization required the talents of many, who are able to study and understand the tech. Such talents can only come from the commoners, which are many in numbers and working in various professions. More nobles would only mean more commoners being exploited and talents being buried. This wasn't something the king wished to see, thus the attempt to abolish the nobility system and create equality among his subjects. Ultimately, this was just the king's wishful thinking in a world dominated by strength. It wasn't by coincidence that the rebellion occurred in the following year under Duke Agnes Lade. Having finished his words, the Duke waved his hand and a large blanket of fiery hot flames descended from the skies, blocking out the rain and incinerated the pile of bodies. The flames were weakened by the rain, but it did not stop Ignace from reducing the bodies to ashes in a matter of seconds. This was a feat Leon currently could not accomplish. There was no need for comparison between the two. They were not even on the same level. The Duke's flames also appeared to be of higher quality than his own, and not just the power brought by the difference in their cultivation levels. Leon wondered if the other noble families lusted after the Duke's and royal family training methods that was fast, powerful, and not dependent on pills. I wish to pick up my parents along the way. Is that all right? Leon nodded towards the Duke's suggestion. There is no problem, in fact, I can't wait to meet them. The foster parents, who raised Leon into such an outstanding youth, can't possibly be ordinary, the Duke thought. But he was bound to be disappointed. If you're both done, then get in the car. Do you both like soaking in the rain? Robert hollered at them. Everyone had returned to the car except them and the servants waiting on the Duke's next order. Let's go. The Duke issues his command. Making their way back to the car, Leon borrowed an umbrella to stop further rain from falling on him before he utilized his fire ability to quickly dry clothes. No, that is pretty handy. Let me try. The Duke took the umbrella after Leon entered the car. He had never thought of using his fire ability in such a manner before. It was always used for combat purposes only. Who knew it could also be used as such a convenient lifestyle skill? His son-in-law sure had an interesting mind for thinking of it. PFT, a part of the Duke's clothes lit on fire after the majority had been dried. $T$. Ignace spewed a string of curses as he patted the fire out. Everyone in the car looked at him incredulously. Cough, I have made a joke of myself. The Duke entered and sat down, faking a stoic face in hopes that no one lingers on the topic. Evidently, he didn't possess the same level of control over his ability compared to Leon, and was secretly surprised by Leon's capability. It might have looked simple, but it shows that Leon had demonstrated absolute control over his flames. Ha ha ha, it's rare to see the Duke lose his bearing in panic. Robert laughed without restraint. Although he hadn't seen his old friend in years and didn't know how he usually presented himself, it didn't stop Robert from trying to embarrass him. Ignace's expression darkened. Do you want to walk? Cough asterisk hahaha really. Wait no, it was a joke. Robert chuckled awkwardly when he realized what Ignis meant by walking. He was comfortable in the car, why would he want to walk back? Suddenly, his expression quickly turned serious. Jokes aside, we need to be careful on the way back after picking up the boy's parents. You're tagging along all the way, eh? Not a bad idea, we have a lot of catching up to do. The Duke did not take Robert's warning seriously as he shifted the topic. His biggest concern was Leon's safety. But now that Leon was secured, he did not have to worry about anything. Albert Gray was only a seventh-step Earth user. The Duke did not put him in his eyes. Even Leon was able to decimate his group of servants. Speaking of which, those Gray family servants were so arrogant, weren't they? Actually came out unarmed. Ignis recalled how each of the servants have died. Leon admitted to the deed, but he did not see any weapon despite there clearly signs of one being used. Leon's mouth inadvertently twitched. He had stowed away all the weapons. He should have at least kept his sword out. He wouldn't be able to explain how he cut the last 5 servants up otherwise. Ignis noticed Leon's small action, but made no further comment, seeing that he was unwilling to talk about it. Everyone was entitled to their own secrets. He wouldn't try to pry if the other party was unwilling to talk. Listen to me. Take them lightly and you will pay a painful price. You must know that the 4 great families must have something to rely on if they dare to rebel. Robert stressed his words for them to understand. It was plain obvious to him that they were going to rebel sooner or later, considering how wanton and vile they acted on the lower districts. Lena and Rachel thought it was going to be a smooth and pleasant ride back, but who knew *TS would suddenly get so seriously? They sat upright and listened attentively. Listen to him. His words are very reasonably, Amelia said with some displeasure. Her husband was taking things too lightly. All right. I'll listen to you, okay? Ignis tried to placate his wife before ordering Sebastian. Inform everyone to keep a lookout and be battle-ready when we are heading back. Yes, my lord. Sebastian answered. Robert felt his eye twitched when Ignis didn't listen to him but listens to his wife. He could see clearly who wears the pants in their relationship. I've been wondering for a while now, old friend. You really want to follow us, despite knowing we stand on the same side as the royal family. Don't you hate the queen for that she had done? Ignis gave sideways glances at Leon while he was voicing his doubts at Robert. Robert was taken aback by the sudden question, but it was to be expected when he thought about it. What can I say? We did felt great grievance for having our ability sealed, but all is well now. Robert said as he gave Leon a grateful look. Although a lot was lost, there were also gains. Besides, the Green family had always been loyal to the crown. Robert just hoped that one day, the queen would recover to her former self and formally apologize to them. That would be enough for him. I see. It's very admirable. Ignis complimented his loyalty. Most of the innocent noble families that was implicated and had their abilities sealed had long left to a neighboring kingdom. Those that did stay are most likely supporting the 4 great family alliance now. Being the closest to Elizabeth, Amelia had always found it strange that Elizabeth could be so extreme. She felt like her sister was not in her right state of mind at the time, and that someone had been manipulating the course of event from the shadows. All right, enough of that. Let's go. Robert didn't want to continue on the topic. It wasn't something fun to talk about. It didn't take long for the group to arrive in front of Leon's home and picked up his parents under their surprise. The couple had been extremely anxious and concerned about him. They were finally able to lay down their worries and gave him a big family hug. They had spun him several times to check if he had sustained any injuries. They had been frightened silly by the numerous gunshots earlier. Mom, Dad, everything's fine. I don't have a single scratch on me, see? Leon said helplessly as his parents weren't assured even after checking several rounds of his body. He felt warm in his heart from their care and love. Inside the long car, Leon and the others were all seated and prepared for the return journey to the Lancaster mansion. Brian and Helen were awed by the luxuriousness of the car's interior. Having learnt the identity of the other people inside the car, the couple was unnaturally quiet due to nervousness. They were a pair of humble commoners sitting among nobles, and not just any nobles, but the nobles of the highest class. It would be impressive if they could keep calm in such a situation. With the exception of the empty passenger seat, all of the back seats were surprisingly all filled up by the group of 8. Hold on. Where is Mia? Leon suddenly asked before they set off. Leon still wanted to introduce Mia to his parents and hope for them to adopt her. Who's Mia? Ignis and Leon's parents naturally had no idea who she was, but the others did. The Green family of 3 wore funny faces when the question was raised. She is still at my home. Lena answered in a soft tone. What else could be said? They had forgotten about her and left her home alone. What? You left her home alone? Leon was dismayed and couldn't help repeating her words. The last thing Mia wanted was to be alone again. What would she think when she realized no one was home beside herself? Would she feel abandoned? Sad? Lonely? His parents directed questioning gazes at him, and he was compelled to recount Mia's story to his parents like how he had told Amelia and Lena earlier in the day. His parents were quite the sentimental people. Brian's eyes were swollen red as he tried to not cry. Men don't shed tears, they shed blood. Meanwhile, his mother Helen broke into tears. What a poor child. We have to hurry there and fetch her. She cried out. Please take us back to Lena's home. Leon nodded and made the request to Sebastian in the driver's seat. Sebastian still had no idea who Leon was, but his identity certainly wasn't simple to be placed with great importance by the Duke and his wife. The look they give Leon was as like they were looking at their son-in-law. Wait. Son-in-law? Sebastian's brain started overclocking and he was able to connect the dots and came to a realization. But so what? He was the servant of the Lancaster family and only listens to his lord's command and his lord's wife. In his opinion, the royal family had fallen and it was the Duke's house who had been holding the fort in the kingdom. His arrogant tendency was kicking in again. Sebastian did not answer Leon's request right away, but turned to await his lord's confirmation. Ignis gestured for Sebastian to drive with a nod. He didn't see anything wrong with Sebastian's actions. He was Leon's father-in-law and his birth father's sworn brother. He was a generation older than Leon and deserved to be given face, not to mention Sebastian was his servant. However, someone did not think the same. Just do what he asked and drive the damn car. Amelia roared furiously. Sebastian might be showing off his unswerving loyalty to the Duke, but this was not the time for that. She would not tolerate any disrespect to Leon. They mustn't give others the wrong impression that the Duke household was above the royal family. Her sworn sister, Elizabeth, was not the kind and gentle person she once knew, but a cold, merciless monarch. Towards Leon, who she missed dearly and viewed as her darling treasure, she would most likely behead anyone that slighted him. Everyone was shocked at Amelia's outburst. Noticing her unladylike manner, she gave light cough and pretended nothing ever happened. The mother and daughter pair, Aisha and Lena, who thought Amelia was a gentle and easygoing person, reevaluated their impression of her. How was that gentle and easygoing? That was a tigress. Why, yes, your grace. Sebastian panicked and stepped on the pedal and the car zoomed into the distance. Both lord and servant broke into sweat. In the back, the servant behind were taken aback by the sudden rush. See, Captain, they're getting away. We're going to lose them. No. All right, they accelerated and followed closely behind the Duke's car with bewilderment. Weren't they supposed to be careful on their return trip? Was this still being careful? The roaring engines of their vehicles was loud, but the heavy rain was louder. Fortunately, no attention was drawn onto them as they relaxed their guard. But then again, they weren't even sure who they were meant to look out for. Arriving at the Greens' home, Leon found Mia weeping tearfully by the door. He felt a pangs in his heart as he picked her up and carried her out. Don't cry, Big Brother is here. Leon tried to cheer her up. He wasn't good with children, let alone ones that are crying. Woo-woo, Big Brother, you're back, Mia sniffed as she hugged his neck. Her mood brightened quickly with his presence. Words weren't needed to comfort her. Let's go, Big Brother will take you to meet his parents and the others. Leon wiped off the tear stains on her adorable face. Sniff, okay. Sniff asterisk sniff Mia. When Leon opened the car door, Mia was quickly snatched from his arms and entered the embrace of another. Mom, you have such fast hands. Helen seemed to have her dexterity magically improved greatly in the presence of children. She was a big children lover. Thinking back, Leon was around the same age when he was first adopted by Brian and her. Mia was startled by the sudden change of hands, but she quickly calmed down under Helen's gentle and motherly embrace. "Hi Mia, do you remember this big sister?" Rachel smiled and pinched her cheeks. Hello big sister." Mia nodded repeatedly before looking around, and many uncles and aunties. She wasn't scared by the presence of many adults. She didn't sense any ill intention and only care from their gaze. "Aw, this child is too cute." Amelia, Aisha and Helen all gave her cheek a squeeze. Most mothers tend to favor daughters over sons, and it seemed especially true in this case. Mia didn't like getting her cheeks pinched and squeezed, but she was overwhelmed by everyone's showering affection. Just one moment ago she thought she was abandoned, and the next moment she is surrounded by nice aunties. Today had been quite a long and eventful day, full of ups and downs. Her body was suddenly overwhelmed with a sudden drowsiness that forced her to fall asleep again. It was late in the night, and she was still a child in her development period. Children tend to sleep more than adults to support their mental and physical development. "I have decided. I want to adopt Mia as my daughter," Helen stated. Without Leon having to express his wish, the result was still the same. "Really? Ah, what a pity. I also wish to adopt Mia," Amelia said with some regret. "But it wasn't a big deal. She already has Rachel. Having a son next would be better than another daughter." They didn't have an heir. Including the royal family, most marquis-level noble family and higher only settle for one child if their firstborn was a boy. This was to avoid infighting within their families over the succession rights. As for noble families below the marquis rank, they are less likely to follow the same practice as they don't own big business like marquis-level nobles and higher. They instead believe in the strength of numbers and created many offspring to expand their influence in family businesses. Upper West District. The forces of the four great families have split into two unequal forces. Houseweld, Grey and Acker have stayed and set up an ambush along the same route the Duke's group had passed through to enter the Lower West District, while Houseweld had taken their troops and rushed to set an ambush in the Upper North District for contingency in case the Duke did not take the same route back. With the help of minor families in their alliance, there had set up an effective communication line between the 2 points. When one point is alerted, the other side would quickly be informed and would rush to their aid at the quickest speed possible. As to why Houseweld was chosen to be singularly stationed in the Upper North District instead of any other houses. It because Houseweld was noble family of water users. With the reign in his favor, Lord Weld believed he was capable of making a stand even against both the Duke and his wife. The reign became Lord Weld's natural domain, enhancing his ability and also suppresses Duke Ignes and his wife's fire ability. Similar to the Queen's metal palace that was her absolute domain, Lord Weld had his reign domain. But the two cannot be spoken in the same breath. A water user's absolute domain would be where the sea and ocean are. However, a domain was still a domain and shouldn't be underestimated even if it was absolute. "Father, with our advantages, did we still need to set up this ambush point? Can't we clash head-in and suppress them?" Marquis Gregory asked. Lord Weld shook his head. "It is after all the Duke's house we are dealing with. It is too arrogant to fight them head-on. We mustn't give them a chance to make a comeback." On top of the city wall entrance that divided the Lower and Upper North District, the father and son, Lord Weld and Marquis Gregory, hid. Since no one has yet to arrive on their side and no signal has been received from the other side, the duo conversed under the rain in waiting. "Aren't we already giving them the opportunity to make a comeback by dividing our forces, father? What is really going on here?" Gregory Weld questioned his old man. Lord Weld was in his mid-60s, but his hair was already fully gray and skin wrinkly beyond belief. If people didn't know who he was then with the bloody and deathly aura exuded from Lord Weld, people would think he was a 100-year-old man with a half a step in the coffin. Lord Weld might have handed over his noble status to Gregory, but he was still the real decision-maker of the family. There were some suspicious points Gregory found in the arrangement made by his father and the other lords. Although the other three families' combined force should be sufficient to deal with the Duke's group, it was only by small margin. This is also under the assumption that the information they had on hand was accurate, otherwise the results could be disastrous. They should not have divided their forces. One misstep and it could spell the end of their alliance. Lord Weld did not answer his son's questions. Instead, he asked a question of his own. What do you think the goal of the Four Great Family Alliance is? Isn't it to topple the royal family and replace them as the new ruler? Lord Weld shook his head at his son's answer. The minor noble families join our alliance because they believe in such cause, because they either hate the royal family or they simply wish to protect the titles and privilege they hold. We oppose royalty for a different cause. Seizing the throne is just a means to an end. Then if we are not fighting for the throne, then what are we fighting for? Marquis Gregory was perplexed. What does the royal family have besides their throne that is a great temptation to the heart of men, who walks the awakener's path? The answer is transcendence. Do you understand what being a transcendent means? Greed and desperation burned in Lord's eyes as he asked his son. Becoming transcendent was the first step to breaking away from mortality. 100 years had been the maximum natural lifespan of a human, but a preliminary stage transcendent could live up to 200 years. Unrivaled power and long lifespan. Realization dawned on Gregory. His father had fought hard to raise their family status to where it was today, but he had long overdrawn his lifespan and should have returned to the earth. However, his father had relied on a secret method he had obtained from a past expedition to extend his life. While the method could extend his life, the requirements was so diabolical it should never be known by the mass. It was more than enough to make the Weld family public enemy number one. The other three should also be using a similar, if not the same method to extend their lives. There was a limit to the life extension method, and the only way for Lord Weld to live longer was to become a transcendent. However, they did not know the method to attain it. The hero king was the first ever transcendent, and would have surely left behind the method to attain it for his descendants. Otherwise, it couldn't explain how royalties could improve their strength so quickly. Correct. Lord Weld didn't want to die. He was willing to resort to any methods to cling to life. Where is Alf? Marquis Gregory asked, having realized something. Alf was their family's steward and his right-hand man and should have been by his side, but he was currently nowhere in sight. I've sent Alf to sneak into the Lancaster mansion. Lord Weld answered. Marquis Gregory wasn't surprised by his father's answer. He had expected as such after what he had learned. This was the time where the security of the Lancaster mansion was at their weakest. It would not be a problem for the six-step Alf to infiltrate and search the mansion. If it weren't for the eyes of their allies watching their every action, Lord Weld would have brought his entire force with him to ransack the mansion and turn it upside down in order to find what he was looking for. The Lancaster family should also be in possession of a superior grade training method to not be falling far behind the royal family in cultivation speed. Even if the Lancaster's training method doesn't have the way to attain transcendence, it was still very useful in bolstering their own forces. As such, Lord Weld had volunteered to guard the north. He knew the chances of obtaining the Lancaster's training method from their mansion was slim as something that important would be memorized by heart and taught orally. Physical manuals of high-level training methods were very rare. However, he still had to take the chance even if it turns out to be a fool's errand. It didn't cost him much to do so. He would never expect the Duke's group to really rock up on his side. Where are you taking us, Sebastian? This isn't the way back. The Duke questioned the driver. My lord, weren't you all concerned that there would be trouble waiting for us if we take the Upper West District's route back? I have chosen to take the route through the Lower North District. Sebastian had made the decision without consulting his lord because he thought there wasn't a need to. His task was to take them back to the Lancaster mansion, and it shouldn't matter which route they take as they would end up at the same destination. Good thinking. Continue driving. Duke Ignis said with a forced smile and kept his silence. Yes, my lord. Duke Ignis wasn't happy with the route they took, but he didn't dare voice his dissatisfaction. Since he already agreed to take Robert's warning seriously in front of his wife, it showed how perfunctory he was if he acted otherwise. In the Crawford Kingdom there was only 5 publicly known figures at the 9th step: the king, queen himself, his wife, and the General Marquis Hendrik at the frontier. There was one more figure, who Ignis believed to have also reached the ninth step, but he was not able to confirm, the Dean of the Royal Crawford University. The Dean was a mysterious old man who he could not see through. He had only met the person on a few occasions, but the person had left a deep impression on him by the invisible pressure he felt whenever he was interacting with that person. But simply said, there was very few figures at the ninth step in the Crawford Kingdom. The heads of the four hostile marquis rank noble families weren't on that list. Ignis had also attended the funerals of the previous heads of the four great families before and knew that the current heads should be the strongest of their family. He believed they wouldn't be able to do anything to him with their paltry seventh step abilities. He might be arrogant to think that way, but he had the right to be arrogant. As the group of cars traveled through the lower North District, they took some smaller roads as shortcuts. The difference in the building conditions along the main roads and the small roads startled them. Although they couldn't see too much details on the rainy night, they could still spot the alarming difference, which was like heaven and earth. The buildings along the main road was kept in good conditions, but the small roads were filled with rubbishes lying around. The buildings were crumbling and dilapidated. Few people were occasionally seen lying on the side of the road motionlessly, uncertain whether they were dead or alive. They have the impression of going through a ghost town. They quickly passed the area with heavy hearts. The state of the lower North District is even worse than the West. Robert made the comment with a sigh. Those corrupted nobles must be eliminated. They are a tumor. Duke Ignis was in disbelief of what he saw. Yes, but we can't act rashly. Robert warned once more. Leon said nothing since already knew about the lower North District and already uprooted the gang occupying the district. The people was the foundation of the kingdom. Without the people, there would be no kingdom. How could they allow such a thing to happen right under their noses? How many people have been exploited and killed during all this time they were unaware? Duke Ignis was prepared to ignore the laws and go execute all those corrupted nobles without trialing them. Normally, when nobles commit a serious crime, they had the right to be trialed before being executed. The corrupted nobles were different to the rebels the queen executed. There was no right for trial to those who commit treason. The corrupted nobles were different. They required trialing and evidence against them. However, the Duke wasn't planning to follow the law after seeing what happened to the lower district. As the saying goes, rules were made to be broken. When the group was about to pass the city wall entrance and enter the upper North District, their car was shot by numerous bullets, and many figures dropped down from the wall onto the roof with a bang. The sudden attack caused Sebastian to swerve the car and slam into the city walls. In the moment the car was showered with bullets, everyone inside was startled by the sudden attack, but not to the point of being fearful. The rain of bullets was like hail from the skies. It had impact but lacked the penetrative force needed to break through the car's defenses. Web-like cracks appeared on the tempered glassed windscreens, but that was the extent of the bullets' damage. It could be seen that even for a luxury car owned by the Duke, the materials invested in its making would not skimped on in terms of quality. While everyone was distracted by the miniature web-like cracks appearing on the glasses, the Duke felt an intense feeling of impending doom. Trusting his gut instincts, he shifted his body away from his seat as the blade of a sword penetrated through the steel roof above and stabbed into his original seat. The Duke broke into sweats. He would have died if he had reacted one step slower. At the same time, someone landed on the hood of the car. Sebastian forcefully swerved the car to the side and crashed it into the city walls. The two figures that just landed on top of the car did not stay on top for long before they were immediately projected off their feet by the inertia and flew into the walls in front. Damn it, Sebastian, are you trying to kill your lord? Duke Ignis cursed with his eyes almost popping out as he stared at the sword blade that was only 2 inches away from his face. Everyone was affected by inertia, but thankfully the car wasn't going too fast and the interior was able to cushion them to an extent. No one was inflicted with the serious injuries from the crash. Only the Duke had been given a fright. He had only just succeeded in dodging the sword blow when his body was compelled to lunge forward at the sword head first. With his quick hands he made grab onto some support and forcefully resist the inertia force in the nick of time. All of you stay in the car. Duke Ignis ordered and stormed outside with a belly full of anger. In a short instance he had nearly died twice. It's fine if he fell in battle to a worthy opponent, but even his own men almost caused the death of him. He needed to find an outlet for this anger, and who else could be a better choice than his enemies? Is he going to be fine by himself? Watching Duquesne exit the car alone, Leon couldn't help but ask. The other party looked both powerful and menacing. There's no need to worry. I am still here, Amelia said as she inspected the surrounding buildings outside through the window for any other hidden dangers. If Duke Ignis showed any sign of being in danger, she would rush to help immediately. But for now, she would let him do his thing and show off his machismo. There wasn't any need to step out to help as she believed in her husband's strength. All right. Leon nodded and sat back. It's good to powerful people on his side as he would not have to struggle for his life. But then again, these people didn't seem to be coming for his life but for the Duke's. Drawing his trusted sword that always accompanied him by his side, Duke Ignis pointed it at the two figures that already retreated a distance away from the car. Gregory Weld, you have a lot of guts challenging me. Do you think you are my opponent? Marquis Gregory did not answer him as his father stepped forward and answered in his stead. He is not, but what about me? Lord Weld said with a chuckle, but he was feeling heavy-hearted inside. Originally, he thought he could reap some benefits by volunteering to guard this side, while his steward was sent to raid the Lancaster mansion for their secret training manual, but who knew that the Duke's group would really take the least expected route? Now he must delay them until the other three families arrives. The minor noble families that was tasked with relaying the news to the other side had already gone ahead and did just that. These minor noble families could not help Lord Weld with his battle even if they wanted to. These minor noble families all had bone-deep grudges against Queen Elizabeth for forcing them to drink the water of absolute nothingness and sealed away their abilities. They completely believed that they were innocent in the rebellion 17 years ago and that the punishment the Queen imposed upon them was unjust and heartless. They did not join Duke Agnes' camp in the rebellion. They didn't do anything either, but it was exactly because they did nothing that the Queen punished them. They have all been contacted by Duke Agni to join his camp beforehand. They all knew Duke Agni was going to rebel and declined his offer. Although they didn't join his camp, they didn't inform or help the royal family's side either. They tried to be fence-sitters and reap the benefits after the two sides destroy each other. There was a price for trying to be the fisherman. They had great ambition but lacked the capability and insight to support it. They never thought that the battle could be so one-sided. Their inaction to support the crown was nothing short of treason. It was already merciful of the Queen to only deprive them of their abilities and not take their lives. And who the fuck you? Duke Ignis looked at the ghastly old bag of bones that is Lord Weld and did not recognize him. He only recognized him as the person that tried to kill him just now. Lord Weld's appearance has changed far too greatly from when Duke Ignis last saw him. The shortening of lifespan would naturally accelerate their aging process as well. Thus, even if Lord Weld was only in his 60s, he looked no different to a 100-year-old geezer with a foot in the coffin. Why you? I am the lord of the Weld family. How dare you disrespect me, you bastard? Lord Weld was angered by Duke Ignis' disregard. They were both ninth-step awakeners and should be treated as equals. But Duke Ignis did not put him in his eyes like he was beneath him. Not to mention Lord Weld was a generation older and was his senior. But rebels don't deserve respect. The lord of the Weld family is right next to you. Which generation lord of the Weld family could you be? You look like you just crawled out of the coffin. Duke Ignis ridiculed. The bloody and deathly aura was oozing out of the old man wantonly. This was a person who had committed an unaccountable number of untold evils. Although he couldn't see it, he could feel it. He never seen such a terrifyingly evil figure before. Exactly what atrocities had this person committed? I am. Lord Weld pointed his finger at Duke Ignis and was about to utter his name when his hand froze. I am the previous lord of the Weld family, you bastard. He stated instead. He was used to people referring to him as Lord Weld and had not used his original name for so many years that he had forgotten it. It was not because he was suffering for Alzheimer's disease due to his accelerated old age, definitely not. Lord Weld's words surprised the Duke. He really could not see the resemblance. They were like two completely different people. How unexpected that you are still alive. You faked your death well. Seems like you all have been plotting against the crown for a very long time now. Duke Ignis said with a deep tone as he started to take his opponents seriously. He had been provoking the opponent to make their next move, but they did not. They stood their ground and traded words instead of blows. Duke Ignis wasn't stupid. By this point he already realized the other party was trying to buy time, while blocking the way. Are we going to fight or what? Since the other party had intention of fighting after failing their ambush, he would force them to fight. Duke Ignis lunged forward with a sword thrust without warning. His servants had long taken arms and in position, ready to battle at any moment. Seeing their duke initiating his attacking, they followed suit and opened fire at Marquis Gregory and his servants on the walls. Guns were quite lethal if the shots landed, but they weren't actually useful in a battle against Awakeners. Everyone utilized their own ability to block the bullets. If the royal family wasn't so selfish and shared their secret training manual with everyone, then this would never have to happen. Lord Weld's own sword was still stuck in the car. He snatched his son's own sword to block the blow before kicking him out of the way. Being weaponless, he used his water ability to block the bullets shot at him, before giving his father an aggrieved look. What a joke. You lust after others' secret training manuals just because your own is trash, right? Duke Ignis insulted as they traded sword blows. He was disgusted by their greed and selfishness. They were both ninth-step Awakeners, but they were far from equals. Duke Ignis was in his prime and still full of vigor, while Lord Weld was decrepit and weakened by age. Lord Weld was naturally suppressed and pushed back by the Duke's barrage of attack. Unable to counterattack, he could only continue to defend as he was forced to retreat further and further back into the upper north district. You are forcing my hand. Lord Weld roared as all the rain in the surround perimeter was stirred. He can't best the Duke in swordsmanship and strength, but under this weather he had overwhelming advantage in terms of ability. Amelia stepped out of the car to help the Lancasters' servants finish off their enemies quickly so they could leave quickly. She wasn't planning to make a move herself originally, but her husband was too useless and wasted too much time talking nonsense. In fact, the Duke might have wasted more time, but he felt a familiar pair of impatient eyes focused on his back that compelled him to fight immediately. With Lord Weld at the center, all the rain in the surrounding 100-meter radius gathered towards him. Marquis Gregory had a change of expression when Amelia locked her eyes on him, but he was a safe distance away and wasn't in immediate danger. Water was the source of their power. Water users could rely solely on their water seed to conjure water for their own usage, but it could never be as fast as manipulating the readily available water from the surrounding. Lord Weld was more powerful and commanded greater control over the rain. Marquis Gregory was unable to summon any rain for himself, as his father did not even leave a drop for him. He felt a lot of pressure under the Duchess's gaze as he broke out into sweat. The sweat trickled down his cheeks before they too joined the rest of the rain and gathered towards Lord Weld. His father was too overbearing. Not even his sweat was spared. A retreat, Lord Weld issued to his son. There was no way Marquis Gregory was an opponent for the Duke's wife. The difference between a 7th-step and 9th-step Awakener was like a chasm. It wasn't something any ordinary 7th-step Awakeners can overcome, especially not after his father had stripped off all his advantages. All the rain gathered into a single body of water before Lord Weld swiped his hand in the direction of Duke Ignis. The body of water rushed at him like a dam opening its floodgates. The attack was simple and direct with no tricks, but it was powered with Lord Weld's full strength. Of the 5 elements, water had the least offensive properties. Unless the water user's control has reached the zenith and able to condense sharp water blades that could cut through steel, they could only rely on overpowering their opponents through brute force. Lord Weld was someone who had heavily relied on pills to achieve his present strength and had a very shaky foundation as a 9th-step water user. The price for having a shaky foundation is a lack of control over his water manipulation ability. As such, it was impossible for Lord Weld to cut steel with water. He would not have tried to pierce the Duke through the roof with his sword if he was able to execute such a strong skill. Do you think you can overpower me? Duke Ignis roared as he quickly drew power from his fire seed and fired off a powerfully large flame at the incoming tide. Facing such a simple and direct attack from Lord Weld, Duke Ignis took it as provocation to a contest of strength and chose to take the attack head-on. He was never one to back down from a challenge. The two opposing forces clashed like mortal enemies that would not stop until the other side was vanquished. The two forces disappeared and was replaced by a mad explosion of water vapors that spread swiftly. The entire area was soon engulfed in a foggy atmosphere. Duke Ignis was hit by the force of the explosion, and his body was shot flying back like a cannonball and landed on the windscreen of his luxury car. Kakak, did you think your abilities could suppress me like your swordsmanship? Lord Weld laughed coldly, but there was a hint of tiredness in his eyes. The only reason he willingly engaged in a sword fight was to gauge the Duke's strength and measure his own. Ever since he reached the 9th step, he had not fought with any opponents of the same level. Lahi, the Duke groaned. How are you? Amelia asked with concern. I'm okay, but I expended a portion of my strength. We are at a serious disadvantage. Ignis replied. The weather was not on their side. The Duke had sent out his attack later, causing the explosion point to be closer to him. This didn't mean his attack was weaker, as the two forces perfectly negated each other. However, it was clear who had the upper hand in this battle. Duke Ignis had expended a portion of the fire elements that fuels his flame, while Lord Weld did not expend any. He had an unlimited supply of water as it continues to rain. The only thing he was draining was his mental strength. Like any other awakeners, Duke Ignis cannot create fire out of nothing. When there are no fire sources to manipulate, he must expend the energy in his fire seed to conjure his flames. Furthermore, the more powerful his flames are, the more fire energy he must expend to conjure it. Although Lord Weld must be expending a lot of mental strength to control such a large body of water, it was negligible compared to the Duke's expended energy. The Duke would not be able to win a battle of attrition against Lord Weld under these conditions. Let's attack him together. We can't stay for long, Amelia suggested. The Welds obviously wants their life and are blocking their path for a reason. Their situation could turn dangerous if Weld's reinforcements arrive. Stay in the car. What does he mean, stay in the car? Does he think we are too useless to be of help? Robert said with some discontent. His skills might have dulled, but he was still a hot-blooded warrior at heart. How can he sit back and watch others fight? If you really think that way, why didn't you say something earlier, father? Lena rolled her eyes at her father. Yeah, Robert, you haven't recovered to your peak strength, and you haven't fought in a very long time. You wouldn't be able to help. Our abilities are more useful for healing anyway. Aisha added. Cough asterisk, you both sigh, you're right, Aisha. Robert felt embarrassed after being called out. His ego deflated. He was only putting up a pretense. He wasn't going to go out and fight. He understood that he might not even be a match for the servants at his current level of strength. This is strange. These people are not the Gray family. Why are they also after our son? Brian questioned. Leon's parents were common folks that recently awakened. They didn't have a clear understanding of the situation and thought the Welds were also targeting their son. They are not after Leon. They are after Ignis and Amelia. Robert stated. He could understand the other party's motive. The Duke and his wife had never been so far from their Lancaster Empire estate building, which was even taller than the palace. The Lancaster Empire estate was where they do all the manufacturing and research for weapons, cars, airships, and other projects with metal as the main component. The workforce was comprised of loyal subordinates and possessed the strength of small army. The Lancaster Empire estate and the royal palace was the only two places the four great families did not want the Duke and his wife near. These were the only two places that could threaten their existence and impede their plans from progressing forward. Inside of the luxury car, Leon had watched the exchange between the Duke and the enemy unfold and sighed. It's good to have powerful people on his side, but ultimately their strength is not his own. Leon hated the feeling of having his fate decided by others. The Duke and his wife were his father-in-law and mother-in-law. They can trusted, but what if it was someone else? He still remembered the powerlessness he felt before the moment of his death back in the divine realm, when him and his father were killed by their own trusted subordinates and subjects. His life was his own. Why should he let others dictate his life and death? Only he can be the master of his own life and death. He would not get far in life if he had to depend on the grace of others every time he needs to solve a problem. He had to rely on himself. He would not be a filial son if he did not even try to avenge his father with his own hands. He had never lost sight of his goal and vengeance for his father. He had to first understand the world he lived in and find the general direction back to the divine realm. The divine realm was not a separate world that existed on a higher plane. The divine realm refers to the central region of an astronomically large celestial body known as a galaxy. The energy of the galaxy congregates towards the divine realm, making it energy-rich compared to any other places in the galaxy. If one could look at a star map of the divine realm, it would look like a large body of light within the cluster. There are countless other smaller and fainter bodies of light spread throughout the cluster. Those smaller bodies of light are star realms and starfields, but only the ones that are inside the large body of light are considered part of the divine realm. It would take a long time before Leon possessed the level of strength required to find out where planet Gaia was located among the stars. It would also be a problem if it wasn't even located within the same galaxy. This is because every denizen of the divine realm knew that while other celestial bodies rivaling their own galaxy exist out there in the vast universe, none have ever been successful in traversing between them. "What are you doing, Leon? It's dangerous out there." His parents grabbed onto his sleeves as Leon tried to leave the car to help with the battle outside. "You both shouldn't have to worry. Your son isn't weak. He was able to decimate the Gray family's entire group of servants." Robert assured them. He was eager to see what methods Leon would use to deal with the servants. "Don't worry, I know my limits." Leon flashed them a confident smile. He was only going to deal with the servants. The Marquis and Lord Weld was beyond him. The moment he stepped out, he directed his killing intent at the servants. Those who felt his killing intent were startled by it. Numerous pair of eyes trained on him. They wondered what a brat like him was going to do. Logically, someone young like him shouldn't be a threat to them, but the dangerous vibe he gave off told them otherwise. "Go back inside, it's too dangerous." Amelia also warned him. "Don't worry, I can help," Leon stated as several needles appeared in his hands. Just as he was about to make his move, several servants from the Weld family suddenly dropped dead from the walls, alarming everyone. Both sides stopped their own battles as they reassess his strength. No one was able to see how he killed the servants. "How did you do it? How did you kill them?" Amelia was astonished. She didn't see him move at all. Leon was stunned. How did he do what? The needles were still in his hands. "It wasn't me." On the roof of an upper district building, a figure stood upright with his hands behind his back and peered into the distant night. A bunch of shadows dashed over and gathered before him. "Leader, there is a big battle taking place at the upper North District entrance." "What are your orders?" A shadowy black figure reported. "Who is fighting?" The leader questioned with knitted eyebrows. The upper North District was the Lancasters' turf. Who would dare to cause a ruckus there? Not many people can withstand the Duke's fury. Did the Weld family really clash with the Lancaster family? That was a clear indication of rebellion. The group of shadows dropped one of their knees with a fist-hand salute. "Forgive our negligence, leader. We didn't find out. Investigate immediately." The leader barked with a frown. He had been receiving a string of information, and he felt like he had forgotten something else. "Yes, leader." The shadows swiftly dispersed towards the north. Their movements were quick and footsteps were light. "Who's there?" Someone barked out the windows from the floor below. The leader almost staggered and lost his bearing. He quickly fled the scene before the owner of the voice comes up to investigate. He had scanned the building earlier and didn't find the presence of anyone in it. Thus, he thought there wasn't a need to lower his voice. Who knew there was someone in the building and they weren't detected by his scan? The leader's name was Cassif, the head of the Shadow Guards. He was another powerful ninth step, awakener the public wasn't aware of, and was one of the rare individuals to have awakened their bloodline ability. Bloodline abilities were so rare and unique that people have forgotten, and thought that bloodline abilities and elemental abilities were one and the same thing. They are not. Bloodline ability was a unique skill derived from their elemental ability, and could be used without understanding process behind it upon awakening. The same bloodline ability would never appear in two different people unrelated by blood. Kasif's bloodline ability was a perceptive ability that allows him to use the vibrations in the earth to see and hear things, what his own eyes and ears could not. Earth Pulse was the name he decided to give to this special type of perception. Earth Pulse has allowed him to easily spy on others without being discovered throughout his career. In this instance, Kasif wasn't sure if it was because of the rain's interference or some other unknown reasons, but he was strangely not bothered by the blunder. He had yet to master the usage of Earth Pulse. Such blunder wasn't his first, and it certainly wasn't going to be his last. Strange, I thought I heard someone's voice up here. The person scrutinized his surrounding with some doubts. Seeing no one on the roof, the person started mumbling to himself as he returns to room to resume his sleep. I must be hearing things, why would there be someone on my roof? The previous shadows darted from building to buildings and arrived at the Upper North District's entrance. They hid themselves among the roofs of nearby buildings, where they can have a clear view of the ongoing battle below. Swoosh, one of the shadows felt a soft gust of wind flew past him as he turned around to check. Zell leader, you followed us. The shadow was surprised. He didn't think the leader would follow them to the scene of the battle. He thought the leader would be waiting for them to report back. The leader was, after all, a busy person. The Shadow Guards was divided into many squads, with each assigned a different area to perform their mission. Kasif was the person the squad captains report to. Kasif nodded as he peered down at the battle. He had remembered what he had forgotten earlier. There was someone with the Duke's group that he was interested in. The other squads had been notified of his whereabouts before he left. Kasif was able to recognize both sides easily. However, he did not recognize the ghastly old man the Duke was battling. That old man must be a ninth-step expert, right, leader? The Shadow Guard was astonished. Since when did the capital gain another ninth-step awakener? In the past, ascending to the ninth step was something worth celebrating across the kingdom, as humanity gains another powerhouse to strengthen their race. But now, it could only be a disaster. When powerhouses fight, their battle can cause great destruction. Leader, seeing that the Shadow Guard's comment did not elicit a reply from his leader, he turns his head to check. Kasif's attention was drawn on the luxury car as his eyes narrowed in for a clearer look of the people inside. There was only one person inside that he was greatly interested in, Leon. Ever since the night Leon killed the boss of the Red Salamander Gang and the Azure Wolf Gang, Kasif had extended the Shadow Guard's surveillance to the lower district to investigate who Leon was. The actions of Leon hunting down the Gray family servants did not escape their watchful eyes. Leon's sharp senses had surprisingly failed him in detecting their presence. The rain was to blame. Kasif was greatly interested in Leon's abilities. He moves and fights like one of them, but he was not one of them. The boy was young and had great prospects. Seeing that Leon was together with the Duke's group, Kasif's thoughts was like Marquis Gregory's previous speculation, that Leon was a young talent nurtured by the Duke's house. However, Kasif didn't care if Leon was from House Lancaster. He was ready to poach him into their Shadow Guards. Kasif was unresigned to see the boy's talent wasted away as a servant. He was prepared to take him away and train him to be his next successor. There was a moment of zero visibility due to the explosion of water vapors, but it did not linger for long as it was hammered down by the rain. When his vision was restored, Kasif saw Leon exiting the safety of the car and panicked. What was the boy trying to do by standing in the open? The other side had lots of firearms. The boy's fire ability would not be able to block bullets under this weather. Kasif blamed the rain again. It was unclear whether the rain had feelings, but it rained harder. It is clear the Weld family have rebelled. Assist the Duke's family in eradicating the rebels. Kasif quickly issued his command to the Shadow Guards. It was so hard for him to find a suitable successor to pass on his position. He wasn't going to risk losing such a good candidate. The Shadow Guard's only orders were to collect evidence of the crimes the corrupted nobles have committed. However, Kasif has acted beyond what was ordered of him. As the leader of the Shadow Guards, Kasif had the right to kill first and report later. Yes, leader. The shadows darted straight for the walls and fired their throwing knives at the unsuspecting servants with their backs towards them. The servants were accurately shot in the back of the heads and dropped off the wall dead. The kills were swift and clean. Each member in the shadow guards were the cream of the crop. The weakest was at the 5th step and the strongest was at the 8th step, while their numbers were in the several dozens. Such a force was even greater than what the Duke commanded. The four great family dream of replacing the royal family was nothing, but a pipe dream in the face of such a hidden force. The Crawford royal family had ruled for 500 years. How could it be easy to replace them? It would take a lot more than. It wasn't me, Leon said. By now, everyone had realized that a third party had arrived at the scene. Cassif was seen walking towards them openly, but his shadow guards have disappeared and hid themselves as quickly as they came and strike. Who are you? Why did you kill my people? Being the closest, Marquis Gregory barked to hide his nervousness. Things was quickly taking a turn for the worse. He lost all his servants in the blink of an eye. Why are the other three great families not here yet? You don't need to know, Cassif stated. Marquis Gregory's feet suddenly sunk into the ground like quicksand before hardening and trapped his feet like shackles. Careful, Lord Weld warned as he tried to save his son, but he reacted too late. A dagger appeared in his hands as Cassif closed the distance and lopped off his Marquis Gregory's head in an instant. The head grew an arc and landed at Lord Weld's feet. Cassif's movements was so quick, only a 9th step expert could have pulled it off. Marquis Gregory did not even get the chance to retaliate before his life ended. Got him it. This isn't over. Lord Weld's expression was uglier than a pig's liver as he turns around and quickly fled with all the speed he could muster. His servants were dead. His son was dead. It would be him next if he did not flee. Since when did the capital have so many hidden powerhouses? The royal faction had hidden their cards well. Lord Weld's hatred for the royal family grew, but he felt a greater hatred for the other three great families. What the hell were they doing? How could they take so long to arrive? He had forgotten that it was he himself who had volunteered to guard the north side. Cassif did not chase him. No one can stop a desperate powerhouse from fleeing with all their might. Thank you for your assistance. May I ask who you are, sir? Duke Ignes took the initiative to approach him. The person's words and actions suggested that they should be from the same side, but Ignes did not recognize such a figure. When did the royal faction had such a hidden master? Why doesn't he know about it? Cassif walked right past him and straight to Leon. Being completely ignored, Duke Ignes felt his anger rising. I've taken a liking to you, boy. Come with me. Leon felt goosebumps rising all over his body, having been told as such. Why does it sound like a confession from a creepy old man? Hell no, Leon immediately rejected without second thoughts. I wasn't asking. Cassif immediately knocked him unconscious with a chop and placed him over his shoulder. He didn't take no for an answer. The old man's action was too fast for Leon to react at such close distance. He blacked out before he knew it. Cassif only answers to the queen and spends most of his time in the shadows. He does not concern himself with how he should interact with others. What are you doing? Amelia shrieked like a cat having its tail stepped on. She was prepared to duke it out with the old man. I'm taking this boy as my disciple. Got problem with that? Then take your complaints to the queen. I'm not listening. Cassif carried Leon away jovially while humming a fine tune. WTF. Who is this old man? How dare he talk to me like that? Amelia was riled as she rolled up her sleeves in anger. She was the queen's sworn sister. Everyone in the royal faction had to give her respect. How can this old man be so rude and eccentric? Does he even know who he just knocked unconscious? Amelia was ready to give him a piece of her mind. Wait. Duke Ignes was both shocked and angry. The old man's back was wide open, but his instincts was screaming danger. Impossible. How can he feel threatened with such an opening? They were both 9th step experts. Why does their abilities feel so far apart? Nevertheless, he trusted his instincts and prevent his wife from offending the person. Why are you stopping me? Are you just going to let him take Leon away? Amelia screamed. My wife, my dear wife, I'm begging you. Please calm down. It's not wise to fight him. Look, he seems to be heading towards the palace. We should follow him. Duke Ignis attempted to calm her down while breaking into sweat. The discovery of more than one ninth step experts had made him cautious. No. Amelia's actions froze. Her calmness returned with a sly glint in her eyes. If that old man was really heading to Palace, then she had ways to make the old man suffer for his rudeness. Don't say that she was planning to bully the old. The old man was asking for it. Everyone in the luxury car watched helplessly as Leon was kidnapped. They were smart people. They could determine that the old man was very powerful master. The Duke's cautious behavior further strengthened their belief. However, understanding the situation was one thing, but accepting it was another matter. Who the hell is that crazy old bastard? How can he just take our son away like that? Helen and Brian voiced their resentment in opposition. They were the weakest of the group and was nothing more than ants to Cassif. However, they still dared to insult him. It didn't matter if the old man was a great master or a god, they would still dare to do what they do to protect their son. Duke Ignis was just feeling relieved when the couple's outburst left him back on tenterhooks. He quickly turned his head to face the old man's direction with anxiousness, and realized the old man was not bothered by their words and continued his pace. Ignis sighed in relief. Today's events had been such a roller coaster. Follow him. The group entered their vehicles and followed behind with a reasonable distance between them. *T. Where did he go? Amelia's expression changed abruptly. Just when they thought it was going to be a slow trip without surprises, the old man suddenly vanished before their eyes. To think the old man's movements was faster than what their eyes could perceive. They were unable to discern which direction he disappeared in. They had yet to confirm if he was a friend or foe. His attitude placed him somewhere in between, making it hard for them to trust his words. Your Grace, we are unable to find any trace of them in the surrounding area. A servant reported. All right, I understand. You can go back. Yes, Your Grace. We can only hope that crazy old man really meant what he said and won't harm Leon. Amelia said. There wasn't much they can do except hope for the best. Elizabeth said that she would wash the upper district in blood if something did happen to her son. Although it seems heartless and cold-blooded, she would just be enforcing what the king wanted. After 500 years, humanity was not as united as before. Regardless of whether they were still loyal to the crown or not, the nobles have become selfish and no longer contributed to the efforts at the frontier, dodging military service and faking conscription. With the decrease in elite noble troops, commoners were forced to fill the ranks and casualties rose during skirmishes and expeditions. The situation slowly improved when the number of awakeners increased among the soldiers from commoner backgrounds. However, humanity's advancement have halted, and the king could no longer see hopes of reclaiming the vast land beyond their walls. It wasn't some open secret that the king wanted to abolish the nobility system. Elizabeth would just be carrying out his wish in a more direct way by killing them all off. This was something Amelia wasn't willing to see. Regardless of whoever was victorious, a lot of innocent would die and the collective strength of humanity would plummet. Yeah, let us visit the palace. We still need to let her know we found her son and drop these people off. There's no safer place for them to stay than there. Duke Ignis suggested as he took a brief glance at the people. Robert looked at him speechlessly. Would the Queen even let them stay? Also, they were being treated like baggages, but he couldn't really say they weren't. They couldn't help in the prior battle. Maybe my sworn sister will know who that old bastard is. Amelia nodded before continuing. Wait a minute, what do you mean we? It was I who found her son, okay? Are you trying to steal my credit? Amelia's eyes turned sharp as she questioned her husband. What? Duke Ignis was taken aback by her nitpicking. There's no need to fuss over such a small matter as there. What did you say? Small matter? Do you really think that? Amelia asked with a darkened expression. She had spent sleepless nights in order to find Elizabeth's son. The least she wanted was for her efforts to be recognized. And no, it was a slip of tongue, my dear. Duke Ignis broke into sweats. That's what I thought. Ph. With Leon's disappearance, the mood inside the luxury car was a bit heavy. However, the duo's theatrics seems to have cast a spell on everyone and distracted them, lightening the mood. Father, you ought to have more backbone. Rachel smiled at her parents' bickering. Such cases was the norm whenever her father committed a mistake. Backbone? What kind of backbone can your father have with a tigress wife? Duke Ignes replied to his daughter subconsciously before he suddenly covered his mouth. But it was too late. The words have already been spilled. Tigress him. Wait, Amelia, wifey, it was my mistake. Forgive me. Ah, Duke Ignes wailed. Amelia had pinched his waist and gave it hard twist. Why do women like to pinch there? Duke Ignes complained. Look, wifey, I know you're actually unhappy about the boy being taken away, but you don't have to take it out on me, right? Robert slowly closed his eyes. His old friend must have been a gravedigger in his past life. He keeps digging himself holes. My lord, we are overwhelmingly honored to have you grace us with your presence, a servant said while steering the wheel to follow the luxury car in front. He didn't expect the Duke join them. The Duke was a lot more approachable than he thought. Haha, yeah, it's good to spend more time with my people, Duke Ignes said with a forced smile. He couldn't say that his wife kicked him out of his own car. He wouldn't have any face left in front of his men. Back in the luxury car, the mood was a bit strange. Auntie is scary. Mia broke the silence. Auntie isn't scary. It is Uncle's fault for making Auntie angry. Amelia wore an awkward smile on her face as she gave Mia's cute cheeks a squeeze. Shall we have some tea? Amelia tried to fix the mood. The tea was no longer hot, but it was not a problem from Amelia. She infused fire elements into the teapot and heated it to just the right temperature. People's eyes brightened at the mention of tea. Everyone seemed to have been converted into a tea lover in this short while as they enjoy a calm and relaxing tea session without Duke Ignes. An indefinite amount of time passed before Leon regained his consciousness. When he opened his eyes, nothing entered his sight. Whether he opened his eyes or not, it made no difference. His vision was pitched black as he found himself in an area devoid of light. It was absolute darkness. Where the hell am I? Rubbing his temples, Leon remembered he was knocked unconscious by the crazy old man. *T. He didn't do anything weird to my body while I was unconscious, did he? Leon was spooked. He patted various parts of his body and sighed in relief when he found his clothes intact. The darkness robbed his vision, but his other senses were unaffected. Still, this place is so weird, Leon thought. The darkness was not like the darkness of the night, but that of a dark abyss, completely devoid of light. His own two hands could not be seen, and the temperature was eerily low. Leon snapped his fingers like a lighter as a small ball of flame appeared on the tips of his finger. The surroundings were illuminated like the sun, bringing light into the dark world. The shadows receded to the far ends, and rigid earthen walls filled with holes of various sizes entered his sights. The smallest hole was the size of a watermelon, while the largest was only as big as that of a child. Leon realized he was in some sort of large underground cave. There were multiple narrow passageways connected to the cave. SSS, why does this underground cave look like some monster nest? The air is also filled with yin energy. It's giving me the bad vibes, Leon gasped. A concentration of yin energy could prove harmful after extended periods of exposure. Thump, he accidentally kicked something at his feet. Leon looked down and found a sword stabbed into the ground and a bag filled 3 days' worth of ration. Is this some sort of joke? Old bastard, I know you are here. I'm not going to play this game of yours. Leon roared, believing the crazy old man was hiding somewhere nearby. Not going to play this game of yours, game of yours. His voice echoed through every hole and passageway connected to the cave and drifted off. Rumble, Leon inadvertently stirred something terrible from deeper within the underground caves as thousands of creepy crawlers started rushing out from the holes. Not good. It is a fucking nest. Leon cried out as his hair stood on end. Old bastard, how dare you dump me into a nest of giant spiders? *T, what am I saying? This is no time to be caring about that. He didn't have time to be cursing others. He needs to find a way to get out of this sticky situation. These 8-legged creepy crawlers don't look like your typical friendly neighborhood spiders. They looked very menacing with their sturdy jet black bodies, razor-sharp legs, and overwhelming numbers. They moved very quickly on their feet and closed in on Leon in a matter of seconds. Leon had no time to think. He grasped the sword hilt firmly, infused the sword with his flame essence, transformed it into a flaming sword, and made 360 horizontal swing in one swift motion. A flame wave shot out from the tip of the sword and burned the incoming spiders. His attack directly sliced through over a dozen spiders as his flame wave pushed everything away, severed limbs and other body parts alike. An empty space was created between them and gave Leon some temporary breathing room. But a heavy expression wore on Leon's face as his attack did not produce the desired effects. The spiders hit by his flames were unable to be scorched to death and was very much still alive and kicking. Resilient and tenacious pricks. How can my flames not be strong enough to exterminate these nasty buggers? Damn it, I can't waste my fire essence like this, but I also can't conserve my fire essences either. These pests aren't strong individually, but their numbers are overwhelming. Leon analyzed in a single bout. He didn't dare to look down of these night crawlers. Even a mighty lion can be felled by many ants. I don't have a choice. I can only do that. Fire erupted from his body and fused into his flaming sword in a continuous stream. The flaming sword did not grow but shrunk instead as Leon condensed the flame. A 2-meter-long buster blade with a fiery crimson sheen took form and replaced the original meter-long broadsword. Die. Leon did not wait for the spiders to get back on their feet. Instead, he took the initiative and charged into the pack of giant spiders. With each swing of his fiery buster blade, dozens of spiders were seared in half and his movements were done effortlessly. The buster sword was not heavy as it retained its original weight. It's effective. Leon was excited as his fiery buster blade cleaved through the pack like hot knife through butter. This is good. I can conserve my fire essence this way. If I can maintain perfect form, the essence would be confined within and not seep out. He continues to swing his fiery buster sword around indiscriminately and laid waste to the surrounding arachnids. It didn't matter where he swings the buster blade as it was bound to reap tens of lives. His kill count soared. Tens became hundreds and hundreds became thousands, but no matter how many he kills, the creepy crawlers continues to pour into cave in an unending stream. Despair began to seep into his hearts. After hours of the swinging buster sword around, his mental energy was drained, and body ached with exhaustion. I must find another way quickly, I can't die here. I have yet to avenge my father. Leon gritted his teeth and thought anxiously, but he did not stop hacking and slashing. The moment he stops, his life will be in danger. KACHA, the fiery buster sword suddenly snapped due to insufficient mental energy control. He was exhausted in both mind and body. In that moment, Leon felt his heart drop to depths of hell. He made a resolute decision in a split second and combusted the condensed fire essence in his sword. Boom! The crimson buster blade exploded into 1,000 fragments with a violent firestorm, sweeping away all obstacles in its path. Leon flew and landed some distance away. His body was racked with pain and refused to move. Is this the end? Leon wondered as he laid motionless. Surprisingly, the spiders chose to ignore him. What's going on? Why aren't they going for me? What in Gaia is happening? They're actually attacking the still burning fragments. Leon felt somewhat inexplicable at the turn of events before a lightbulb went up in his head. If in the middle of your sleep someone came your house screaming and lit it on fire, you would also be furiously trying to put it out. The spiders made quick work of the burning fragments, and the underground cave soon returned to absolute darkness. These arachnids are sensitive to vibration and heat sources, Leon smiled bitterly. He fought a hard battle that did not need to happen, but he was thankful for the new lease on life. God never close off all roads to life, huh? Leon mused. Thinking back, the spiders never did target him specifically. They were only aiming for the flame and hands. Leon thought he had tied over the disaster when he heard some nearby arachnids drawing closer to him. Is it the heat emanating from my body? Leon thought bitterly. His body refused to move. He had yet to recover his breath. It was impossible to slow down his heartbeat to lower his body temperature in his present condition. As Leon was thinking hard of ways to lower his body temperature, some unknown ice essence was subconsciously drawn out from within himself and froze the surface of his skin. The arachnids arrived by his body but did not find what they were looking for and left. Leon froze. Since when did I have any refined ice essence? Ice element was something currently unique to Lin. Is there any relation between Lin and me being in possession of the ice element? Leon decided to investigate while his frozen body slowly recovered. He used his divine sense to enter the region of his soul core and found the orbiting fire seed that lost some of its crimson luster. Nothing seems to be out of the norm. Leon suddenly stopped in his tracks. An ice seed came into view from behind the soul core. Like the fire seed, the ice seed was orbiting his soul core. Lo, this is very interesting. Leon's divine sense took the form of his miniature self as he circled around the ice seed to inspect it. How did I get this? Is this a benefit of dual cultivation with Lin? Leon mused. No, that's not right. They made ordinary love to each other. There were no dual cultivation techniques involved. If a person could have dual element from copulation so easily, the capital would have long been filled with such people if that was the case. Leon wagered that the cause lied within his own body. What made his body different to others? Leon murmured to himself before pausing at a conclusion. 5-element body. In the underground cave where Leon's cold body laid, his eyes suddenly shot open with an excited glint. It did not last for even a split second before his expression quickly turned to one of abject horror as he sensed another person's face directly opposite of his. Nala, Nala. Two different voices exclaimed simultaneously. The figure shot backwards in shock. Good lad, you have given me a huge fright. The Duke's group arrived outside the palace gates and dismounted their vehicles. Halt! Who dares to trespass at this hour? A drowsy palace guard barked. Has this Duke's prestige fallen so low that he cannot even be recognized by a mere palace guard? Ignis asked with a frown. Stop it, Ignis. Amelia was not interested in wasting time by the front gates. There's no problem with letting us pass, yes. Why, your grace, why, yes, there is no problem. Please enter at your own pace. The guard stuttered before making way. He was half awake and failed to recognize them immediately. Guarding the gate was a menial task. The palace was not frequented by guests like it once was, and it is especially not the case during the wee hours. The palace guard wiped his sweats after the Duke's group entered. Nobles are so eccentric. Who visits at such ungodly hour? Fortunately, I didn't offend them. The courtyard was once decorated with beautiful verdure gardens and filled with fragrant floras. Nobles and commoners alike often visit to enjoy the scenery and fill it with life. As the group passed through the courtyard, the verdure garden was long gone. In its place was a cold and lifeless metallic texture as far as the eye can see, the ground, the walls, and the palace itself. There was nothing that wasn't metal. How is this a palace anymore? It looks more like an iron fortress. Ignis remarked in passing. At the other end of the courtyard lied a flight of stairs leading to the great hall. The group made their way over quickly and found a palace maid standing at the top of the stairs, as if awaiting their arrival. The queen is waiting for you inside, your grace. The palace informed her with a curtsy to show her respect to the queen's sworn sister. The queen is waiting for me. Amelia asked doubtfully. How did Elizabeth know they were coming? Yes, I see, thank you. Two palace guards holding spears in hand at the entrance stepped away while they opened the doors to the great hall. Amelia took the lead to enter the great hall first. Duke Ignis and the rest were ready to follow her when the two palace guards crossed their spears and blocked them from entering. What's the meaning of this? Duke Ignis was immediately displeased. The queen will only be seeing the Duchess Amelia. I have orders under the queen to lead you to your living quarters. The palace maid said respectfully. Amelia looked back at her husband, who wore a gloomy face and was ready to make a scene. Go, I will look for you later. Hearing his wife's words, he swallowed the words at the tips of his tongue. LHMPH. Lead the way. Duke Ignis waved his hand and grumbled. Yes, right this way. Deep inside the great hall, a big golden throne could be seen with two other seats by its side. Queen Elizabeth did not seat herself on the golden throne, but the left seat by its side. The throne belonged to her husband and was not her place to sit. Even as the acting ruler of the kingdom, she would not sit on the throne. This was to show her respect and devotion to her husband, who still laid in vegetative state. "Sister, how did you know I was coming?" Amelia came up and hugged Elizabeth's arm in an intimate way, showcasing their close sisterly relationship. "I was informed ahead of time." Elizabeth showed off a rare smile, albeit a light one. Some life had returned to her eyes, and her appearance was no longer haggard and disheveled. But one cannot be fooled by her renewed beautiful countenance and believe that their gentle queen had returned. The cold, icy aura emanating from her was enough to freeze their hearts. "Lo, it wasn't a crazy but powerful old man shrouded in black by any chance, was it?" Amelia asked hopefully. If Elizabeth didn't know who that was, then things could be bad for Leon. "Crazy old man, eh? You must referring to Cassif." "No, it was not him who informed me." Amelia's heart froze at Elizabeth's answer. "It wasn't." Her thoughts were about to run amok with possibilities when Elizabeth continued. "He sent his subordinate to inform me." Amelia sighed in relief. It seems the old man serves Elizabeth. "Don't leave me in suspense like that. Since when did we have such a powerful master in the kingdom? How come I haven't heard of him before?" "That's not why you came to see me, right? What news do you have for me?" Elizabeth didn't answer Amelia's question. Instead, she threw back a question of her own. "All right. I have good news. Your son is alive. I've found him." Amelia broke the news to Elizabeth with a big smile. Whether it was something Leon agreed to or not, Amelia still had to inform her sworn sister. She cannot keep her in the dark and continue living miserably. "What?" Elizabeth immediately shot up from her seat in agitation. "Is that true? Where is he? Where is my son? Why isn't he with you? Are you lying to me?" Amelia was barraged with questions. "No, I'm not. He would have been right here if that old bastard didn't knock him unconscious and took him away." Amelia rebutted strongly. "He did what?" Elizabeth was angered. Knowing that her son was alive and well, she could not wait another second. She missed her son dearly. How dare he treat her son that way and delay their meeting? "Shadow guards. What orders do you have, Your Majesty?" Several shadows dropped down from above and appeared before her. "Where is your leader?" "We forgive us, Your Majesty. We don't know where the leader is." The shadow guards broke into sweat. Where their leader goes and do, he did not need to report to them. As such, they were helpless and could not provide a satisfactory answer. "So no one knows where or why he took my son," Elizabeth said coldly. She found it hard to control her emotions as her ability started spiraling out of control. Their weapons started shaking and rattling out of their sheaths. "Mercy, Your Majesty." The shadow guards were shocked. They thought the queen was about to slaughter them in anger. "Sister, that old man said he wanted to make Leon his disciple." Amelia interrupted. "Is that so? That old goat has always been anxious to find a successor to take on his position, but I will not allow it." Elizabeth sneered. "What can he teach my son? How can Cassif's high-grade training method be comparable to their Crawford's transcendent-grade training method?" Elizabeth did not voice it, but that was her exact thoughts. "Go, find that old goat and tell him to bring my son back to me in one piece immediately," Elizabeth commanded. The worry in her heart was expelled. Cassif would not harm Leon if he was looking for a disciple. "Yes, Your Majesty." The shadow guards answered and scurried away very quickly with relief worn on their faces. They couldn't wait to get far away from the queen. Elizabeth's pressure was unbearable. They would rather face their leader's scolding. They didn't forget to flash Amelia a thankful look before they disappear in blind search of their leader. Elizabeth sank back in her seat and let out a long sigh as if she was trying to expel all the negativity bottled up inside her. She did not want her son to meet an ice queen but a warm mother. She slowly reverted to her old demeanor and reigned in her coldness. Amelia observed her change with doubt. "Come, let's have a sisterly talk." "All right." Amelia agreed happily. She had questions regarding Cassif but decided to leave it for another time. Elizabeth dragged Amelia to her private courtyard, where they could sit comfortably and catch up over tea. "How does my son look?" Does he look like me? How do I look? Will he accept me? You said his relationship with his foster parents are quite good. Elizabeth fired one question after another with an anxious and sad undertone. She was the who gave birth to Leon, but she was not the one to raise him. Now her biggest concern was whether he would accept her. However, the fact that her son was still alive and well have brought color back to her world that was like black and white. He is a handsome young man. He has your eyes. There's no problem with your appearance. He should be able to accept you. From what she had seen, Leon appeared to be a person who values familial ties and relationships. Amelia smiled as she answered her sister's string of questions patiently. However, a trace of pity could be seen in her eyes. She was also a mother, can understand her sorrow and concern. The main topic of their discussion revolved around Leon as they continued for hours until the break of dawn arrived. Her throat was a bit hoarse from chatting up all night with Elizabeth. Amelia took a sip of the tea before placing the cup down with a sigh. What's wrong? Is the tea not to your liking? How can that be? Elizabeth asked with uncertainty. They were drinking Royal Grade Earl Grey tea. Isn't it because of your good son? Ever since I had to taste his herbal tea, all other tea don't taste the same anymore. Once you have something better, you can never go back. Herbal tea? How could herbal tea be better than authentic tea? Elizabeth wanted to get to the bottom of the matter, but their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of her palace maid. What is it, Celia? Sir Cassif has arrived and is waiting in the great hall with a boy, Your Majesty. Celia reported. That's great. We can go see. Amelia didn't finish her words before she realized Elizabeth had already disappeared. In the great hall, Leon had always wondered how his meeting with his birth mother would be like. Would he retain his calmness, or he would be emotional? Would he be able to accept her like his foster parents, or would they view each other like strangers? Birth mother was a foreign concept to him. In his past life, he had not known who his mother was. He was entirely raised up by his father, and he was unable to obtain any information from his father. The doors of the great hall creaked open, and Leon turned to look. Elizabeth and Leon, mother and son, met as their eyes glued on each other and each with their own thoughts. Time seems to have slowed as Elizabeth stared at Leon emotionally as tears threatened to spill. She had rushed over so quickly that she had not prepared what sort of words she would say upon their first meeting. Without needing a word of confirmation, she was able to conclude that Leon was her son. It did not matter if she had not seen him for 17 years. She was the one that gave birth him. She would not fail to recognize her own son. Her body blinked over 20-odd meters with a speed greater than what Leon could fathom. Before he knew it, Leon was already in his mother's warm embrace. There was a weak blood resonance between blood-related kin that allowed them to instinctively recognize each other. With all her blood-related kin dead, it can only be her son in front of her. My son, my good son, thank you for being alive. Elizabeth started weeping tearfully with him in her arms. It was like her past 17 years of suffering finally found release as it was poured out all her feelings. A part of her failed to believe Amelia's words prior. It was an instinctive reaction to protect herself from suffering greater sorrow from the disappointment, should everything turn out to be a sham. She had lost him during a time of chaos, and they were separated for 17 years. It would take more than words to convince her. She didn't dare believe it, but after seeing her own flesh and blood in front of her, she had to believe it. Leon was surprised at Elizabeth's inhumane speed, but he did not have time to ponder it deeper as he felt his own face become wet. He subconsciously brought his hand up to wipe and realized it was his own tears. This is weird, why am I crying? He didn't know why, but seeing how the queen weep, a sudden ocean tide-like wave of sadness washed over him. His tears wouldn't stop flowing. Is this what it's like to have a real mother? When the mother is sad, the child would also feel the sadness. This familial feeling was vastly different to what he felt for his foster parents. This was his blood-related mother, the person who toiled for 9 months before bringing him into the world. A section of Leon's memory when he was a newborn baby surfaced in his mind with great clarity as he recalled the moment he was reborn into the world, and see the joy in his mother's eyes as she held him carefully in her arms like she was holding the world. Mother, your child is back. Good child, hearing Leon's words, even more tears started to pour down from her face. She caressed his head affectionately with the love and care she could not for 17 years. She was unable to watch him grow up, but he is here now and that is all that matters. He would always be her child, no matter how big he grows. Kassif was put in an awkward spot as he was forced to watch through this pair of mother and son heartfelt reunion. Zahum. Kassif faked a cough loud enough to be heard. He wanted them to acknowledge his presence. You are still here. Can't you see that we are having our reunion? PH. Leave. Elizabeth said coldly. Why you? PH. I may listen to your orders, but I am still a senior from your father's generation. You ought to treat me with the respect I deserve. Kassif said but was already impatient to leave. The father he mentions was not Elizabeth's blood-related father, but her father-in-law, the old king. Elizabeth had time to refocus her attention on Leon, but noticed that his clothes were in tatters and dirtied. Wait, what do you want now, your majesty? Kassif turned back and asked with some frustration. Do you want me to leave or what? He should have slipped away when he had the chance. What happened to my son? Where did you take him before? Elizabeth's eyes narrowed in on him. Facing her cold gaze, even he felt a bit of pressure. They both belonged to the ranks of ninth step awakeners, but even among ninth step, there was a great disparity. The distance between awakeners and transcendent was like a big chasm. It would be too naive if one were to think that they can increase their strength tenfold by reaching transcendence. No, an awakener's strength never stops improving once they reach the ninth step. Ninth step awakeners are ranked 09 stars in terms of how many folds of strength they possess compared to a normal ninth step awakener. 1 star would mean twofold the strength of normal ninth step awakeners, and 9 stars would mean having tenfold the strength. In other words, 9-star awakeners possess the equivalent strength of a transcendent and could be considered semi-transcendent. They are just lacking the life force to be a true transcendent. Kassif was at 5 stars, but Elizabeth was already at 7 stars. She was not far off from transcendence. That is, I took him to my testing ground, but things went beyond my expectations. Kassif said with a stiff smile. He wanted to test Leon's potential, but did not go the way he had expected. As the saying went, man proposes, God disposes. Well, what happened? I'm listening. Faced with insistent questioning of the queen, Kassif had no choice but to recount what happened. Half an hour earlier, Kassif was so shocked at the turn of events when Leon triggered such a big explosion and was blasted away with his life and death unknown. He originally wanted to test Leon's ability to adapt to the darkness and its dangers. The giant spiders were called Deadeye Spider because they were blind. They only react to vibration and heat. The Deadeye Spider nest was the perfect training ground to hone one's abilities as a shadow guard. If Leon had relied on his sharp senses and profound movement technique, there was no problem for him to move around silently and unhindered. Only spiders within a small distance would be able to sense the heat emanating from his body. However, Kassif had miscalculated and forgot that Leon was a fire user and would naturally create light when thrown into a dark abyss. A tragedy was ensured, but through Leon's battle with Deadeye Spiders, Kassif able to discover other admirable traits that was present in Leon, his persistence or rather tenacity. If Leon knew his thoughts, he would have cursed, "Fuck you. If I didn't do my best to survive, I would have died." There was an even bigger that greatly astonished Kassif, Leon's ability control. Leon's ability control was so great, it had already reached the apex. The bottleneck that stopped 9-star awakeners from reaching transcendence wouldn't exist for him. After the swarm of Deadeye Spiders finally receded from the cave, Kassif, who was hidden in the earth, finally went to check on Leon, whose body turned ice cold with his eyes closed. Kassif was so shocked and immediately went to check if the boy still had any breath in him. When Leon entered to check his soul core region, he automatically shut off his senses to the outside world. Thus, when he suddenly opens his eyes, the two was so shocked they exclaimed simultaneously. "Good lad, you have given me a huge fright." "What do you want from me, old bastard?" Leon said coldly. It was all this person's fault that landed him in his current predicament. "I want to make you my disciple." "How about it?" "Not many get the chance to become disciple." Kassif did not mind Leon's curse, as he was in a jovial mood at the prospect of being the master of a future transcendent. He did not realize Leon's silence was one of being overwhelmed with anger. Instead, he thought the lad was overwhelmed by the honor. Fuck you. Who the fuck wants to be your disciple? Leon roared with anger. He was kidnapped for such a reason. Why you look here, I am very powerful. Rumble. Their commotion caused the sensitive dead-eye spiders to swarm back. We will talk later. Cassif grabbed at the immobile Leon and used his earth ability to launch themselves up quickly at the cave ceiling with a rising rock pillar from underneath his feet. Crazy old bastard, let me go. If you want to die, then go die alone. Leon was so shocked. At the speed they were going, they would smash into the ceiling and be crushed to death. However, Leon's worries were unfounded as the ceiling parted ways under Cassif's control, and they shoot straight through the parted earth and returned quickly to the surface. Cassif tossed Leon to a soft patch of grass after his feet had landed on ground floor. Got him it. Do you know who I am, old bastard? Leon was ready to spill the beans. Although he looked down on characters who relied on their backgrounds, this was not the time to act tough. He must be flexible and use whatever he has when the odds are against him. Look here, Brad. There's a limit to my patience, all right. To be my disciple is to one day take over my position and be a powerful figure in the kingdom. Cassif said with some impatience. Even if he had a heart of Buddha, he would still get annoyed if someone repeatedly called him a bastard. Leon looked at him with contempt. Position. I don't even know what you do. Powerful figure. No one even knows you, but can it be higher than a crown prince? Swoosh. Several shadows guard appeared them with fiendish red eyes from straining their eyes to search the entire night. Leader, the queen is requesting your presence, along with her son and in one piece. What son? Cassif paused his words as he suddenly has a bad feeling. While secretly surprised by the shadow guards, Leon gave the old man a smirk. Back in the Great Hall at present time, Cassif sweated buckets like the old man had toiled for a whole day as finishes recounting without skimping out on any details. Leon had eyed him with a playful smile whenever he reached a crucial point. And that is pretty much everything. Cassif mumbled towards the end with his head lowered, afraid to face the Elizabeth directly. Elizabeth wore a placid smile throughout his recount that made it hard to guess her thoughts even if he did look directly. Cassif, when was the last time we sparred? Elizabeth said while maintaining her placid smile. I believe it was 20 years ago, why do you? Her expression was unreadable. Cassif couldn't understand her question. Wait. Cassif's eyes widened in horror at a sudden terrible premonition. I suddenly feel like sparring again, Elizabeth said with gritted teeth while stretching her limbs. Her fist was clenched and shook uncontrollably. She was clearly very furious. But she had restrained herself due to Leon's presence. No, wait. Your Majesty, the ignorant is not guilty. Had I known he was the prince, I would not take him to the underground for testing. Cassif paled. He turned and made a mad dash for the Great Hall entrance. The thick iron doors of the Great Hall shut tightly and did not budge even under his pounding. Inside the iron fortress, escape was futile. Just not that. So you still hope to make him your disciple? If you think you are not guilty, then why did you try to run? Come back and accept your beat spar. In the end, her calm facade was unmasked with fury. Cassif almost fainted under Elizabeth's words. Zbar, who would believe that? You were about to say beating just now, right? Your Majesty, these old bones won't be able to endure your blows. Cassif made a last-ditch effort to plead for mercy. The entire Great Hall was composed of metal. There was no earth for him to draw strength from. He wouldn't be the queen's opponent even if he was at the same level as her, not to mention she was 2 stars above him. What kind of concept was 2 stars? It was twofold increase in overall abilities. Putting aside elemental abilities, just raw physical strength alone equates to 1800 Jin force. To further add on to his worries, Her Majesty is a metal user. Metal users specializes in strengthening and sharpness, and such abilities could be applied to their own body, granting them both great offensive and defensive capabilities. Cassif's body would not be able to withstand a blow. Not only have your bones grown old, you have also gone senile from old age, right? Do you even know how to respect the wills of others? How dare you ignore his opinion and snatched him like you were picking wild herbs from the mountains? Oi Ph. Come over here. You old goat. There was a reason Elizabeth always called him an old goat. His gray pointy beard and curly split fringe gave him great resemblance to a curly-horned goat from ancient times, thus how he earned his nickname. Cassif didn't mind Elizabeth's provocation. So what if he minds? He wouldn't be able to do anything about it even if he did. He can only grit his teeth, clench his rear and take the beating. The inside of the great hall was sounded especially tragic. Whatever grievance Leon felt inside was abated as he even started to feel pity for the old man while he was getting beaten black and blue. Nyala, Nawa, Ma. Outside the great hall, the palace guards could hear the gut-wrenching cries and wails from the old man that was akin to pigs and lambs being slaughtered. Amelia finally arrived outside and glanced at the two palace guards guarding the entrance dutifully. What's going on inside? The palace guards were also at a loss. Recent gossips and rumors among palace guards and maids have been flying all over the palace of the crown prince's return. But considering the usual coldness of the queen, they don't know exactly how the reunion would turn out. Maybe the queen is slaughtering a beast to celebrate her happy reunion. One palace guard made a wild assumption. The queen was known for her ruthlessness and cold-bloodedness from killing the nobles. The return of the crown prince was a joyous occasion, worthy of kingdom-wide celebration. They wouldn't be surprised if the queen was doing another killing, albeit for another reason. Are we going to be having mutton beast meat? The other guard's eyes lit up at the thought of beast mutton, which was considering one of the finer delicacies in the palace. It didn't come as a surprise to the guards, as the royal family having been keeping the beasts in captivity and rearing them as livestock. Why would the queen slaughter beasts in the great hall of all places? Never mind. Open the door. I will go in and see. Amelia didn't entertain their funny notions and ordered them to open the iron doors. Her answers can be found directly behind. Nod. Why yes, your grace. The two palace guards pulled on the door handles but the iron doors until their faces were red like tomatoes, but the door refused to open. Why was it suddenly so hard to open? Back inside the great hall, Cassif was sprawling on the ground while he continued his painful wails, with each new one sounding more terrible than the last. Cassif had only suffered light fleshly wounds and nothing serious that wouldn't heal over a 2-day period. He was faking his pain to make Elizabeth lighten her blow and end the beating sooner. In fact, he was so caught in his act, he didn't realize Elizabeth had long stopped beating him. Although she was furious, she did not lose her reasoning. Star-ranked awakeners were the real foundation of their race. She wouldn't do anything that would undermine it. Just a light beating was enough to exercise her muscles back into shape. My son, see that wretched thing. Don't take that thing as your master. Mother Will is a better teacher. Elizabeth gave her first motherly lecture. The old goat was so shameless. She didn't want such a person to corrupt her son. She also wants to make up for all the missed years of spending time with her son. Leon glanced at the wailing old man, whose face had become blacker than a pigsty from all the facial pounding, and twitched his lips. I won't. Leon was once a divine state practitioner. Such level of cultivation was akin to be a deity in the Crawford kingdom. It was practically unheard of. As such, Leon didn't think the old man qualified to be his master. It should be the other way around. Good. Elizabeth nodded with a smile before frowning. How long are you going to continue acting for? She sent out a kick and sent the old man flying towards the entrance. No. Cassif was startled out of his act before he realized he was caught red-handed. Has your anger subsided, your majesty? Cassif scurried back on his feet and asked in an ingratiating manner while rubbing his hands together. Cassif, you are hereby temporarily relieved of your position and duties. Do not return until you interacted 1,000 people normally without causing them harm. Your vice leader will take over until you are back. Zgram, Elizabeth said strongly with a tone of annoyance. The iron doors flung open with a wave of her hand. Yes, your majesty. Cassif answered happily as he finally able to get away from this dastardly place. He shot straight out the entrance as soon as the door opened. The faster he got away, the better. His appearance was horrifying from all the bruising, but no real damage was done, thus his movements were not affected. It will heal in no time. The doors to the great hall was suddenly flung open, and a black-faced thing suddenly shot out straight at Amelia. She was so startled and horrified, she swatted it to the side instinctively. Cassif was caught unprepared and was slapped flying into the distance. Who would that someone would standing in front of the door as soon as it was opened? How unlucky. Screw it, he will just treat it as part of his punishment for offending royalty. He didn't want to linger in the palace anymore as he followed the queen's instruction and headed towards the upper district. He suffered enough abuse while he was here. Young people these days have no respect for the elderly. Elizabeth and Leon were right behind and naturally saw what happened. Leon similarly thought what a pair of sisters his mother and mother-in-law was. Both had no respect for the elderly. He forgot he was the cause for the old man's abuse. Is he going to be all right? Leon asked incredulously. He felt like they might have went a bit overboard in abusing the old man. Would he have a grudge against them? Don't worry, he is tougher than he looks. Elizabeth saw what her son was concerned about and continued. He might have a lot of bad traits, but if there's one thing that is good about him, it is his loyalty. Oh, I see. Amelia was originally stunned from offending such a master, but listening to her sister's words, she sighed in relief. She looked at her hand and savored the feeling of the slap. Discovering that she was able to slap such a rude person, the bottled-up frustration she felt previously was abated. Sister, you ran very quickly, eh? Amelia said. Come, my good sister, we still have a lot to discuss. Elizabeth's eyes were bright as colors have returned to her eyes after finding who she had been missing. She pulled both Amelia and Leon by the hand as they returned to her personal courtyard. She was a tea connoisseur. Their previous discussion on tea was not over yet. Amelia wanted to discuss the matters of the capital, but perhaps there was nothing to worry about. The foundation of the royal family was immeasurably deep, and there was many things she have yet to learn. Outer Palace guest courtyard. Pacing back and forward, Duke Ignace had a tint of impatience in his eyes. There were urgent matters to be discussed with the Queen, but they had not been summoned to meet the Queen, and his wife had not returned since last night. You need to calm down, Ignace. How about you sit and enjoy some tea with me instead of pacing back and forward? Robert said as he sat by the stone table and enjoyed a cup of freshly brewed tea. His expression was calm like still water without any ripples. Calm? How can I be calm? You have seen it for yourself. The four great families have rebelled. Just one Weld family already have a peak-level expert. Who knows if the other three families have their own as well. We need to devise a plan to quell this rebellion quickly before it gets out of hand. How can you be so calm in such a serious situation? Ignace can't help but blame his friend for his lack of care or awareness when the capital is practically a mess and the people are suffering. Well, I must admit that the four families are planning to rebel, but to say that they have already rebelled is incorrect. After all, they only attacked us and not the royal family. At most, it can be considered a conflict between noble families. Also, don't you still have a very powerful force back at your steam tower? Anyway, if you can leave this place, then be my guest. Robert shrugged his shoulders lackadaisically. Right. Ignace became dejected at the reminding of their current predicament and threw in the towel. He sat down on an empty stone seat and poured himself some tea in low spirits. Last night they had already attempted to leave the courtyard, but they were stopped by the palace guards. They were further forced to undergo a blood test and was forbidden to leave the courtyard until the results came out. The reason wasn't made clear to them, which caused the Duke to easily lose his temper and resort to forceful means. However, he had a rude awakening that he was no match for the palace guards in both strength and numbers. Without the strength to resist, they could only comply and stay inside the guest courtyard obediently. The security of the palace was unexpectedly tight and packed with powerful awakeners. Since when were ninth-step experts common like cabbages? Ignace couldn't understand what the Queen was thinking. With such a mighty force, why does she continue to let the corrupted nobles run rampant outside? Does she not care about her people? And if they had such a force guarding the palace in the past, then how would the tragedy of the royal family ever come to pass? He had forgotten that the Queen had shut herself and the palace from the outside. If it weren't for Amelia's close relationship with the Queen, then they would even be able to step foot in the palace. It's been many years since he last saw his sworn brother. Duke Ignis mulled over his thoughts as he poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. His eyes widened and shot them at Robert. Isn't this my wife's herbal tea? Ah yes, I kind of borrowed it from the car before we left. Borrowed? Are you going to spit it back out after you're done? Ignis glared at him, but secretly commended Robert's dexterity for being able to sneak the teapot out unnoticed. Ha ha ha, Robert's calmness broke with an awkward laugh. Never mention this matter to Amelia. Ignis whispered with a serious look after shifting his eyes left and right with caution. Since the deed was done, he must enjoy as much as he can. His wife would blame him either way. Naturally. Robert nodded. It goes without saying. He wasn't interested in looking for trouble. The two came to a mutual understanding and enjoyed their tea quietly. The results are all green. You all are free to roam the outer palace. However, unless the queen has ordered, you still cannot enter the inner palace. A palace guard came and reported to them. Why are these procedures needed, sir? Duke Ignis spoke with a respectful tone. He no longer felt any superiority. His strength and status were a joke to these palace guards. The repeated setbacks had humbled him. Seeing how respectful Ignis was, the palace guard found it hard to ignore his question. It is to guard against the enemy. That's all I can say. The palace guard went to resume his duties after leaving behind those brief words. Ignis and Robert were puzzled. Enemy? What kind of enemy requires sampling their blood? Could they camouflage or disguise themselves as humans? The palace seems to be hiding a big secret from the public. My lord, I've come bearing bad news. Sebastian suddenly barged into the courtyard urgently. Speak. We have discovered that the mansion had been raided, my lord. Any casualties? Ignis raised an eyebrow at the news. None, my lord. The enemy must have raided when we were out. Sebastian speculated. Oh, we good then. What is the problem? Ignis said nonchalantly. The training manual in the secret room was taken, my lord. Sebastian was taken aback by the lack of concern in his lord's tone. That's even better. It's good that they took it. Hello. Duke Ignis laughed wildly. My lord. How can that be good? That is your family's secret training manual. Sebastian stressed with wide eyes. He had an urge to rip his hair out due to frustration. How can the Lord not care about such an important matter? Has the world gone mad or has he gone mad? Ha ha ha, you don't need to worry about this matter. Nothing important was lost. Ignis chuckled mysteriously. His low spirits were lifted immediately. The secret room did have a training manual placed there, but it was not his family's training method, the Lancasters' great fiery breathing technique. The manual taken away was a byproduct of his attempt to revise and improve the Lancasters' profound fiery breathing technique. Although he had failed to improve the technique, it was still a masterpiece in its own right. The effects would be devastating should the person attempt to learn his self-created technique. As you wish, my lord. Sebastian complied in blind faith. If his lord said there was nothing to worry about, then there is nothing to worry about. In a dark and secluded location of the Upper North District, two figures were having their secret meeting. The task was completed with ease, my lord. Alf reported as he handed over the manual he had successfully taken from the Lancaster mansion. Lord Weld took the manual and briefly glanced over its name and introduction with his dark eyes. Since the time he was forced to escape from Cassif, his aura has grown even more sinister and deathly. His existence started to seem less human and more demonic. Good. You have done well. With this Ignis's dominating inner obliteration technique, we can train a whole army of powerful fire users. Lord Weld said with a raspy voice. Although the name of the technique was strange, Lord Weld did not pay it too much attention. The name was trivial and could be changed. What was important was that the manual was a breathing technique. Breathing techniques allowed awakeners to speed up the natural process of refining elements into essence to increase their cultivation. Each noble family had their own unique breathing technique, but it was evidently trash compared to the dukes and royalty's breathing technique. Where are Lord Gregory and the others, my lord? The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped at the mention of Gregory. Lord Weld wore a frosty countenance as silent rage burned inside him. The night prior, Lord Weld did not escape far when he realized that no one chased him. As such, he hid nearby and waited for his reinforcements to arrive, but even after waiting until the dawn of day, reinforcements never came. They're all dead. Let's go. We will pay the three family a visit. PH. Lord Weld said coldly as he stowed away the manual in his clothes. Lord Weld did not know the extent of Kassav's full strength. He still mistakenly believed that they stood a chance, had the forces of the three other families arrived in time. If they could not give him a good reason for not showing up, he sees no need to remain in the alliance now that he has the Ignis's dominating inner obliteration technique. There was really something off about the name of the technique, but he could not put a finger on it. Upper West District, Gray Mansion Courtyard. Sure enough, you all are still here. Care you explain why none of you showed up? Lord Weld said with repressed anger. The other three lords sat on their stone thrones with deep gloomy thoughts. There were several heads piled together into a small mountain by their feet. This is why. Lord Esmond kicked one of the heads by his feet towards Lord Weld. The head rolled and smeared his shoes with its half-dried bloody texture. Being a water user, Lord Weld was the epitome of hygiene. He washed the smudge off his shoe at first notice with a frown. But no matter how much he washes himself, he would never be able to wash the smell of blood off his hands. And what is this? Lord Weld asked with a low voice. He was displeased with Lord Esmond's action. Not only could he not garner any information out of the decapitated head of some unknown figure, his shoe was also soiled. Although he washed it off, the smell may stick and add to what he already has. The plan was compromised. These sneaky rats are obviously well trained in nimble and stealth arts and were not weak. It was by chance that we were able to catch them spying on us. We can only assume that they belong to the either Duke's forces or the royal faction itself. Either way, it could only mean that our plan had been compromised and to proceed with it was. You should have received the retreat message long ago. Lord Esmond explained. Retreat message? PH. I've received no such things. Don't you all think it's too late to retreat without losses once the battle had started? It is too late to turn back now. We are now in open conflict with the royal faction and will soon be labeled as rebels. We must act soon and succeed. Lord Weld roared furiously. Just thinking about his tremendous loss filled him with great fury. Fortunately, he still has a grandson to continue the family lineage. Otherwise, he would have really gone crazy and attacked them. You didn't get the message. Those fallen nobles are so fucking useless. They had one job and they couldn't even do it right. But it explains why you have only arrived now. Lord Grey commented coldly. PH. These fallen nobles are just a bunch of boneless chickens. They talk about their loyalty to the Alliance, but when the time comes to show it, they all cower and run away at the most crucial moments. The way I see it, they were always part of the royal faction and were trying to worm their way back into the Queen's good graces. Lord Esmond added, Enough talking about those flip-floppers. Lady Harriet, who had been staying quietly all this time, finally spoke coldly. She could not hide the disdain she held for men. A bunch of old geezers talking about useless crap. We should be focusing on how to deal with the royal faction. Now that the Duke's side have entered the palace, they are untouchable. Unless we want to push forward our plans and decide everything in one frontal assault on the palace, I suggest we find an alternative solution to deal with them. PH. Old hags, you're not good either. Isn't the solution painfully obviously? If we can't fight them inside the palace, can't we just force them out to fight? Lord Esmond scorned. Who are you calling an old hag? If you're so great, why don't you go ahead and tell us how we can force them out? Lady Harriet rebuked. She was a lady. She might be aged, but being called old hag was unacceptable. Her words were immediately met with contemptuous looks from both Lord Esmond and Lord Grey. Only Lord Weld frowned in thought while listening to the three of them talk. It was apparent that they did not try to sabotage him but the fallen nobles. He was no longer angry at the three families as his anger was redirected. The answer is obvious. If we just start killing people openly, razing buildings to the ground and setting fire to the whole capital, they would have no choice but to come out to stop us. The queen without her iron fortress would be much easier to cope with. Unfortunate she still has the Duke and Duchess by her side, making the upcoming battle a tough one. Lord Grey took the chance to explain before Lord Esmond could. Listening to this point, Lord Weld's frown deepened. No, we don't stand a chance unless we find more helpers. They still have another unknown ninth step expert among their ranks. I was forced to flee due to his appearance. Lord Weld recalled. Is that true? We weren't the only one hiding ourselves. The royal faction had hid themselves well, but where can we find capable helpers to aid our cause? We don't have much time left. The four great families have yet to realize the immensity of the earth and the measure of their opponent's strength. They were just frogs at the bottom of a well looking up at a narrow sky. Their plots and schemes were nothing but a joke to the eyes of those who are truly strong like Queen Elizabeth. Their ambitions were doomed to never succeed. But due to their ignorance, the addition of another expert did not sway their determination by much. There was only shock and desperation caused by the bomb-like news Lord Weld dropped on them. They have yet to give up, for giving up means accepting their deaths. Their lifespans were reaching the limits of how much their secret method could extend it by. Where in Crawford Kingdom could they find another ninth-step expert to help them? General Marquis Hendrik was guarding the west and had no interest in the matters of the capital. Otherwise, they would have been able to convince him to join their alliance long ago. There is one person that comes to mind. Lord Weld suddenly mentioned. Are you talking about Sir Zagan of the Valoran Kingdom? Their eyes lit up as the same person all came to mind. To them, Sir Zagan was a person of immeasurable depth and worthy of utmost respect. Not only was he a powerful awakener, he was also greatly knowledgeable in human history and ancient ruins. They had once entered an ancient ruin belonging to the Valoran Kingdom together and made great gains. During their breaks, they would converse with Sir Zagan and learnt deeper history and secrets regarding their own kingdom. The greatest treasure to ever be uncovered from an ancient ruin was none other the transcendent grade technique the hero king left behind for his descendants. Aldrich Crawford was no genius, but he had a great fortuitous encounter to uncover the technique from an ancient ruin and allowed himself to stand out among all early awakeners to rise to power. From the ancient ruins, it was clear that history of awakeners existed for a far longer period than the start of the great cataclysm that changed the world. As for the location of that ancient ruin, it was precisely underneath the capital, but the only entry point was located within the palace. Should people attempt to dig into underground ancient ruin from any other point, they would find themselves in a large insect nest and be attacked endlessly. The four great family naturally lust for the royal family's transcendent grade breathing technique. But if they could not get it, exploring the large underground ruin to find a suitable transcendent grade technique was their next best hope to break through and greatly extend their lifespan. Yes. Luckily for us, Sir Zagan had been staying in the nearby Rainwallow city for the last couple of years, and is only a few hours' drive away. That's great. We will organize our forces, while you make haste to Rainwallow city and ask for his help. Lord Esmond immediately designated Lord Weld to the job. His expression darkened immediately. He understood the hidden meaning behind Lord Esmond's words, which were like a jab in his sore spot. His people were all dead, so they chose him to go. Like MPH. Let's go, Alf. Lord Weld stomped his foot and walked away. Alf, who stood behind him quietly the whole time, followed obediently. Some distance away from the Greys' mansion in a secluded alley, Lord Weld stopped. I'm entrusting you with this technique. Go find a fresh batch of loyal servants for the Weld family and start training them immediately, while I make the trip to Rainwallow City alone. Yes, my lord. Alf accepted the task without hesitation, but some thoughts swirled in his mind. My lord, is it okay if I abolish my cultivation to also train in the technique? Steward Alf was already at the 6th step, but he had no hopes of advancing further. Without the resources invested, it would be too difficult. He had hopes for the Lancasters' technique even if he must start over. Are you certain? Lord Weld looked at him deeply. It was unknown whether Alf could reawaken as a fire user, but it was a chance he was willing to take. Why, yes. Alf answered with gritted teeth. He was prepared to stake it all on the chance to become a future powerhouse. Good. Since you have made your choice, then I will not stop you. Do not regret it. Go now and carry out your task. Lord Weld ordered. Yes, my lord. Rainwallow City was also known as the City of Lumber and was situated on the borders of extreme misty forest, 120 miles north of the capital. It was a small city with a population of 10,000, but it was full of hustle and bustles with lumberjacks working their magic to fell forest trees, and maybe one day open a route to the sea in the far north. The difference between the state of the city and the capital's lower districts were like night and day. It was so vast it was like heaven and earth. At the outskirts of Rainwallow City, Lord Weld arrived at the doorstep of a small cottage. Come in. The door is not locked. A young voice spoke to him from behind the doors. Seeing that the other part had sensed his arrival before he could even knock on the door, Lord Weld was instilled with a deeper sense of respect towards the other person's ability. Sir Zagan. Lord Weld entered the cottage and greeted. Behind the door was a room filled with open books and papers scattered throughout the entire cottage. Sir Zagan did not raise his head to greet him, but continued to read through his research papers instead. His appearance had not aged over the years and still retained his youthful look. Why have you come? Sir Zagan asked after a short moment. He had skipped the pleasantries and cut straight to the chase. I wonder if Sir Zagan is interested joining forces to overthrow the Crawford royalty to explore the underground ruins. Lord Weld asked straightforwardly with a smile plastered on his face. Although Sir Zagan failed to greet him, Lord Weld did not seem to mind. In fact, he did not dare show any form of discontent when he has come to ask for a favor. Sir Zagan appeared to be gentle and scholarly, but he was far from what he made himself out to be. This was a person who could be smiling in one moment and kill people in the next. His outer appearance was a facade to hide his devious and wicked nature. His strength wasn't something Lord Weld could trifle with, and the secrets of his youth wasn't something he dare look into. Lord Weld felt an invisible pressure on his mind, and had the illusion that the other person could interfere with his thoughts to some degree. Lord Weld was aware that coming to this person for help was the same as looking for help from the devil. However, nothing was more important than his waning life, even if it meant selling his soul to the devil. He was long aware that Sir Zagan had ulterior motives to sow seeds of chaos in the kingdom, when he taught them the origin of Aldrich Crawford's transcendent-grade breathing technique. He knew but didn't care, as the information was useful, and he was more than willing to spearhead the chaos to achieve his goals. Lo, you have finally come to ask for my help, Sir Zagan said with keen interest. Tell me everything that had happened. Yes, Lord Weld answered obediently as if he was compelled to. In the courtyard of the Weld's family, a batch of freshly recruited and untrained servants stood before Steward Alf. The recruitment and filtering went quickly and smoothly. The commoners were like an open book, easy to read. It did not matter if the Weld family was the source of their problem or the root of all evil. It would not stop the desperate ones from becoming servants of the Weld family to better their life when their carrot is offered. Depraved or not, when faced with choices of life and death, the common choice would always be life. Their morals mean nothing to them if they could eat their fill. Alf had no doubt that they would listen to his orders obediently. Since time did not wait for them, Alf did not teach them discipline and jumped straight to teaching them Ignis's dominating inner obliteration technique. He had read through the breathing technique multiple times and already memorized the content. The manual was on him, but he did not need to refer to it when teaching. Alf, who are these people and where is my father? Caden arrived home and noticed the new faces immediately due to their malnourished body and terrible stench. Although Alf had them fed and washed beforehand, it wasn't something easily changed in one session. Young master, you are home. Alf ordered the new servants to practice the technique on their own before greeting his young master and answering his question. Master is dead along with the rest of the servants. These are the new servants I have recruited under the old master's instructions. Father is what? Caden was rooted on the spot at the breaking news. Caden had no doubt in the authenticity of the news. Alf would not joke about his master's death. Caden took a moment to grieve for his father, before his eyes turned sharp like drawn daggers. Evidently, he was good at controlling his emotions, otherwise he would not have been able to pull the wool over Edric's eyes. Who killed him? Caden questioned coldly. He did not grieve for long. It was more important to find out his father's killer for revenge. It was the Duke's side. Alf answered. He didn't personally witness it and only received the news from Lord Weld. They naturally assume Cassif was on the Duke's side since he intervened in their favor. Makes sense. What are they practicing? Doesn't seem like the normal breathing technique we have for servants. Caden naturally noticed something different about their breathing technique. At the center of the courtyard was an intense campfire billowing towards the skies, while the servants surrounded it in meditative posture. He would not miss such an obvious sight. They are practicing the technique we have stolen from the Duke's home. This is the technique, young master. Alf handed over the breathing technique before resuming watch over the new servants. Seeing the new servants making progress and being able to start drawing the flames into their bodies, Alf became impatient. He had to start from ground zero if he wanted to practice the technique, and would naturally be at the same starting point as the servants. Being the steward of the family, he did not want to fall behind the servants in cultivation. Young master, please excuse this servant as he joins the new servants in practice. The old master has already given the approval. Alf impatiently sat cross-legged by the fire and severed his connection to the earth seed, with his will like severing off a limb. Steward Alf paled from the pain as the earth essence started to dissipate from his body, leaving behind a hollow seed. An Awakener's elemental seed was like their limb. They could control it however way they want, including but not limited to self-destructing and cutting their connection to their elemental law. Normally, no sane person would ever do such a thing, but for a brighter future, Steward Alf had done exactly that. After the dissipation process ended, he commenced practice in the breathing technique without delay. While this was happening, Caden had taken a quick read through the physical copy of the technique in his hands with a frown. Why is the name so strange? Caden had his doubts. Without the intimacy of the fire laws to grant its users heightened resistance, Alf and the servants had to endure the searing flames they drew into their body, through their pores, their meridians and towards their mind to be refined in fire essence. Alf was amazed that the servants were able to endure the searing pain for so long. The path to natural awakening was naturally not as easy as taking an awakening pill, is what Alf thought. Hoo. Keek. A chain of ancient gorilla-like and monkey-like noises interrupted his thoughts. Alf opened his eyes to see what was going on, only to see total chaos among the group of servants. The new servants were no longer practicing the breathing technique, and were practicing being monkeys and gorillas instead. They pranced around, beating and scratching their chest, while making all sorts of screech, chatter, and gibber noises. What is going on? What the hell are you all doing? Alf and Caden both widened their eyes in shock to the chaotic scene taking place. Hoo. Stop it. Are you a F***seeking idiot? Alf grabbed at one of the servants, but they reacted strongly to his grab as they pranced up and down violently in resistance. Hoo. Boom, it was like Caden had just received divine enlightenment as he closed the manual and reread the name on the cover. Igris's dominating inner obliteration technique. Idiot. Idiot. F***ck. Caden cursed it out. Mother of seeker, this is a bogus technique. Alf, you've all been training to become idiots. What did you say, young master? Alf stuttered hard as he looked back at his young master. Did the bogus technique already affect him this much? He already destroyed his cultivation. There was no way he could regain it. Color drained from his face and the light in his eyes started to dim. You don't understand what I said. Caden was ticked when he thought Alf couldn't understand his words. You've been frying your brains into idiocy, understand? These servants are all brain dead. Caden roared as he pointed the monkey-like servants. Hoo. His finger pointing seemed to signal one of them over as they tried to pounce on him. F***ck off. A vein popped out on his forehead as Caden kicked the thing flying. He wondered how he was going to salvage the situation. Lord Weld was weary from the long day. When he walked in on the chaos of his courtyard, he felt his head hurt and had the urge to walk away. Grandfather. Caden greeted. What happened? Lord Weld suppressed his frustrations and asked. The servants had gone beyond the point the monkey-crazy stage, and moved on to the self-mutilating stage as they scratched themselves like rabid dogs. It was as if they were being roasted from the inside. A servant on the verge of collapse issued a painful roar as flames shot out from his 7 orifices before dropping dead. Not good. He is already toasted. Lord Weld commented with a flash of disappointment. He had high hopes in cultivating an army of super soldiers, but that hope was crushed before the first step could even be made. This must a trap prepared by the Duke. At the same time, somewhere in the outer palace, Duke Ignis suddenly received a sudden jolt to his mind and said, "Sigh, sometimes I fear my own creation," as he looked up towards the sky. Without any surprises, the rest of the servants will also be dead sooner or later, if nothing was to be done. Since they were useless alive and better off dead, Lord Weld had other plans for their body. "Go inside, I will deal this." Lord Weld sent his grandson and the listless Alf into mansion, before redirecting his focus. Sometime later, Lord Weld was found underneath the Weld's mansion in his secret chamber with mountains of bones filling half the area, while a horrendous and nauseous stench permeated the air. The pack of servants were brought into the underground chamber and dismembered. Screams and wails echoed throughout the chamber, but it fell on deaf's ear. Lord Weld wore a sinister look as he drained every ounce of their blood into an empty blood pond, before he, himself, entered the blood pond with a disgusted look. No matter how many times the process has been repeated, bathing in the blood of others was filthy. However, it was a necessary step to extend his life through his secret technique, the undying blood technique. The blood essence containing the residual life force of the servants were gathered, before coagulating into a blood pill. Lord Weld swallowed the blood pill and absorbed all the life force to prolong his life by an addition year. A moment later, Lord Weld exited the blood pond with disappointment. The name was grand, but the effect was not worth mentioning. The effect diminishes with each session. Inner Palace, King's Bedchamber. The King of Crawford Kingdom continues to lay in vegetative state as he was hooked up to a set of advanced medical equipment far beyond what the people of Crawford Kingdom could produce or even remotely understand. All the advanced medical equipment was salvaged from an ancient ruin below the palace. There were many ancient texts alongside it, but since it was in an ancient language, none could understand its meaning or the usage of the medical equipments. Only through countless attempts of trial and error were they able to find its general usage. The medical equipment measured the king's heartbeat and brain activity, while also providing nutrients to sustain the body. Thanks to the existence of such technology, the king was able to survive all these years while in comatose. Leon stood outside the bedchamber with a pale but calm face. On his body was a fresh set of silken white gold royal clothing with coiling dragon markings, wrapping the royal Crawford emblem. It was the most expensive set of clothing he had ever worn in his 17 years on Gaia. Originally, he should be recuperating, but he felt like the matter of king should not be delayed. Thus he requested to see the king right after he finished washing up and changed into his new set of clothes. If he could help awaken the king, he should. The kingdom needed their ruler. It was clear that his mother was not one with the heart to rule, but it was even more so for him, who have set his mind to pursuing the peak of cultivation to avenge his late father. He might not show it, but the desire for revenge is constantly raging fiercely deep inside his inner self. It was only brought under control after his dual personality achieved harmony and gave his mental state equilibrium between calmness and rage. But it was not foolproof. Like any human, outside factors can affect his emotions, and when he becomes anger, the scale is tipped as rage is leaked, causing him to become even angrier than he should be, like adding oil to fire. Leon breathed out some turbid air and adjusted his mentality. The person behind the door was his father of this world. "Are you ready to see your father?" Elizabeth asked, noticing his hesitation at the door. "Yes, mother," Leon answered calmly. His emotions shouldn't be affected any more than his meeting with his mother, is what he thought. The moment he opened the door and laid eyes on the king, his heart fiercely shook. The king shared the exact splitting image as his father from the divine realm. "Father," Leon blurted out and rushed over to his bedside. "Father, it's me, your child is still alive." Tears inadvertently started flowing on their own as he tried to shake the king's body awake. Elizabeth was surprised by her son's intense reaction. "Your father will not be able to hear you," Elizabeth said with sadness in her eyes. She had been by her husband's side each day for 17 years, watching his sleeping face with hopes that one day he would suddenly wake up. "You're right, mother," Leon wiped his tears and stood up as he studied the king's facial features. He had lost himself just now. He had forgotten that his father, the divine medicine king's soul, had dissipated into true death and was gone for good. But how can there be two exact people? That is not possible. It was impossible for two different people to share the exact same look, unless they were blood-related twins or used special disguising technique to alter their look. Thinking along such reasons, Leon's hands moved into action right away as he pulled and stretched the king's sleeping face. If your father could be woken up like that, he would have woken up long ago. Elizabeth misunderstood his actions for pulling the king's face, but it saved him from an explanations. Your child was just checking. There was no disguise mask. The king's face could not be any more real, but that brings him to another question. In what universe could there be two people with the same natural look? Or better yet, where was he? Leon really wanted to breaking through the world's atmosphere and start searching the stars to know where he was, but without reaching the divine state, it was a pipe dream. He has yet to be able to fly, let alone survive the void in outer space. He can only suck it up and double his efforts in divine cultivation. Leon put his thoughts aside and reached for the king's wrist to feel his pulse. The fancy medical equipment was ignored as he did not understand it was. My child, what are you doing? Elizabeth was puzzled by her son's strange action. It's not that she had never seen such set of action on another person before, but her son is only 17 years. How skilled could his medical expertise be? I'm feeling father's pulse. Hearing son's words confirmed her suspicion, but she adapted a wait and see as she wanted to see how good her child's medical expertise was. She already learned about Leon's strength and feats from Amelia. She found it hard to believe that he was also proficient in medicine. While it wasn't an amazing feat for royalty to reach the 5th step at such young age, it was incredible outside the palace. Especially for Leon, who reached such level without backing and resources in such a lawless place like the lower district. Indeed, lions were the king of the jungle even if it was a cub. Her child was destined to rise above the commoners without the help of others. She wondered if it was a blessing to have named him Leon. A moment later, Leon retracted his senses with a frown. Can your father be treated? I haven't thought of a way to awaken father just yet. His father's body was in perfect condition, but his soul was damaged. A pill that could heal the soul is required. No, there's hope. Elizabeth was surprised that the answer wasn't a definite no. Yes, I have to go back and think about it. Leon answered. He hadn't recovered his memories for long, but he already encountered 2 illnesses he couldn't treated with his own skills. He felt useless as an ancient doctor hailing from the divine realm. But with the Book of Life in hand, any illness that can be treated with medicine is no illness at all. It was time for him to study the medical knowledge stored in the Book of Life. Leon bid farewell and headed to the private room arranged for him as his mother stayed to accompany his father. The room was simple and had a hint of both nostalgia and foreignness. One glance was enough to know that the room had not been in use for years, but it was regularly cared for. The room had all the essentials items: tables and chairs, cups, teapot, candles, wardrobe, couch, but most importantly a where's the bed. Leon's eyes glued blankly on the cot upon opening the door. Your Highness, is the room not to your liking? The young palace maid accompanying Leon stared inside and gawked at the cot. I am sorry, Your Highness, I will arrange a different room for you. There's no need. I like this room. Leon waved her off. Why yes, then please enjoy your rest, Your Highness. The palace maid bowed and retreated awkwardly. Leon entered the room and locked the doors after him. He understood why the room felt both foreign and nostalgic. The room belonged to him. However, it was destroyed in the rebellion before it was rebuilt in the same arrangement. He didn't mind not having a proper bed since he would not be sleeping anyway. Sleeping was a luxury he couldn't afford and was a waste of time. Leon sat on the flat wooden couch in meditative posture and closed his eyes. He opened the Book of Life and sank his divine sense inside. The Book of Life brought his consciousness into an empty world with bright stellar skies. His feet landed on a flat white and pristine ground that seemed to stretch for eternity. The white world was inestimably larger than the world's space, but the knowledge he sought was nowhere to be found. The Book of Life was said to have recorded all the medical knowledge the universe has to offer, but there's nothing to be found here. Just as Leon thought there was nothing, Thousands of bookshelves suddenly rose from the original flat white ground all around him and shot towards the skies like skyscrapers. Each bookshelf was densely packed with books, and the number of books could easily reach into the tens of millions of hundreds of millions. Seriously, there was too many to count. I stand corrected. Leon's mouth twitched at the sight. If these bookshelves were outside, any casual wind would enough to blow it over and rain books all over the capital, Leon casually mused. He swore he never seen such towering bookshelves in his life. How is he supposed to browse the books near the top? Is he expected to climb the bookshelf? Why can't the bookshelves be of standard height? The thousands of skyscraper bookshelves suddenly dropped back down until it became 2-meter bookshelves the moment the thought entered in his head. Wow, that's very convenient. One thought to move the world. Interesting. I get it. The book of life is binded to my soul, making them one entity. This allows my thoughts to be easily sensed by the book of life and issued as commands to the world. That is to say, my will is like the mandate of heaven in here. Leon felt his ego inflated at the discovery and feeling of omnipotence. The bookshelves continued to rise and fall as he played with the ability for a bit, before realizing its usage was limited and like an integrated search system. It's not like he could summon the winds and rains at his whims. Cough asterisk, I can't let it get to my head, let's see what good pill recipes there are. Leon coughed awkwardly. He made a casual grab out of the books in the bookshelf and gave it a quick scan. 18 ways to refine the divine star opening pill. Leon shook his head and placed the book back. Even in his heyday, he had only reached the divine origin realm, the lowest of the divine state, and an entire realm below the divine star opening. In order to reach the divine state, he must subsequently break through the 5 mortal realms: body tempering, energy condensation, revolving core, heaven ascension, and void realm before reaching divine state. For now, the divine state was too far away from him. He needs to find a pill that could repair the king's soul and awaken him quickly, so he could focus on his own cultivation. Thinking along the lines of soul-related pills, all the bookshelves disappeared into the ground before new ones rose again. The number of new bookshelves were significantly less than before, but they still numbered in the hundreds. Leon mentally added, below Tier 2 spirit pill and healing-related soul pills only. The number of bookshelves disappeared into the ground once more before a single new one rose. However, a single bookshelf still holds hundreds of books. To think there would still be this many books related to Tier 1 soul healing pills. Leon sighed at the vastness and profundity of alchemy knowledge. There were still so many books remaining after narrowing down his search. There was no end to learning. The pill recipes in the remaining books all produced the same effect. It just had a variation of core spirit herbs, supplementary herbs, and methods of refining. Leon carefully picked out one of the thinner books, 9 Ways to Refine Tier 1 Soul Mending Pill. Leon was unable to estimate the time it would take to read all the books in the white world. 10,000 years might still be too short to read everything in the Book of Life. Just herbs and pill recipe books only were enough to drown him, and they only covered 2 topics. There were many topics related to the art of healing, such as how to discern illnesses, how to treat illnesses, and techniques for treating illnesses were just one of the many other topics recorded in the Book of Life. Even Leon himself does not dare to claim he had mastered all the basics after seeing the vast amount of knowledge stored. There wasn't enough lifespan in a human to read everything. How can he comprehend the knowledge faster? Poof, the 9 Ways to Refine Tier 1 Soul Mending Pill book suddenly broke down into particles of light and disappeared into his head like a stream of information. It took only a single moment for Leon to digest all the information, before his eyes lit up with an excited glint. All the information in the book was able to be transmitted to his brain directly. He could recall the information with picture-clear clarity. The heavenly treasure reacts to his thoughts so swiftly it almost seemed sentient. How convenient. Maybe I should move the rest of the books while I'm at it. Just as Leon was about to follow through with what he said, he suddenly stopped and started sweating profusely. That was a very dangerous thought. There's a limit to how much information the brain could take in at once. Wouldn't I stuff myself to death if I try move everything at once? Luckily, I realized in time, otherwise I would have died a dog's death. Leon shook his head. Like the old adage goes, don't bite off more than you can chew. It's like borrowing books from the library. Leon picked out a few more soul-related books until he felt his mind was loaded, before leaving to check on the world's space. Good. The life energy is slowly but surely returning. I can soon plant more herbs. Leon examined the state of the world space. It was recovering at a very slow rate. The spirit energy in the world was just too thin for the heavenly treasure to convert enough life energy, but Leon remained optimistic. At least his hegemony of primal chaos did not require spirit energy to practice. Leon wagered he was even able to practice the hegemony of primal chaos, due to the thinness of spirit energy in the world. But even with such little spirit energy present, he still nearly failed. Although spirit energy was malleable, it didn't belong to any of 5 elements and most likely interfered with the fusion of 5 elements by breaking its balance. Otherwise, he really couldn't explain why he was the only one able to practice it. He had nothing special about him compared to the geniuses of the divine realm. Leon proceeded to check on his herbs. The Tier 1 Soul Mending Pill required Tier 1 Spirit herbs for both supplementary and main ingredients. He happened to have all the supplementary herbs needed, but the most important ingredient, the 7-petal frigid agapanthus, was missing. Supplementary herbs could be substituted, but the 7-petal frigid agapanthus could not and was irreplaceable. Without it, it was impossible to refine the Soul Mending Pill. It was the only herb with soul healing properties. All other supplementary herbs are there to complement and enhance the soul healing property. The 7-petal frigid agapanthus was a special mutated plant that only grows in cold and misty areas dense in yin energy. With such special conditions, Leon doubted the world space would be able to cultivate one on its own. Hopefully, the royal treasury will have everything he needed. Leon felt that he had been at 5th layer tempered body for too long, and it was time to push for the next level. The incident with the Deadeye spiders had forced him to use every ounce of his strength and allowed him to stabilize his level. It was apparent that doing battle was the fastest way to stabilizing one's cultivation. Bang asterisk bang asterisk bang. When Leon's consciousness exited the world space and his senses returned to the outside, he was startled by the furious banging on his doors. His mother's emotional voice could be heard from outside. "My son, open up. Why aren't you answering? Do you not want your mother anymore?" Leon quickly scurried to his feet to open the locked doors. "Mother, why are you banging the door so furiously? I knocked several times, but you didn't answer, so I thought you didn't want this mother anymore asterisk sniff," Elizabeth said as she wiped her teary eyes. Leon was dumbfounded. It didn't have to be that exaggerated, does it? Didn't his mother say she was going to accompany his father? For the past 17 years, the queen would spend most of her days watching her husband's sleeping face silently and absent-mindedly. How long has it been since he left? Half an hour. An hour? It wasn't that long at all. How could that be? I was in a state of deep cultivation and was unable to hear your knocking, but weren't you planning to watch over father, mother? Leon asked with confusion. Ha ha ha, I've been staying with your old man for 17 years, but he never bothered to wake up to see me. Mother would rather spend more time with you. Elizabeth said. If the king heard his wife's words, he would have felt so wronged and protested with, "You think I want this?" If he could wake up, he would. But even if the king were to awaken, his wife would still choose to spend her time with their son. Their son was more important than him. This was the tragedy of becoming a father. Their position of importance in the hearts of their wives are replaced by their child as they are pushed to second place. All their love and care are poured into their child. Right, mother, I wish to visit the royal treasury. Is it possible? Leon suddenly asked. Of course it is. Come, mother will take you there. You can take anything you fancy. Later, mother will also teach you cultivation. How does that sound? Elizabeth said excitedly. She was more than happy to fulfill his wishes. Leon had no doubt that if he wanted the whole treasury, his mother might really give him everything. She neither asked him why he wanted to visit the treasury nor how he cultivated, despite probably having a mountain of questions to ask. Perhaps she would not take the initiative to ask, as she did not want to impose on his secrets. She was being very considerate. There were things he couldn't explain truthfully, but he wasn't planning to conceal his knowledge and talents. His mother will learn about his alchemy skills eventually. Leon studied his mother's face that did not conceal her love and care. He noticed a trace of guilt in her eyes, wondered why. It suddenly hit him that she must be ridden with self-blame for taking so long to find him. When Duke Agni rebelled and his flames engulfed the palace, many buildings were reduced to ashes. Elizabeth thought she had lost him to the fire, thus she never bothered to searching for him and shut herself inside the palace after removing all dissidents. He, who was still alive, grew up in a deteriorating environment under her negligence. However, it wasn't all that bad. He had his foster parents, but who did his mother have? He was missing from her side, who she thought died in the fire, and his father was in coma. She was grieving for a whole 17 years. He thought the feels from the emotional reunion was over, but he was overwhelmed with emotion once more. It's been hard on you, mother. Leon sighed. Elizabeth found herself tearing up again. No, not at all. Elizabeth wiped her budding tears and put on a brilliant smile. All is well now that you are here. While following his mother to the treasury, there was some doubts he finally decided to voice. Mother, there's something I don't understand. Why do we keep our powers hidden and not teach the people about awakena cultivation? Leon thought the people should at least know how to awakena without pills. That is something your ancestor decided to enforce on his descendants. With the limit of resources, it was better to cultivate a small group of powerful awakeners than to have a whole flock of weak ones. Elizabeth answered patiently and allowed Leon time to muse over her words. But even if we have a group of powerful awakeners, what good is for humanity if they hole up in the palace and not contribute to the frontier? Leon found the ancestors' reason to be ridiculous. Wasn't beast meat also a type of resource beneficial to awakeners? There were so many beasts beyond the walls, it was enough to support their entire race many times over. They could be reclaiming back the lands they lost. Do you know why the palace was built here of all places and what lies underneath it? Elizabeth chuckled at her son's question and gave him a question of her own. He had the mentality of a hero, but the problem was much bigger than he thinks. I don't. Please enlighten me, mother. Leon was surprised by her question. Beneath the palace is an ancient ruin, full of hidden treasures and lost technology still waiting to be uncovered and studied. Elizabeth explained before continuing with a serious expression. However, it is also part of an underground world of swarming with insects. These creatures are weak, but their numbers are more terrifying than the beasts. If they ever escape to the surface, the consequences would be too dire to be imagined. The palace was built on top of the ancient ruin to seal off the entrance of underground world. The efforts to clearing out these vermins had never ceased, but their numbers never show sign of dwindling. Leon was dumbfounded by the information his mother dumped on him. So they have been battling on two fronts, but what about the demons? Were there no demons? The devouring parasites were also a type of insect. Could his guesses be wrong and that there were actually no demons rearing them? Elizabeth did not explain too much to her son and just the general summary. The underground world was immense, and the deeper they venture, the stronger the insects found. The ancestors of the Crawford family have all ventured even deeper to explore the world, but they have never returned. They could just bury the entrance, but it would mean giving up all the treasures and rare resources found inside. The levitation stones in airships and medical equipment in hospitals were just some of the items they have gained from the ancient ruins. There were also sunstones that are used to power the medical equipment. Don't think too much. These aren't things you need to worry about. Just let Mother handle it. Elizabeth said. Yes, Mother. Humanity has too many problems they needed to face, and her son's strength wasn't strong enough to be involved. She would not allow any harm to befall him. He was her precious. After listening to his mother, Leon understood why it was wise to withhold this type of information from the people. It would only induce mass panic among the normal commoners and cause them to flee the capital, while an ill-intentioned Earth user could create a disaster by opening a new entrance to the underground world elsewhere. After some time, they arrived in front of a tall building guarded by two palace guards. Your Majesty. They greeted with fist-palm salute and stepped aside. Elizabeth nodded to them coolly before producing a special key and inserted it into the keyhole on the thick iron door. Click *, complex noises of machinery were produced before the thick iron door to the Royal Treasury building unlocked and opened automatically. The royal treasury had no windows and inside was total darkness. Leon was prepared to snap his fingers and produce some light, but his mother stopped him. "You don't need to do that. Here we have these, my son." Elizabeth picked a round stone and gave it a rub before continuing. "This is called a sunstone. It can absorb the solar energy from the sun to produce light. They are also the main power source for relics from the ancient ruins." The royal treasury building had 3 floors and different type of items could be found on each floor. On the first floor, the sunstone shone brightly in Elizabeth's hand and illuminated brightly and allowed Leon to feast his eyes on all the items contained within. "Anything you like, my son." Elizabeth wore a proud look and was brimming with energy as she started introducing the various types of metals to him. The room was littered with a range of both processed metals and raw ores. It was strange that there were no forged products like weapons and armor among these minerals. Leon wore a wry smile as he did not share her enthusiasm for metal. Herbs were the reason he came to the treasury. "Mother, is there any herbs in the treasury?" "Yes, all the herbs are stored on the second floor, but you should really listen to what your mother is saying. It's important to learn about these alloys as it will be useful for your metal manipulation." Elizabeth educated her son. "With that said, look at this block of magisteel. Magisteel is a type of steel that has been fully tempered by essence energy and become energized. This greatly enhances its properties and have greater conductivity for our abilities." Elizabeth continued to introduce other types of special metals such as black iron, pure silver, purple tungsten, gold essence, star meteorites, and so on. Leon was forced to listen through his mother's enthusiastic introduction, as she did not give him the opportunity to speak up. It was no surprise that Elizabeth was able to awaken as a metal user, despite hailing from a family of fire user. She had such great passion for metal, and it was quite easy to judge as such based on her appearance alone. Elizabeth's body was decked out in metallic accessories of various colors. From top to bottom she wore a crown, a pendant, pair of earrings, armlets, bracelets, rings, leglets, and numerous ankle bracelets. She was further equipped with light armor pieces such as arm guards and shin guards. She was basically glittering in. Leon didn't doubt that these accessories worn by his mother served more purposes than just mere decoration from how she was describing the usage of metals. Yes, mother, I understand. Then I will take some of these black irons and magisteel, but they still needed to be crafted to become useful, no." Leon wore a helpless expression. Although he wasn't interested, he still listened to his mother's words seriously. He was rather surprised that his mother mentioned metal manipulation. Although he believes he can achieve it in the future, but his mother shouldn't know about it. Perhaps his mother knew something else he didn't that made her certain he could achieve metal manipulation. "What kind of weapons do you like?" "Mother will have someone forge it for you." Elizabeth nodded, said excitedly. His mother's fervor was like that of a salesperson about to make a successful sale, except everything was free. But he knew better than to take more than what was needed. If he did not need it, there was no reason to take it. His status was no longer the same as before. He was now the prince of Crawford Kingdom. It would be no different to robbing his own house if he were to take everything just for the sake of their high value. "Your child would like a set of 36 traditional acupuncture needles and a heavy spear." Leon decided on his weapon after much consideration. He did not specialize in any particular weapon. This could be seen from his past battles where he fought with swords, but would eventually condense it into something else with his ability. However, there was one thing in common from the times he had reshaped his weapon, and that is they were longer weapons. Thus, he had deemed that a spear-type weapon would best choice for him. Indeed, a doctor would need acupuncture needles for treatment, but you don't want to use a sword like your mother. Swords are the kings of weapons. Mother would also be able to teach you the way of the sword. Elizabeth tried to change his choice of weapon. "The sword does not suit me, mother. I wish to find one that does, and I feel that the spear is the one." Leon shook his head. He had decided firmly on the spear. He had used swords as his main weapon back in his past life, but it never did felt like the right weapon for him. Rather than forcing himself to use a weapon that didn't suit him, it was time to find one that did. "That's fine. Swords are the king of weapons, but spears are the emperor of weapons. Since you have decided, Mother will not continue to dissuade you. But with this type of weapon, Mother will not be able to teach you anything. You will have to master the way of the spear on your own, Elizabeth said sternly, but there was no disappointment in her eyes. She could see the budding warrior spirit in her son's eyes and a firm conviction to become strong. People with these traits will likely succeed if they remain unwavering and no mishaps befall them. Elizabeth summoned her maid, Celia, and instructed her to bring the materials to the best blacksmith in the kingdom and have him forge the needles and heavy spear for Leon. As the matters on the first floor concluded, Leon heaved a sigh of relief. "Can we head up to the second floor now, Mother?" he asked. "Ha ha ha, my son is so impatient." "All right, let's head up." Elizabeth smiled. She was also curious to see what her son will do with all the herbs. Leon would naturally be impatient. There was no way he could keep still after seeing the king's face. Although he knew it was impossible for his late father to have transmigrated with him, he still held onto this faint glimmer of hope that his father from both past and present life were one and the same. Thus, he wished to awaken the king as soon as possible to find his answer. Before the cataclysm struck and brought forward an era of awakeners, there was no cultivation, and people relied on honing skills with their weapon to become powerful. The most commonly used weapon was the sword, which they worshipped as the king of weapons due to its versatility. Even to the present era that allowed for awakening cultivation, awakeners continue to hone their sword by incorporating their abilities into their sword arts. The world became increasingly sophisticated in sword arts and techniques, but as for the development of awakening cultivation, not so much. This was like putting the cart before the horse, but it is what it is. To begin with, awakening cultivation techniques weren't something easy to develop when awakening was something still new to the people, and with all the awakeners keeping their techniques secret, it will take thousands of years before the era of awakeners experience a boom. Leon was surprised when he entered the second floor. With how messy the first floor was, he assumed the second floor would be no better. Contrary to his expectations, the second floor was very neat and organized. The herbs were all stored in drawers and cabinets, while the rarer and most precious ones were sealed in special rosewood and jade boxes. The entire floor was filled with a heavy herbal fragrance that induces temporary dizziness in those unfamiliar with the smell of herbs and medicine. Elizabeth, with her high cultivation and heightened senses, was particularly sensitivity to the smell when she first entered this floor in the past. Even now, the heavy herbal fragrance made her feel uncomfortable as her brows creased unnaturally. Glancing at her son, she was surprised that he was able to retain his composure while he was examining the place. Even though his senses weren't as sharp as her, it should still cause him some discomfort, right? Elizabeth thought, but Leon gave her a greater sense of surprise in the next moment. Not only was Leon not fazed by the fragrance, he even took a big whiff of it. Leon's eyes were closed as he took in the different herbal fragrances intermixed with each other in the air. A capable doctor or alchemist could easily rely on their sense of smell alone to discern the herbs, so much so that people began to refer to it as God's nose back in the divine realm. But of course, there are also others that call it dog's nose. Leon's eyes snapped open with pleasant surprise after discerning all the herbal fragrance flooding the place. He didn't expect for there to be spirit herbs present. Normally, if a harvested spirit herb wasn't preserved well, their spirit energy would dissipate, losing all their magical properties and be reduced to ordinary herbs. Unexpectedly, the royal family knew how to preserve spirit herbs well. He should stop looking down on the mortal world just because he hailed from the divine realm. These spirit herbs were filled with spirit energy and would naturally boost a divine practitioner's cultivation if it were absorbed, but unfortunately he was no longer practicing the fiery god manual that requires spirit energy but the hegemony of primal chaos that required energy of the 5 elements instead. "How come you aren't bothered by the herbal fragrance, my son?" Elizabeth asked curiously. She was puzzled by his lack of discomfort towards the heavy smell. Even if he was a self-proclaimed doctor, he shouldn't have had the opportunity to be in contact with so many herbs before, right? "I'm also an alchemist, Mother. I am no stranger to the plethora of herbs." Leon answered, but his answer only made Elizabeth even more puzzled. Alchemy, medicine, and cultivation, any of these 3 topics were profound and would require much practice to become proficient. Talent could only take a person so far, and hard work decides one's success. One can argue that medicine was a branch of alchemy, but even then it would take a considerable amount of time and practice, and for Leon to achieve all 3 at his age, he had to be some monstrous genius. It was an incredible feat for Leon to achieve proficiency in his professions and not fall behind on his cultivation at such young age without the support of the royal family. Those that have investigated his background and history all found that he had led a very ordinary life up until recent days. There was no inclination that pointed towards him having met a master, but Elizabeth was inclined to believe that someone must have taught him everything and that Leon had hidden himself deeply up until this point. From what she understood, her son was adept at stealthy and assassination skills, while being a fire user to boot. Additionally, a person with great understanding in medicine would also have great understanding in poison. There was no reason for someone to teach her son such dubious skills just because they valued his talents alone. It was a terrifying thought if the other party had known her son's identity and taught him these skills with ulterior motives. Were there remnants of Duke Agni's anti-royal faction? Did they take her son from her 17 years ago to cultivated him in the way of the assassin to kill her? Indeed, they would likely succeed, as she would never expect her son to harm her. But she had seen Leon's genuine emotions that there was no sign of brainwashing. Perhaps they failed their brainwashing, or her worries were simply unfounded. However, her suspicions were still raised. Who did her son acquire his skills from? Who had the most contact with her son in the last 17 years and could easily influence him the most? His foster parents. Elizabeth believed this was a matter worth looking into and planned to carry out a secret investigation. Moving back to present time, having been told by her son that he was an alchemist, she gave her son the benefit of the doubt and took it at face value. A light bulb lit up her mind as she did. Alchemist, you say, mother, understand. You came seeking herbs from the treasury because you found a way to cure your father's vegetative state, right? Elizabeth said emotionally. Her previous thoughts were pushed back and hidden deeply. Leon was unable to read anything from her expression. Yes, mother. Hopefully the herb I am looking for is here, otherwise it might be troublesome to find. Leon heaved a sigh of relief. He had prepared an excuse, expecting his mother to question the origin of his abilities, but she was more accepting of his words. He was unaware that his reveal had brought untoward attention to his foster parents. That's great news. Quickly go see if the herb you need is here. Elizabeth hurried her son. Finally, there was hope of waking up that old fool. Leon nodded and quickly started searching through the jade boxes. His earlier sniff had discerned all the herbal fragrance in the air, but it didn't mean he had discerned all the herbs stored in the second floor. The spirit herbs he detected came from rosewood boxes that wasn't sealed flawlessly and allowed its fragrance and spirit energy to seep away through the tiniest of cracks. Given time, the spirit herb would be reduced to normal herbs if nothing was done. Mother, can I take these spirit herbs? It would be waste to let it collect dust here. Leon started explaining to his mother about the herb's spirit energy dissipation. My son, whatever you like, you can take. Everything here belongs to you. Thank you, mother. Leon began sorting out the herbs. Those he was taking, he placed them all to one side and left the others. He arrived at the flawlessly sealed jade boxes and sank his divine sense inside to discern the herbs. These were the spirit herbs that he could not discern with his smell due to the absence of the herbal fragrance. Inside the jade boxes were some more exotic spirit herbs that did not belong to the ordinary category, as they carried at least one or more type of energy other than spirit energy. There was the heart-blazed lotus, golden ganoderma, misty petal flower, spirit cleansing grass, rupturing drystone flower, and several other spirit herbs of similar traits. In addition to spirit energy, they also possess energy of the 5 elements present in the spirit herbs. Leon was first pleasantly surprised at the unexpected finding, before disappointment seeped in. These herbs might be able to aid his cultivation, but his original purpose, the 7-petal frigid agapanthus needed to concoct the Tier 1 soul-mending pill, wasn't among these spirit herbs. What's wrong, my son? The main herb needed for father's pill is missing. Leon said with a frown. If the spirit herbs couldn't be found in the royal treasury, which gathered the best items within the kingdom, it would only harder to find elsewhere. Why don't describe the herb, and mother will see if there is a place where we could find it. Yes, mother. Leon nodded and began describing the special spirit herb to his mother. The 7-petal frigid agapanthus was a purple-white flower with biting cold stem, and able to freeze anything that touched its frosty petals. It had a special condition for growth, and not many places in the kingdom could satisfy it. However, Elizabeth was immediately able to think one such place. A cold, misty region and covered in dense yin energy. Elizabeth rubbed her chin in thought and said, "The extreme misty forest seems to meet this requirement. However, it is a bizarre place filled with unknown dangers. You leave this matter to Mother to handle. The Merchant Association would definitely send people to look for it, if Mother offer a sky-high reward." Leon listened quietly to his mother's proper arrangements as everything was slowly taken care of, including but not limited to, ordering palace maids to carry the selected herbs out and send it to his room. Elizabeth had made sound judgments. Indeed, there was no need for him to set out to look for the herb personally. If the job could be delegated to others, he should allow for it. His only concern, however, was whether the people sent to complete the task would be competent enough not to damage the herb when it is found and harvested. Well, that settles the matter. Are you done looking, or would you like to check out the third floor, my son? Leon was ready to head out when he paused at his mother's question. He was too eager to return to his private living quarters and begin his pill concoction that he forgot about the third floor. "What is on the third floor, Mother?" Leon asked. "Cultivation techniques and sword arts," Elizabeth said with a curious smile. Her eyes trained on her son and wondered how he would react to the news. There was a martial art depository outside, but only the high-end techniques and arts were kept inside the treasury. Of course, this did not include the Crawford's transcendent grade technique, the great sky refining art. Hearing there were cultivation techniques, Leon was naturally interested in looking. As for sword arts, he paid no heed to it. Since he was planning to train in the spear, the sword arts had no use for him except for reference and inspiration. "I would like to take a look, Mother," Leon said with simple curiosity. There was no greed in his eyes. He did not covet the transcendent grade technique. No matter how strong a transcendent was, could it be stronger than the divine state? Leon chose to dual cultivate awakening and divine cultivation, because awakening cultivation could assist him in comprehending the laws early to further his practice in the hegemony of primal chaos. Thus, divine cultivation was still his core focus, and awakening cultivation was only supplementary. "All right, let's go." Elizabeth smiled with content. She was pleased that her son wasn't a greedy person. Most nobles would go mad even if it was just a chance to glimpse at a high-grade cultivation technique. A couple of hours later, Leon was still on the third floor as he was reading the high-grade cultivation techniques. By now, he grasped a clear understanding of awakening cultivation techniques, and his mother had long left to tend to some matters. The reason he was interested in looking at the cultivation technique was because he wanted to compare awakening cultivation to divine cultivation. Much to his surprise, there were many similarities between the starting point of both cultivation systems. Both required gathering energy to form an energy center, except one was in the glabella and the other was in the soul. The difference between physical and spiritual was what made the two fundamentally two different cultivation systems. Divine practitioners focus on establishing their own inner universe and draw power from within, while awakeners draw power from the existing outer universe. With the corrupt noble families entering a period of silence, the matters of the capital have calmed somewhat. However, at the western frontier, the soldiers were facing a big problem with the beasts. "Argu, damn it. What do these beasts want from us? If they want to fight, then let's fight. Why are they only taunting us from afar? What purpose are they trying to accomplish by harassing us like so?" A soldier on duty hollered out his pent-up frustration to the wind. Over the last several days, the beasts' movements had been very unpredictable and attacked the Great Wall at least once a day. There was no consistency, and their attacks came at irregular intervals, with the shortest being 6 hours apart. The storm was not kind to them, as the rain rendered their firearms useless. Firearms required the use of black powder in order to work, and black powder was made from saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. Of the three ingredients, saltpeter was water-soluble, thus how the rain rendered them useless. The only good news was the beasts was weary of their firearms since the first confrontation. They did not know of their black powder problem and only taunted the soldiers from afar. "Hey, I would like to know too, Jerry, but whatever the case is, I'm just glad this damn storm is subsiding." Harry sighed as he lit a cigarette and took a big puff. Oi, oi, where did you get that ciggy? Pass me one. Sorry, it's my last one. Harry said and exhaled a cloud of white smoke along with his pent-up stress and anxiety, allowing him to enter a realm of relaxation. Although there was a shift rotation for watch duty, no one would be able to sleep with a peace of mind when the beasts are harassing them so often and setting of alarms. With how fierce and fast these new generation beasts could scale their walls, everyone developed a natural fear of losing the wall if they were too slow to rush into position once the alarm rang. The soldiers were all red-eyed and always on tenterhooks as a result. You're not a real brother, Harry. Jerry grunted. You can have one of mine, Jerry. Another soldier on watch duty offered. How did you also get your hands on ciggies? No, never mind. Thank you, Tim. Jerry thanked before turning back to Harry and said, You see this? This is a real brother. Although Jerry wondered how they could smuggle the cigarettes past the checkpoint, he decided not to think into the matter too much. He wasn't much of a thinker and more of a doer, otherwise he would have chosen to join the military. He placed the ciggy in his mouth and glanced over into the distance as he prepared to light his ciggy when his expression froze, and the ciggy dropped out of his mouth. Quick, sound the alarms. The beasts are back to harass us. Jerry hollered at his fellow brothers-in-arms. There hadn't been any direct confrontation with the beasts in the last several encounters, but just the sighting of them was enough to alarm anyone. If they let their guard down, who could they blame if their wall was overrun? From the direction of the wildlands, the shadow figures of many beasts came into view once more. Their numbers appeared to be in the 10,000, about fivefold the previous numbers, but what was concerning wasn't their numbers. Behind the shadow figures of 10,000 beasts, a fainter figure was seen and, to say the least, was a 20-meter-tall colossal figure towering over the others. The sighting of such a colossal beast alarmed even the General Marquis. Within 5 minutes, the wall was lined up with troops at the ready. The General Marquis wore a heavy expression. In the end, the beast still chose to attack the Great Wall and not the southern wall. He had erred in his judgment. Why in Gaia did he give away an airship? Hendrik Graham was feeling regretful, but unfortunately there was no medicine for regret. He shook his head and refocused on the threat in the distance. The beasts did not charge towards the wall like a mad, disorderly mob. Instead, they were marching orderly and rhythmically like a well-disciplined army would. Their shadowy figures gradually became clear as they drew closer. Many gasps of surprise were made on the wall, and even the General Marquis himself widened his eyes in alarm. The vanguard had mimicked human means and were equipped with heavy armor to counter their firearms. Prepare the cannons. We can't let those armored beasts get closer. Hendrik Graham roared out his command. General, none of the cannons may work. Please give us another order. A high-ranking soldier immediately advised him. If it doesn't work, then you better make it work. Otherwise, you all better prepare yourselves to be part of the next bloody war. Why, yes, General. Indeed. If their firearms and cannons don't work, then they must pit themselves against these physically powerful beasts with their melee weapons and abilities. There was no other way. The soldiers quickly got to work, moving and angling the cannons. Damp wooden crates of cannonballs were unsealed to load the cannons, and the cannons were soon ready to fire. Fire! Hendrik did not wait for the beasts to make the first move. Perhaps the results could be disastrous if they don't take the initiative. The soldiers quickly lit the fuse and fired the cannons at his command. Boom! 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 Not every cannon went off successfully, but the ones that did were deafening, with fumes trailing out of their large muzzles. In the distance, the vanguards of the beasts were hit and exploded. Broken pieces of searing flesh, metal and soil blasted in all directions with clouds of black smoke rising to the skies. Hendrik watched the scene with a frown. The result was far from satisfactory. Reload and fire at will. Boom! Boom! The second round of bombardment initiated, but the results were far from the same. The colossal figure in the back flashed forward and deflected all the cannonballs with its tail, or rather tails. Its actions were completed effortlessly like mere child's play, and the cannonballs were flung back into various places. Watch out! Boom! The cannonballs smashed into the vicinity of the soldiers and exploded. Chaos was ensured as the soldiers were brought into a state of confusion and panic. Is everyone all right? Ow my back, I'm getting old, but I should be okay. Some minor burns, but everyone seems to be okay. Wait, where's Jerry? Where did Jerry go? Jerry W went. Jerry went where? Jerry went everywhere. The soldier with a bloodstained face screamed with madness. No, email protected. The soldier took a moment before registering what everywhere meant and started cursing. Their comrade was blown apart. The majestic figure of a silver wolf with 6 tails became clear for all to see as it held its head up proudly. Humans, throw away your toys and come down to face my subjects squarely. The soldiers gasped in disbelief. It talks. The wolf can talk. What the hell? Unbelievable. How can a wolf be that big? The soldiers threw remarks one after another as the wall became noisy with unruly behaviors, unbefitting of disciplined soldiers, but it was to be expected. A talking beast was unheard of in the history of their race, and in their native language no less. Silence! Hendrik commanded silence from the soldiers with his powerful voice that even the majestic silver wolf could hear. The wall instantly became pin-drop silent as no one dared to slight the General Marquis. What gull? How dare you silence this king? If not for the agreement with the other tribes, this king would have already flattened your wall and wreak havoc on your lands for your insolence. The 6-tailed silver wolf barked like thunder. Hendrik Graham felt his head hurt, not by sound waves but by the misunderstanding. How were they going to tide over this disaster? He had some self-awareness and knew he, who was a 9th step awakener, wasn't an opponent for this unknown silver wolf with 6 tails. They had only ever known of the iron-tailed silver wolves, which had 3 tails at most. Transcendent. It must have evolved and gained a fleshly body comparable to transcendence in strength. Hendrik Graham concluded. Your Excellency, my words were not meant for you. PH. Are you saying this king was mistaken? Hendrik Graham's words were caught in his throats. This silver wolf was too difficult to deal with. It was like it is purposely picking a fight with them. Wait. The previous remarks of the wolf entered his thoughts, other tribes in agreement. If he is not wrong, the beasts were divided into many tribes, and they have come to an agreement to leave the human domain alone. If that was the case, then there was nothing to fear if they do not step into the wildlands. There's no need to provoke us, Your Excellency. We are naturally not your match and will not fight your people directly. Hendrik Graham said firmly. His stance was clear. They would only suffer unnecessary losses in a direct clash. PH. You're right. You humans are too weak to temper my subjects. Stay out of my territory or we will come again. Seeing that the humans were too cowardly to come down and fight them directly, the silver wolf was prepared to leave, but not without issuing a strict warning. Prior to subsequent attack after the first, the other beasts' tribe leaders had warned it to not invade the human domain. Being one of the weaker tribes, it had no choice but to comply. However, it was feeling unreconciled since the humans kept pestering its territory. Thus, it started harassing the humans without entering the human domain. The other tribes would have nothing to say against that. Now, the silver wolf howled and the beast army started to leave. Hey! Watching the retreating beast army, the General Marquis heaved a sigh of relief. For reasons unknown, humanity was spared, allowing humanity to finally have some breathing space. However, any plans to reclaim the wildlands had to be nipped in the bud. The beasts were too strong for humanity. The bustling streets of the upper district was filled with crowds of people busying about with their activities. The bustle of the upper district did not die down when nightfall arrives and only grows even more boisterous as the district lights are lit and the night came to life. It had a quality of liveliness and energy that the lower district no longer had. Shadow guards were always one to observe the capital from the shadows like an outsider and was never mixed with the hustle-bustle of the capital. This was the first time Cassif had walked down the road of the upper districts. The old man was hit with a strange and out-of-place feeling like he did not belong here. Beep asterisk beep. Move it, old man. Do you want to die? Get off the road. An angry young driver roared at him while pressing the horns furiously. There's a footpath for people to walk on. Who the hell walks down the middle of the road? The old man gave the driver a brief glance before continuing his way, unaffected by the angry young driver's cursing like as if he had just listened to the barking of an ant. Regular people were below his notice. With his fleshly body strength of 5,400 jinn, he could swat the driver and his vehicle flying, but the queen had ordered him not to harm people when interacting with them, so he would not do that. This also counts as an interaction right. There is contact and no harm. I guess that makes it my fourth interaction. The old man mulled over. He was ordered to interact without harm. The queen did not order him to converse with the people specifically, so he couldn't be bothered to talk. Maybe the person would leave him alone after a while. Oi oi. Are you deaf, old man? What is your problem? Move it. The angry young driver continued honking furiously, with veins popping on his forehead. It was a busy road, and he couldn't just drive around the old man. This area was considered wealthy even among the upper district, and everyone who was normally seen along this road weren't your average hillbilly. The road was called the Orlaya Mountain Road. The name does not imply that it was a road on a mountain in the literal sense, but a mountain of gold exists on this road. Orlaya Mountain Road was lined up with all the kingdom's most extravagant and finest restaurants, stores, entertainments, and was the bustiest area in the entire kingdom. This was a place where the rich and powerful aristocrats and nobles, who had too much money on their hand to spend, gathers. One would not come to Orlaya Mountain Road if they were not prepared to spend a fortune. Generally, it was a place for the adults, but it was more popular among the young masters and young nobles, as they usually liked to swagger off their family's wealth in front of others. There was one place that recently opened on Orlaya Mountain Road that had become a new attraction for the young masters and young nobles to come and play. The place was called Mystery Stone Fortune, a stone gambling store with a range of small to large stones with fixed prices for customers to buy. Within these stones were a chance of finding rare metal minerals and allow people to earn great fortune in a single step. With the sky-high value of metal, it easily became a great attraction among the wealthy spenders with one simple thought. If they could earn more money from spending, then why not? However, not everyone can be lucky, as most of the stones are a bust with no mineral inside. Otherwise, it would not be considered gambling, and the owner of Mystery Stone Fortune would be making a loss. There was no open market for metal anywhere else in Crawford Kingdom, and Mystery Stone Fortune was the only place they could acquire metal apart from the black market, albeit in small amounts or maybe none at all. Mystery Stone Fortune was a legitimate business, and the stones they sell did not come from the kingdom but transported from the neighboring kingdoms. The angry young driver was the eldest son of the Tucker family and was one of the biggest customers of Mystery Stone Fortune. Extravagant young nobles in the Mystery Stone Fortune were all known as whales, and he was the whale among whales. He was just on his way to splurge more his family's wealth when he had bump into this stupid old man blocking the road. Since you want to play deaf, then don't blame me for being heartless, old man. Royce Tucker stepped on the pedal and the car accelerated towards the old man. By now, their scene had attracted quite a big crowd. Some were curious, while others were simply annoyed by all the honking. These people all saw the car racing towards the old man and all had mixed feelings. There was concern, goading, and pity. Watch out, old man. Bam! The car smashed into the old man, but he was unharmed as a layer of earth appeared before him and halted the vehicle. The car, on the other hand, had a big dent, and the driver suffered a head injury after the car came to an abrupt stop, like he had just smashed into a mountain. Hey, isn't that the Mystery Stone Fortune's whale among whales, Royce Tucker? Is he all right? Cassif had always lived in the shadows and never in the spotlight. The unexpected attention drawn to him was a fresh experience, but not a bad feeling. He enjoyed the concern some of the crowd was showering him until it was shifted towards the driver suffering a concussion. You guys all saw it. I didn't hit him, he hit me. Cassif said. He hit you, but the one injured was him. They thought. A figure suddenly dashed over to the car and pulled the driver out. Young master, are you all right? The figure asked. I'm okay, Seymour. Go get that old bastard for me. Royce gnashed his teeth as he tried to shake away the concussion. Seymour was a servant of the Tucker family, but unlike any other servants of any other noble families, he was already at the 7th step, a strength on par with the Marquises. Who might you be, your excellency? Why do you block the road and hurt my young master? Seymour asked humbly. It doesn't matter who I am. You only need to know that your young master brought it upon himself. I was just minding my own business when he started harassing me. A corner of Seymour's face twitched, but he remained humble and continued. There's a footpath on the side, why must you insist on walking on the road? No, is that the problem? The footpath is so crowded, yet this path is so spacious. Why shouldn't I use it since it's so open? You ask some strange questions. Cassif scoffed with a disdainful look like he was looking at an idiot. The strange one is you. The old man is a troublemaker, everyone thought in their minds. Whatever concern they had disappeared with the wind. Seymour's expression darkened. He thought the other person was clearly looking for trouble. What are you wasting your saliva for, Seymour? He is clearly a troublemaker. Beat him up for me. Royce screeched, but remembering his servant's humble manner, he suddenly asks the old man, "What's your cultivation, old bastard?" This old man is a 5-star awakener. Cassif said with a deep voice. 5-star? You mean 5th step, right? You don't even know such a simple term. PFT, just a nonentity. Already so old, but only so-so in cultivation. Fuck him up, Seymour. Royce commanded. He derided the old man, but the old man was still stronger than him, who was at the 3rd step. He could only rely on his servant to get justice for him. Seymour put down his reservation and charged at the old man, who had clearly been itching for a beating. Cassif had been very passive. He wasn't trying to cause trouble, but trouble came looking for him. Why were these people so angry? While he was in a confused state, his body reflectively swatted the Seymour's charging figure with a loud slapping sound, and the figure disappeared. Crash! Seymour smashed into building and was knocked out cold. The loud slapping sound brought the old man out of his deep thoughts as he looked at his hand, then felt his own cheeks with a sense of déjà vu. Don't come closer. Royce retreated in fear and tripped when the old man glanced at him. How was this a 5th step? This was an old monster. His 7th step servant was KE'd in one blow. Oh, now I've done it. I've hit someone. Cassif thought. The queen is not going to be happy with him, but was everything really his fault? He didn't understand. A group of newcomers arrived at the scene and started shouting angrily. That the old man. Get him. He hasn't paid after eating. Cassif was suddenly startled. Weren't these people the ones from that restaurant he dined in not long ago? Why are they coming after him? What bullsh** tea are you spouting? I already paid for the food. Your bill comes to a total of 321,000 craws. You only paid us 10,000 craws. You still owe us 311,000 craws. PII. No food costs that much. I was generous enough to pay 10,000 craws. Don't push this old man too far. Cassif's bad. These damn people are trying to rip him off. The restaurant staffs almost fainted from anger. This old man is so shameless to eat all their best dishes and refuse to pay the stipulated amount. Did he treat them like idiots? The menu has the pricing. There's no way he didn't know. Here at Orlaya Mountain they do. They said while gnashing their teeth, with tumultuous waves going off in their heart. Cassif widened his eyes with anger, shock, and surprise all in one expression. 50 years ago, before he joined the Shadow Guards and cut off from the ordinary life, the most expensive meal he ever had only cost him 5,000 craws. The world has surely gone mad. Cassif did a powerful leap and disappeared into the skies. He ran again. Find him. At the top of a high building, Cassif scratched his head as he glanced down at the hustle-bustle of the streets with mixed feelings. He had powerful eyesight and could see far and wide, but his hearing wasn't that great and wouldn't know how people normally talk all these years, and his shadow guards never once disobey his order, so doesn't know how to deal with others' refusal and opinions. It seems he had been detached from the world for too long and was far behind the times. He was good at his job, but he had forgotten how to be a normal person and lacked common sense. Over the last couple of days, Leon had never left the inner palace. He had been stuffing himself with beast meat provided by the royal palace, while cultivating and managed to advance to peak 6th layer. With each advancement in his cultivation, the energy required to break through to the next level would only increase exponentially. He was cultivating a technique that required 5 types of energy to begin with. Each strand of pseudo-grand mist energy produced required 5 strands of energy of the 5 elements, meaning he needed fivefold the amount of energy normally required to advance his cultivation. With the seventh layer being a bottleneck, he needed an even large amount of energy to break through the bottleneck. The energy from the beast meat wasn't enough to give him the strong push he needed, and it was even more so for the energy from heaven and earth. The rate of gathering energy from the world was too slow without a special body constitution designed for it or an energy gathering array. Unfortunately, he had neither a special energy gathering body constitution nor was he an array master who could set up an energy gathering array. He also did not want to go through the slow process of whittling down the wall to the seventh layer. He wasn't afraid of hard work, but time and energy weren't something he had plenty to spare. He can only look for an alternative solution to speed up his cultivation. It seems that I still have to rely on pills in the end. However, the Book of Life did not record any knowledge of five-element pills. Leon mused with a frown. Hey, the hegemony of primal chaos was described to be an unparalleled technique aimed to recreate the most primordial energy that formed the universe. I am the first to walk this path as none had been successful before me. There is no doubt that the being who created the hegemony of primal chaos was a peerless figure of his time with great ambition and aspiration. It is too bad that I only have the incomplete version, or perhaps the technique was never completed to begin with. Whatever the case is, the incomplete technique is enough to reach the divine king realm. It's not something I need to worry about at present, but one thing is clear. If I want to walk far on the road of cultivation, I cannot conform to the normal standards and must forge my own path ahead. Techniques weren't born from nothing. They were created by the people. If others could do it, why can't I? The framework has already been laid for me. I just need to fill in the missing pieces of the puzzle. Since there is no five-element pill, I will create one. Let that be the first step to forging a path that I can truly call my own, and not one that has been treaded by others. Leon had briefly searched the Book of Life, and no five-element pills were recorded. There were only single-element pills like fire-enhancing pill, water-enhancing pill, earth-enhancing pill, etc. I only have one set of five-element spirit herbs. I can't expect to succeed on the first try. I should divide the herbs into 10 portions and give myself more chances to work with. The herbs were already inside his room. They were brought there by the palace maids, since he didn't have any chances to bring them into his world space, since his mother around at the time. The Book of Life was his most guarded secret, and he would not let anyone know about. Not even his closest kin. He might have been a self-indulgent and profligate young master living under the halo of his father in his past life, and was ignorant of many things. But he was at least aware that even one's closest kin could betray each other, should the incentive be great enough to invoke their vices and blind their morals. He had seen it happen too many times among the mortals. Leon unsealed the jade boxes and took out the spirit herbs. They were exactly the heart-blazed lotus, golden ganoderma, misty petal flower, spirit-cleansing grass, and rupturing drystone flower. As for the rosewood boxes with the other spirit herbs, he stowed them in the world space for later use. The life energy of the world space should halt its leakage. Leon cleared the table and laid out the 5 special spirit herbs on it, before dividing each one into 10 equal pieces. He stowed away 9 portions, leaving behind 1 portion before whipping out his pill cauldron. He quickly got to work and preheated the pill cauldron with one hand, while burning the spirit herb portion with the other, leaving only the purest form of liquid medicinal essences behind. Normally, Leon would focus on one task at a time, but ever since he awakened his memories, he had the feeling he was able to multitask 2 things at once. The 5 liquid medicinal essences swam in his flames separately, as he could not allow any of them to touch each other before the fusion. There was bound to be clashes, and he would immediately fail his attempt if that happens. This is it. Here goes nothing, Leon thought. The 5 liquid medicinal essence was tossed into the pill cauldron simultaneous, as he controlled his flames and forced the 5 to merge. A violent reaction was immediately detected the moment the 5 contacted each other as they refused to bond. Leon increased his strength and forcefully brought the 5 medicinal essence closer together, but the more he tried to force it, the more violently they reacted. Leon felt himself expending a lot of his mental strength to not loosen the control. This is bad. I won't be able to keep this up for long. If they don't fuse soon, things are going to get ugly. Leon wore a serious face as he focused all his attention on the medicinal essence inside the pill cauldron. He was unable to continue increasing his strength to force the merge, but the violent activity didn't stop increasing. The pill cauldron couldn't remain still and started shaking with a rumbling sound. Not good. It's going to explode. Leon sealed the lid on top of the pill cauldron hurriedly to contain the explosion, but it was a futile effort. The pill cauldron couldn't contain the force within and exploded. Boom! Leon wasn't stupid enough to stay in the exact spot. He had abandoned the pill cauldron and rushed for the doors, but the force of the pill explosion still hit him and flung him outside. Your Highness! The guards outside was immediately alarmed. Enemy attack! Protect His Highness! The palace guards surrounded him and guarded against whatever was inside the prince's room. The doors were flung wide open, but they couldn't see anything as fumes of black smoke oozed outside the room. There is no enemy, Leon coughed awkwardly in a sorry state. His back was on fire, but he quickly brought it under control before snuffing it out. Hey, that was dangerous. Luckily I was quick on my feet, otherwise I would have been injured if I was any closer. Leon inwardly sighed at his failure. The palace guards' vigilance dropped as it made sense, since no one should have been able to bypass their watch to harm the prince. However, they were confused as to what had happened inside. My pill concoction failed. Leon quickly owned up to his own failure despite the embarrassment it brings. It wasn't like he never blew up a pill cauldron before. Back in the divine realm, it was a common occurrence among the people walking the path of alchemy. May this one suggest Your Highness to carry out his pill concoction outside in the likelihood of another explosion. The palace guard suggested humbly with a fist palm salute. They were proud, but Leon was the crown prince. Anyone who serves the queen would know of her fearsomeness and wouldn't dare to slight her in any way. Besides, Leon was an alchemist and was worthy of their respect. They wouldn't look down on him because he was weaker. Seeing Leon's thoughtful frown, the guard immediately thought he said something wrong and dropped to his knees. Forgive this one's impudence for speaking freely, Your Highness. This one is not trying to spy on your pill concoction techniques and simply wanted to protect Your Highness better. With the way the queen is, even if they weren't to blame, their heads might roll in the case that the prince suffer a mishap. They didn't want to take chances. Stand up, there is nothing to forgive. Your suggestion is very reasonable. Leon nodded and gestured the guard. There was nothing wrong with what the guard said. He was just thinking of the cause for his pill concoction failure. There's bound to be more failure, and it was only right to move outside to experiment. Please get someone to fetch me another pill cauldron, the sturdier the better, and have someone to come clean up the room. Thank you, Leon said as he looked back at the blackened mess he caused. Yes, Your Highness. The palace guard answered happily. The prince was not haughty and was very easy to get along with. Inside the king's bedchamber, the queen continues to accompany the unconscious king like she would do every day without fail. However, she was no longer surrounded by an aura of negativity as her eyes had regained their luster, and her grayed hair had partially reverted back to their original colors. There is finally hope of you awakening, my dear. The day our family of three is truly reunited is not far, and it will all be thanks to our son, to whom we owe so much to. Elizabeth spoke to her husband while holding onto his hand with both hope and dejection. It didn't matter whether the king could hear her or not, she just wanted to speak her mind. If only you could wake up now and see how much our son has grown. We couldn't provide him the kind of life we had hoped, but all is well now that he had returned to us. We can only do what we can to make it up to him. I can't imagine what kind of life our son had led outside to possess his present abilities. The information gathered on hand could not explain his abilities. Too much crucial information is missing, and it concerns me. But you don't have to worry. He is no doubt our son. However, he is too outstanding. Far more than we had ever hoped. Is this the will of the heavens or the curse of the royal blood? Elizabeth mused quietly. The bedchamber was very quiet. Only her own voice could be heard inside. That was until a sudden loud explosion entered her ears. Boom! The sudden loud noise wasn't enough to shake the palace, but it was enough to startle her and make her tensed. Who dares to attack her palace? Her grip naturally tightened until the sound of creaking bones could be heard. She had accidentally squeezed the king's hand so tightly, his bones were on the verge of cracking. "Ah, forgive me, my dear. I did not mean it." Elizabeth apologized to her motionless husband. She must have inflicted a lot of pain on her husband for his face to twitch. Wait. Her husband was in a vegetative state. Even if the body was still receptive to pain without the emotional network, it wouldn't be interpreted as unpleasant and was no different to feeling no pain. Elizabeth was excited at the prospect that her husband was closer to awakening than she had thought, and that he just needed a little push. Maybe he would wake up if I give him a few slaps on the face. She pondered on the possibility before shaking her head. No, no, I shouldn't do that. I should just wait for the good news from the Merchant Association. She will have to worry about her husband later. She needed to go out and find who had the gall to attack her palace just now. It must be those corrupted nobles. She originally planned to eradicate all the corrupted nobles in case they harmed her son, whom was somewhere out there. It was as easy as lifting a hand for her. However, her sworn sister didn't know how strong she was and disputed against her rash actions out of worry. She could feel her sister's kind intention and decided to postpone her plan by a few days. Expectedly, her son was found very quickly and he was very capable. Thus, she decided to let these corrupted nobles live a bit longer. If she killed them all, wouldn't she be removing the perfect environment for her son to temper himself? Her son would leave the capital in search of better places to temper himself if that happened. She wanted her son to become powerful, but she also didn't want her son to leave her so soon. She had only reunited with her son for a short few days and couldn't bear to part with him. But she also knew she wouldn't be able to keep him by her side forever. She had seen her son's strong conviction to become powerful. He was a dragon among men and would one day soar into skies. He wasn't a little chick that needed protection under her wing. Elizabeth quickly left the king's bedchamber and tracked down the source of the explosion. The closer she got to the source, the uglier her expression and the quicker she was on her feet. Wasn't that in the direction of her son's courtyard? Shortly after the palace guard left to fetch a brand new pill cauldron for Leon, his mother arrived at the scene. Elizabeth saw the state of son upon arrival and was immediately furious. Her son wore a tired expression from draining his mental strength and his back was slightly burnt. "Quickly tell your mother who attacked you. Who is the one tired of living? Mother will get justice for you, son," Elizabeth asked while looking around with a cold gaze. She saw black smokes from the room but no one inside. Only her son and the palace guards were present. Was it them? Elizabeth locked her gaze onto the guards. Her eyes narrowed into slits. The palace guards trembled under the queen's cold gaze. "What? No. Mother, no one attacked me. It was a failed pill concoction." The pill cauldron exploded. Leon was shocked and quickly explained. He had no doubt that his mother would really kill all his palace guards if he remained silent. "No." The pill cauldron exploded. Elizabeth retracted her gaze from the palace guards and looked back at her son in confirmation. The palace guards' legs felt weak and they fell on their bottoms with cold sweat. "The queen was too scary." "Yes." The pill cauldron exploded. Leon confirmed while nodding vehemently. "HMPH. So the pill cauldron was the culprit, huh? Even if it is just a pill cauldron, it will not be spared," Elizabeth declared. She glared daggers at the room like as if she could peer through the veil of black smoke and straight at the pill cauldron fragments. Being a metal user, she had high intimacy with all metal and could feel their presence like a sixth sense. Her hand outstretched towards the direction of the room's entrance and made a grabbing motion. All the fragments of the shattered pill cauldron in the room was immediately attracted to her hand like a powerful magnet. Elizabeth clenched her fist, and all the fragments were compressed together with incredible force. With numerous crunching sounds, the pill cauldron that was the size of a teapot was reduced to a fist-sized clump of iron. Only when Elizabeth couldn't reduce the size of the clump of iron anymore did she give up and her anger was abated. Several gulps were heard. The palace guards were wearing full body armor. What would happen if the queen did that to them? Leon stared at the clump with wide eyes. His mother was too fearsome. Best not to get on her bad side, men and objects alike. But Leon felt a great pity for the pill cauldron. It had only accompanied him for a few days, but it had to suffer such a tragic fate. Luckily, it wasn't a spirit treasure that had gained sentience, otherwise Leon's mind wouldn't be at peace. He could imagine how the treasure's spirit would weep as it was getting crushed. The thought was mind-boggling. "My son, what kind of pill did you try to concoct?" If you did say, Mother would have thought someone bombed the palace. The explosion was 10 times more potent than Crazy Dawn. Elizabeth asked incredulously after checking that Leon was perfectly fine. "I was testing a new pill recipe and kind of forced the essence merging too hard." "Who is Senior Crazy Dawn, Mother?" Leon asked curiously. "Senior Crazy Dawn is the esteemed alchemist, who is also an elder in our royal family. Senior Crazy Dawn was the good brother of your grandfather." "No." Leon's curiosity was piqued, but why is Senior called Crazy Dawn, Mother? "Hey, Senior Crazy Dawn is called Crazy Dawn because he is eccentric, and always coming up with weird pill recipes that don't work, and causing pill cauldron explosions every day. If you want to learn alchemy from him, Mother can put in a good word for you. However, Mother doesn't recommend it." Elizabeth withheld from telling her son why. After all, one Crazy Dawn was enough to give her headache every day. Her son's one single pill cauldron explosion was 10 times more potent than Crazy Dawn's usual pill cauldron explosion, and was enough to alarm her. It would be more than just double the headache. Leon had a strange feeling at his mother's words. It would be questionable who would be learning from who when that time comes. Anyway, it's time Mother teach you how to cultivate the great sky refining art, so you can awaken your metal manipulation abilities as soon as possible. Elizabeth said before waving for the palace guards to leave. The full great sky refining art is only exclusive for members of the royal family. She could cultivate it when she was married into the royal family, but these palace guards are not of royal blood and were only allowed to cultivate the incomplete version. She would not permit them to listen in on the full technique. They would have to display unswerving loyalty and greater contribution to the royal family if they wished to progress further in the technique. She could see that her son was mentally exhausted. Cultivating was a great way to recovering oneself to their peak conditions. Hearing his mother mentioning about his metal manipulation for the second time, Leon knew it was not his imagination. His mother really did have her own way for him to awaken his metal manipulation abilities. "Mother, I haven't heard of anyone being able to become dual attribute awakeners. How can you be so sure I will be able to awaken the metal attribute after training the technique?" Leon couldn't help but ask. "How can I be so sure, you say?" "No." Elizabeth repeated the words and hummed mysteriously with a smile. Her answer was purposely drawn out in a way that made one curious, like an itch needing to be scratched. "My son, you must always remember that just because you have never heard or seen it, you must never rule out the possibility that it does exist. The world is so vast and boundless, to say that we have seen and heard everything life has to offer would be too conceited and arrogant. You must never become conceited or arrogant. Only with an open mind would you be able to walk far on the path of cultivation. Awakening cultivation is the way of comprehending the world laws and transforming their power into our own. A narrow-minded person would not easily accept new ideas, perspectives, and thoughts. How can one learn new things if they believe they know everything? This is no different to shutting off the endless possibilities open to an awakener. The reason Mother is so sure is because Mother is a dual-attribute awakener." Having said that, Elizabeth demonstrated her fire abilities. The flames danced freely on the tips of her fingers like it was alive. However, the flame was small and flickered with a weak light, contrary to the image of a powerful awakener Elizabeth was viewed by the people. Evidently, her fire abilities were not up to par with her metal abilities. In fact, there was no need for comparison between the two. One was the heavens and the other was down to earth. Mother seldom uses fire abilities, so not many know about it. Elizabeth explained. "More like no one knows about it at all, right?" Leon doubted. If anyone knew about his mother's dual attribute with fire, the breaking news would no doubt spread like wildfire. That is, of course, unless the person was personally ordered to keep their mouth shut by his mother. So it's true that awakeners can have multiple attributes, but why does no one else have it? Hearing her son's question, some pride swelled up inside Elizabeth. This is the difference between natural awakening and forceful awakening. As Mother has said, awakening cultivation is the way of comprehending the world laws. The greater your understanding, the more power you can draw from the world. If you can achieve a preliminary understanding of the element, you will be able to form the elemental seed. Therefore, Mother stressed the importance learning the characteristics of each metal. How can you expect to control it if you don't understand it right? But this is exactly the case for forceful awakening. Forceful awakening through the awakening pills will trigger the elemental baptism, and the elemental seed formed is decided by their body's affinity to the element. Their abilities will naturally come to them like muscle memory, but they will not understand the intricacy of their ability. This would result in basic control, and ninth step is the absolute limit of their cultivation. Listening to his mother's words with apt focus, he finally understood why his opponents only used basic techniques now that his doubts were cleared. Leon put on a strange look and asked, "Do you think triple attribute is possible, Mother?" "Theoretically, yes," Elizabeth answered. She was confounded by his question and continued with a question of her own. "But why do you ask, son?" "Because—" Leon didn't finish his words. He judged that demonstrating was quicker than explaining. A ball of flame appeared in his right hand, and a weak frosty mist rose from his left. "This is ice attribute." "Wait, why did you make Mother explain everything, if you already know everything, you little rascal?" Elizabeth was briefly shocked by Leon's second attribute, before realizing that her son may have already known the intricacy of the Awaken a cultivation system. I didn't know anything, Mother." "Your son gained his second element through a different method." Leon answered, awkward. "No, there are other methods." Is it possible for a natural awakener to reawaken through the forceful method?" "No, that doesn't seem possible. A normal person can only have affinity to one element." "Quick, tell Mother what method you used to gain your second element." Elizabeth mused to herself. She wrapped her head around the possibility of gaining dual attribute outside of hard work in studying the elements. She didn't notice her son's awkwardness and soon asked with keen interest. Well, all right." Leon found it embarrassing to openly talk about his love affair, but he ultimately steeled himself and explained his matter with Lynn to his mother, and how his ice ability naturally came as a result of their copulation. When he finished explaining to his mother, his face was covered with shame even though he had only briefly talked about the deed. Goff, Elizabeth also found it awkward. She hadn't expected such an answer from her son. She took a moment to recover herself. "Although you already have a fiancé, Mother won't care too much about this matter. Powerful men are destined to have more than one wife. Just find some time to bring that Lynn girl to meet Mother in the future, okay? We would need to set a wedding date so you can quickly deliver a grandchild for Mother to hold, but that can wait until after your father is cured." Elizabeth was happy to see her son have multiple wives. It goes to show how excellent her son is, and she would be even happier if she could have a grandchild to hold. She didn't have much chance to hold her son when he was a baby since he was taken from her, but she at least still had chances to hold her son's child. Elizabeth's attitude towards her son was clear and did not extend to her husband. If her husband ever dares to look for other women after he wakes up, then she would break his legs, all three of them if she had to. Yes, Mother," Leon answered perfunctory. Inwardly, he thought he wasn't ready for children. It was an unforgiving world. He wanted to at least create a stable environment. As such, it was too early for him to consider it for now. When the serious talk about her son's love life was over, Elizabeth put on a serious face and moved back to important business. "Mother believes you have a special body constitution. However, it isn't exactly good news." "Why is that, Mother?" Leon hadn't found any problems with his ice ability so far. He still planned to awaken the other three attributes to complete his 5-element cycle. Leon began listening to his mother's reason why having many elements was not good. The reason was quite simple. It was better to focus wholeheartedly on a single elemental ability than to be a jack of all trades and master of none. His mother's fire ability wasn't strong because she only focused on cultivating her metal ability. That was why she was so powerful. If she had cultivated her 2 elemental abilities equally, her cultivation might only be half as strong. Unfortunately, becoming a jack of all trade was precisely what Leon intended to do. He had no choice but to do it since the five elements were required to complement his hegemony of primal chaos technique. Leon began to lament that he may have made a mistake in choosing to cultivate the hegemony of primal chaos. The technique required a bottomless pit of energy. However, while there was bad news, there was also good news. The world had boundless amount of energy of the five elements. If he can comprehend the five elemental laws through awakening cultivation to a high level, it would boost his divine cultivation speed drastically and increase his mastery over the hegemony of primal chaos technique, which was still at the initial success of the first stage. Alright, with all that out of the way, Mother can finally teach you the great sky refining art. In the present age, the great sky refining art might seem like an incredible breathing technique, but to Leon, who came from a world of cultivation, the technique was actually incredibly low level. It was comparable to energy condensation level techniques. It simply used a set of different pathways through the meridians to absorb and refine the energy of the world. When his mother finished imparting the technique to Leon, he was so surprised he was slack-jawed. That's it. That's it, but not all. Not all. Before he could continue his line of question, Elizabeth grabbed him. His vision blurred with a strong gust of wind, and before he knew it, he was in front of a building with a plaque that says Royal Library. Elizabeth quickly entered the building and came back out shortly with a very thick book called Myriad Metal Compendium Vol. 1/10. Son, you need to finish reading this book and learn all its content by heart before attempting to use the great sky refining art to form your metal seed. The thick book had at least 2,000 pages and there were 10 volumes to it. Leon's eyes were like saucers and wanted to faint. His road to the top of the world was bound to be a long and arduous one. The world did not know that while the metal attribute was hailed as the strongest element, it is not. The five basic elements of nature were equal. They each have their own advantages and disadvantages. It was only due to the royal family's vast possession of cultivation knowledge that they were able to bring out the best of their abilities. A lot of preparation was required for metals to be in their strongest form. The metal element wasn't readily usable for metal users, as elements does for other awakeners. Without processing the ores, metal would still be buried tens to hundreds of feet beneath the earth, making metal users be like birds without wings. Thus, depending on the environment, they could become a natural domain for the awakener. Like the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot repress the local snake. When Leon was handed the Myriad Metal Compendium Vol. 1/10, he had no intention to start reading anytime soon. Although it looked like headache to read the entire book, it was not a problem for Leon. He had an advantage that no one else in Gaia had, his divine sense. With a sweep of his divine sense, he could read the book hundreds of times faster than he could with his trained eyes. But to learn the contents of the book, he would have to sweep the book numerous times and digest the information slowly. This was not a problem for Leon. The problem was that it was very taxing to use his divine sense beyond his body for extended periods. Divine state practitioners could naturally sweep hundreds of meters of their surrounding with their divine sense freely, but Leon was no longer a divine state practitioner. The usage of his divine sense would naturally be limited, as a result his lack of cultivation and spirit body. Before going back to recover his peak state and resume pill concoction, there was something he needed to clarify with his mother. "Mother, did we fly over just now?" Leon asked suspiciously. The feeling had only lasted a brief moment, but the weightlessness and air-brushing feeling made him believe his mother was capable of flight. "Ho ho, you are very perceptive, son." "Yes, we have flown over just now," Elizabeth answered. She didn't expect her son to be able to perceive anything, given the speed they had traveled at just now. Hearing his mother's confirmation, Leon suddenly realized something. He understood why his mother's body was adorned with all those accessories and trinkets. By manipulating these items, his mother was capable of flight. But such method wasn't considered true flight. Divine practitioners were capable of true flight at the Heaven Ascension realm, but one only need to reach the energy condensation realm and refine a spirit sword to be able to soar through the skies. However, awakeners were still one step ahead of divine practitioners to be able to fly so early at this stage in cultivation. Perhaps he was also capable of flying at his current awakening cultivation. After Leon bade farewell to his mother, he headed back to his courtyard. The room was being cleaned by palace maids. Their smoky black faces showed their unhappiness with the job, but they did not dare to direct it at him, the culprit. Your Highness, the guards greeted upon entry. Leon acknowledged their greeting with a nod and found himself a spot in the courtyard to sit down and practice his hegemony of primal chaos. The world's energy gathered to him in a slow but steady stream. Half an hour later, his cultivation didn't increase, but he had recovered to his peak mental state. Your Highness, the pill cauldron you ordered. The palace guard took the chance to inform him of the pill cauldron delivery. It had arrived much earlier, but seeing the prince cultivating, he chose not to disturb and waited quietly. Every awakener knew better than to disturb another awakener's cultivation. What is your name? Leon asked. He was not ignorant of the guard's small action of consideration. Although it wouldn't cause any detrimental effects if he was disturbed during cultivation, he still had a good impression of the guard. It is Howard, Your Highness. After being taken aback the prince's sudden interest in his name, the guard was flattered by the honor. Thank you, Howard. You can just leave the pill cauldron there. Leon didn't say too much and set aside the pill cauldron for another matter. Fire users should also be capable of flight, right? He silently pondered as he entered a strange leaping stance. Howard joined the other palace guards as they watched the prince. They couldn't understand His Highness wanted to do. What do you guys think His Highness is trying to do? Howard whispered to the guards. I feel like His Highness is trying to jump. Are you being serious? Would jumping require such an exaggerated leaping stance? Their questions were answered in the next startling moment. A strong burst of fire impacted the ground where the soles of Leon's feet were, and his figure was shot high into the skies swiftly. Leon was no stranger to flight, but it was under the circumstance that he had full control over his ability to fly. Flying through clever usage and control of his fire ability was a new experience to him, and he had no mastery over this new skill. The moment he started free-falling from the skies, not only did he started panicking, even Howard and the palace guards started panicking. If he didn't break his fall, the injuries he would sustain from such high fall would not be light. Gwig, get ready to catch His Highness. Howard shouted to the other guards. The palace guards were all earth users and had no way of controlling the earth to help with the entire place made of metal. They could only stretch their arms out and shuffling back and forth chaotically while looking up. Falling headfirst, Leon tried to break his fall by thrusting the air using his fire ability with great force and was launched even higher into the skies. Elizabeth was on her way to the outer palace when the soft bang forced glance back from her. What she saw made her heart freeze with fright. Just when she was about to fly over and catch her free-falling son, she paused her steps. Her son had shot back up into the skies with a burst of fire. She watched as her son flipped and spun in the sky chaotically as he tried to regain his bearing. She sighed in relief when Leon seemed to have become familiar with his fire flight ability and was able to hover in the sky stably. Hey, this child doesn't even realize how much he is making his mother worried. Elizabeth shook her head with a distressed yet amusing smile. She was surprised by her son's quick wits and intuitiveness. He was able to derive from her flight ability and gain enough insight to not only create his own flight ability, but master it in such a short time. Indeed, there was no weak element and only weak awakeners. An awakener's abilities are only limited by their own imagination. Her son was a genius with such remarkable and skillful flame control. Elizabeth's mood was jubilant, but she had mixed feelings about Leon's attainments in his fire ability. She naturally wished for Leon to be a metal user, but he had already found his own path in the fire element. Hey! Elizabeth heaved another sigh and continued her trip to the outer palace. The ruler of Crawford Kingdom was required to be a metal user as set by their ancestors, but she could only worry it later as she currently had things to settle. The moment she took her eyes off her son, he suddenly fell out of the sky. Leon had become familiar with his new flight ability and continued testing different maneuvers in the sky with growing interest. This method of flying was much more exciting than how energy condensation realm practitioners fly by surfing on their spirit swords. He was having a lot of fun in the sky when he suddenly unable to produce any more fire essence to keep him afloat in the skies and started plummeting. He was immediately shocked. He had depleted his fire essence reserves. Nola, Your Highness, the palace guards shouted. They couldn't rest easy the entire time with Leon flying in the sky, even after he had mastered his flight ability. The Queen had put them in charge of his safety, and they were always under constant fear that their heads would roll if they didn't do a good job. Thus, they had never relaxed their guard, and finally something happened. When Leon plummeted, they immediately reacted. Howard was one step ahead and broke Leon's fall by catching him with a forward leap. The two landed on the ground with a bang, but not much damage was received from the crash. "Are you all right, Your Highness?" the guards asked. "I'm all right. Thanks for catching me," Leon said as he picked himself off the ground and dusted his clothes with some embarrassment. To think that he had overlooked his fire seed's fast depleting essence reserve. The expenditure of flying was tremendous, and at his current level he was only capable of short flight. However, he had gained much insight from the short flight and feel his fire flight ability could still be improved. With better control, he would be able to reduce his consumption to some degree. Otherwise, he could just improve his cultivation. Atop the Great Wall, the watchers on duty stared at the lonely figure of the General Marquis gazing into the wildlands, sometimes lost, sometimes deep in thought. They couldn't figure what was weighing on the General Marquis's mind, but it must have something to do with the events of the past days. As the General Marquis, Hendrik Graham stood at the apex of the military hierarchy and oversaw the entire operations of the Western frontier. It was a grand and lofty position, but came with an equally heavy responsibility that only those who stood in his position would understand the crushing weight bearing down on his shoulders. Even with the Great Wall and increasingly sophisticated weaponry the soldiers were equipped with, defending the wall was no easy task. Each command given could result in the death of many good soldiers. The General Marquis had to ensure every course of action they made were the best there was, and the long years of serving the western frontier had drained him. The news of no war was like heavenly hymns to the troops stationed on the western frontier. The stress, anxiety, and fears were like water vapors that disappeared into the air. The mood was naturally a light and relaxed one after the Beast Army left the words to stay out of each other's way. However, the General Marquis felt the atmosphere of the western frontier was wrong. It would indeed be no problem if what the transcendent beast said was true. But if it was a lie, their complacency would be the downfall of humanity. They shouldn't be lowering their guard. But on another note, they would not be able to stop the Beast Army with the transcendent beast around anyway. The hero king, whom was the first to ever transcendent to appear in the history of mankind, should have enjoyed a long life that transcended mortality, but the transcendent disappeared without a trace. Without a transcendent of their own, any resistance was futile should the beasts choose to invade. With that thought in mind, although he was conflicted, he had no choice but accept things as the way they are. The General Marquis felt the weight being lifted off his shoulders and entered a special state of deep relaxation. It was like he had just been released from a long-time suppression. All his pores opened in sync with his breathing, and the wind in the world was greedily sucked into his body, invoking a whirlwind with himself at the center. He had long hit the peak 9th step, and the quantity of his wind essence would not increase. The wind failed to enter his body and started to circulate outside his body instead. What's happening to the General Marquis? How is the General Marquis able to gather so much wind to himself? The watchers were surprised. Even the nearby garrison were attracted to the scene. Hendrik's body was lifted off his feet and rose into the skies. In a state of emptiness, he felt he was one with the wind and able to comprehend its profundities. The wind circulated into a dense sphere of wind and created a vacuum. The wind essence inside his wind seed also mimicked the outside phenomena and started compressing itself. Compression created room, and the wind essence outside was channeled inside. The garrisons were awed by the scene. Is the General Marquis transcending? Someone suddenly thought. The eyes of the listeners lit up. That could be the case. Even if a transcendent could not turn the western frontier in humanity's favor, at least they would not be as helpless like fish on the chopping board. No, not right. A transcendent was said to have at least tenfold the strength of a peak 9th step awakener. You're right. But you can't deny that force generating by the General Marquis has already exceeded the peak 9th step. Inside an air vacuum one could not breathe. As such, the General Marquis, whom had been inside for a while, had hit his limit. His face was red like a tomato. The lack of oxygen broke his state of emptiness, and he willed for the sphere of wind to disperse in all direction. His body slowly descended back on the wall. Congratulations on transcendence, General. The soldiers shouted congratulations with fist-palm salutations. This wasn't transcendence. Hendrik Graham shook his head at his men's comment. He did no transcended. At most, he had entered the transitioning step to transcendence. Transcendence was not achieved in a single step. So in order to advance beyond the ninth step, one had to compress energy and not gather them. Hendrik mused. He had been enlightened on the way to transcendence. He was not disappointed. Although he had not transcended, his discovery had pried open the door to transcendence. The General Marquis did not keep his discovery a secret and shared his experience and knowledge with the soldiers. The road to transcendence had finally been opened, was what the soldiers all thought. The events of today will bring forth the booming era of cultivation. No matter how much the royal family had suppressed the secret and kept it to themselves in the past, it would not stop the era from coming. What is bound to come will eventually, but without a doubt, come. After settling matters at the Great Wall, Hendrik decided to visit his son and check on his recovery. Royal Hospital Private Ward. Young Master. A middle-aged man in butler attire entered the ward and greeted the young man laying on the hospital bed. Have you procured the information I inquire, Enzo? Rowan Graham asked. Enzo was the servant of the Graham house. Hendrik had sent to tend to his son's daily needs. Yes, young master. Here are my findings. Enzo handed over a piece of paper filled with information pertaining to patient at the hospital. Several days ago, while Rowan was resting in bed, he was able to overhear some interesting gossips among the passing nurses and doctors outside of his flawed sound, insulated private ward. They talked about witnessing a divine miracle, where an ordinary patient had practically full recovered overnight after suffering a serious wound that required 6 months to recover. It had caused quite a sensation in the hospital, and the gossip about the patient did not cease for days. The news had immediately caught Rowan's interest. He figured such fast recovery could only be due to some miracle elixir refined by an esteemed alchemist. He had inquired about this patient's identity, but had unfortunately been denied by the hospital nurses and doctors. The Royal Hospital followed a strict confidentiality policy and would not divulge their patient credentials to outsiders. Only immediate family members had the right to have a look. Being refused so flatly, Rowan had no choice but to send Enzo to investigate and acquire the information he desired, either by hook or by crook. Indeed, there's no walls you can't get around. Everyone had some selfishness in their heart. Enzo just had to find the right person and offer the right price, and he would be able to get the information he wanted. The hospital had strict policy, but it didn't mean everyone would abide by it. There were always bad eggs mixed among good ones. Rowan read through information on the patient and immediately creased his brows. The report read as follows. Name Brian Bradford. Gender male, age 42. Status commoner, normal. Occupation N. Address N. There wasn't much he could gain out of the piece of paper on hand, but what he did gain made him suspicious to the authenticity of the information. Enzo, is this information accurate? How can a commoner afford the operation fees charged by the Royal Hospital? A commoner also has a family name. This person must at least be from an aristocrat family, right? But I haven't heard of any Bradford aristocrat family living in the Upper District. The information is correct, young master. I have scoured the Upper District, and there is indeed no such family by that name. However, there is one in the Lower District. Unfortunately, no one was home when I visited. It felt like the home was abandoned. There were also some traces of battles outside their home. Enzo answered patiently, without withholding any information from Rowan. So the person truly was a commoner. Rowan had disappointment written over his face. How can a commoner be acquainted with the respectable alchemists in the kingdom? Rowan's hope of finding the esteemed alchemist capable of refining divine healing pills through the patient was dashed. If he could move with his own limbs again, why would he still need to practice his wind control? Where could this missing commoner have gone? Zai, tell me more about this battle scene. Had there been any big waves in the city recently? Rowan said with furrowed brows. Yes, in fact, it's the main reason I returned earlier than planned. The Grey, Weld, Esmond and Acker family have banded together and tried to ambush the Lancaster family. No big fights broke after, but the four families have been acting very suspicious. For your safety, we should leave the capital immediately, young master. The four families banded together attacked the Duke's family. Have they gone mad? Rowan roared in shock at the news. That's the Duke's family they are talking about. Someone who dares to fight the Duke's family was either a complete fool or confident in taking on the Duke's wrath. Whatever it is they want to achieve, he wanted no part in it. Quickly get me the hell out of here. Back at the inner palace, the palace maids had finished cleaning Leon's room after much difficulty. The metallic texture of the room should have made wiping stains a simple task, but the aftermath of pill cauldron explosion had scorched the room with blackened remains of the pill concoction. The remains had seeped into the surface of the room and made it particularly difficult to scrub off. The bed mattresses, blankets and pillow particularly had to be swapped out for new ones. By the time the palace maids were done, the bedroom was as good as brand new and sparkling clean. However, they were exhausted at the hard labor, and their faces were covered in black smudges. They were vexed at the prince for making their life difficult. The inner palace had a specially designed pill refinement room for alchemists. Why did the prince had to use his own bedroom and not the specially designed one? HMPH. They harumphed out of the courtyard. Towards this, Leon could only put on a forced smile. He had not known the existence of such a room within the palace. However, after staying many days in the palace, he had pretty much familiarized himself with it. The royal palace was very large, enough to be considered a small city in and of itself. Within its walls, in addition to the two palatial buildings, there are many other smaller buildings like the Royal Library and Treasury. One particularly large gateway stood out among the many sights Leon took in within the palace grounds. It was one of the few places he had yet to explore within the palace grounds, but he had an inkling that on the other side lied the entrance to the underground ruins. Watching the departing backs of the palace maids, it was apparent that the attitude of these maids was quite special. Even the guards, whom were stronger than him, still showed him respect, but these maids didn't bother to hide their discontent. It could even be said that they were feisty and weren't afraid of displeasing him. Leon shook his head and no longer paid attention to them. It was just a small episode he didn't need to pay heed to. In the private courtyard, he had been sitting outside in cross-legged position to cultivate. He did not move inside his bedroom. The open environment of the outside was more suitable for cultivating. Although he was unable to perfect his flight ability these past days, he had been able to develop another method of flight with his ability to tackle the high energy expenditure of flying. The second method involved condensing fire wings with his fire essence. This method had extremely low expenditure, as he could recover the fire essence back into his fire seed. However, there were pros and cons to everything. Condensed fire wings grant him long airtime but sacrifices his speed, while the fire thruster method had short airtime for extreme speed. In battle, the fire thruster flight method was still more suitable, as the fire wings were too big of a target for his opponents. Once they get cut apart, all the invested fire essences in the severed wing would be lost. But that was only under the circumstance of them being capable of fighting him in the air. If they could not, then the problem did not exist. Either way, the fire flight ability could be considered a life-saving skill that will allow him to escape from danger. With that settled, Leon resumed focus on the 5-element enhancing pill. He had not succeeded in creating the pill, but he had already given it a name, albeit a simple one derived from the spirit enhancing pill. Leon glanced at the new pill cauldron that had been sitting in his courtyard for some time. It was bigger, thicker, and hopefully much sturdier, roughly the size of a watermelon. He wasn't sure if the palace guards had picked the sturdiest available pill cauldron in storage, but the new pill cauldron was of a much higher grade than the trashy old one. While inspecting the pill cauldron, Leon concluded the quality of the pill cauldron was just a step short of being graded as a spirit treasure. Leon had an inkling of how to proceed after the initial failure. However, in the case that he still fails, then the explosion would be much more potent than the last. Everyone stay back. If anything goes wrong, it could become life-threateningly dangerous. Do not approach the pill cauldron under any circumstances. Leon warned the guards. Your safety is our greatest concern, Your Highness. Please allow us to stay within proximity to protect you. The palace guards protested. What a joke. If something happened to the prince, they wouldn't be spared from the queen's fury. Even if they care about their own life, they had to protect the prince in order to protect themselves. Such contradictions. But it is what it is. Leon frowned at their strong protest. It didn't seem like they would accept it any other way. Fine, but you must also protect your own life. I will naturally worry about my own life if something goes wrong. Leon conceded. Yes, Your Highness. With the second portion of the 5 spirit herbs laid out in front of him, Leon commenced his second attempt at pill concoction. The first 2 steps of pill concoction were a repeat of last time, preheating the cauldron and herbal essence extraction step. The steps proceeded quickly and finally arrived at the merging step once more. This step was the most important and also the most difficult step in pill concoction. Leon tossed all 5 herbal essences in the pill cauldron and forced them to merge under his will. The expected resistance began to occur. When this was happening, Leon started channeling his pseudo-grandmist energy into the chaotic essence in hopes that it would succeed this time. His pseudo-grandmist energy was the product of the 5 basic elements fusing perfectly. It was most suitable catalyst to help the herbal essences merge. When the energy was mixed with the chaotic herbal essence, the merge did not occur like he had hoped. In fact, the results of the contact were as he had feared. The chaotic herbal essence grew even more chaotic. Leon had focused his full concentration on the chaotic herbal essence. The moment something went wrong, he knew immediately, but he could not fathom why it was happening. Why? Logically thinking, the pseudo-grandmist energy should have merged the herbal essences perfectly. Leon frowned as his mind was racing for an answer. He wanted to ponder the issue further, but the chaotic herbal mix of essence and energy wasn't going to give him that time. Maybe I'm not using enough pseudo-grandmist energy. When the additional energy was added into the pill cauldron, the chaotic herbal essence started to calm down, but it still refuses to merge. Leon was disappointed. The fact it was calming down was a positive reaction. He just needs to add more energy. It's working. Leon was excited and started pouring in more energy, ignoring the fact that it was lowering his own divine cultivation. However, things never go as planned. Man proposes, but God disposes. The chaotic herbal essence started reacting more violent and at an alarming rate. Since there had been no time to ponder the issue previously, Leon was prompted to come up with a solution spontaneously. He thought the solution he came up with was good, but it was in fact the worst one he could have come up with. The calmness was an illusion. The chaotic herbal essence was just taking its time to break down the energy like dropping salt in water. The dissolution would not be completed immediately, but when it does, the broken down energy was really reactive to the chaotic herbal essence. He was already cooking up a *T storm. The additional energy was like adding oil into the fire. The chaotic herbal mixture reached a boiling point, and nothing can no longer stop what was about to happen. Leon paled at the imminent explosion. He slammed the cauldron lid on top to seal the cauldron and retreated at his quickest speed. Everyone get back now. Kaboom! The explosion was earth-shaking. The queen was alarmed. The guards and maids were alarmed. The whole palace was alarmed. The king was not. Elizabeth shocked at the earth-shaking explosion and raced outside, before taking to the sky to look at the source of the explosion. She saw a rising pillar of flame coming from her son's courtyard and was relieved. Why relieved? Because she could see at the foot of the pillar of flame the pill cauldron was surprisingly intact, and no one was harmed by the explosion. Leon had no idea how the pill cauldron was able to withstand the force of such a huge explosion, but thanks to it, the force was very controlled and escaped towards the skies. Everyone had came outside to take a look at the spectacle of rising flame pillar. Even the reclusive Crazy Don, who was always holed up in his pill concoction room, exited for a curious look. This is art. Crazy Don exclaimed in appreciation and awe. He had never seen a more majestic and beautiful explosion. The flame pillar rose to a certain height before hitting the limit and slowly began to disperse in all directions. However, at the forefront of the flame pillar, the lid of the pill cauldron continued rising with ever-growing momentum like it was trying to ascend the heavens. The rising flame pillar of dazzling colors had been short-lived, and its brilliance had faded into the darkness of the night sky. But even after it was gone, it had succeeded in leaving behind its mark on the world, as its image had successfully been etched into the minds of all who witness its splendor. The cauldron lid that threatened to break through the vault of heavens disappeared beyond sight. It was unknown whether it would ever come back. The firework was gone, but the onlookers continued to stay rooted in awe. The number of onlookers were not limited to the people within the palace grounds. From the upper district to the lower district, its viewers covered the entire capital. Being situated in the center of the capital, it was difficult for anyone out and about on its streets to miss such a stunning phenomenon in the central sky. From a corner of the capital, there were shadowy figures lurking in the dark that did not take a pleasant surprise to the event. Instead, the sight instilled uneasiness and concerns in the figures. They couldn't comprehend what the flame pillar signifies. What was that beacon of light? Is that some sort of signal? It came from the royal palace. It doesn't seem like good news for us. Vogue is on the task. We must complete the objective by dawn. Another figure who seemed to be the leader of the group said sternly with a frown, when he noticed their distraction from the task at hand. Understood. Back at the source of the capital's attention, some figures started arriving at the courtyard not long after the flame pillar had died out. Are you hurt, son? Elizabeth checked Leon for injuries despite knowing there was none. I'm all right, mother. Leon said helplessly but felt warm inside. Their talk was cut short by the entrance of another figure. Who created the towering flame pillar just now? An aged voice rang out through the courtyard as an old man entered. The old man clearly advanced in his years, but he held a noble bearing overflowing with vitality that was quite contrasting to those of his age. Crazy Dawn. Elizabeth and the guards all greeted the old man with respect. Their respect did not come from his seniority nor his status as an alchemist, but genuine respect for someone stronger than themselves. Almighty. Crazy Dawn nodded. He wasn't offended by what he was called. This was what he told them to call him. Son, this is the alchemist I mentioned to you before. Elizabeth quickly did the introduction for the two. Senior Crazy Dawn. Leon paid his respects to the elderly alchemist. He could feel a lofty pressure bearing down on him under the elder's gaze. This was a natural suppression from their difference in cultivation. He could feel it, but it didn't bother him. You were the one that made the flame pillar. Yes. Having received Leon's answer, the elder lapsed into silence. The elder wore a natural expression, but his thoughts were unreadable, and the situation felt tense due to the silence. Elizabeth thought her son may have offended the elder somehow, and was ready to speak up for her son. The elder's strength was at 9 stars, a step short from reaching transcendence. She wouldn't be able to protect her son if the elder wished to harm him. However, the following event made everyone gape in shock. Master, please accept this one as a disciple and teach art of explosion. Crazy Dawn dropped to his knees and kowtowed to Leon fervently. His actions and words bemused everyone, so much so that no one was able to react until he finished his kowtow. Senior, what are you doing? How can you ask someone young like my son become your master? Quickly get up. Elizabeth was the first to recover from her shock. Hey, I won't get up until I am accepted. Age is trivial. He who is proficient is the master. I am complete convinced of my loss. Everyone heard Crazy Dawn and they all thought the same thing: the elder has gone mad. Genuinely mad. It was common knowledge that Crazy Dawn would explode his cauldron every day at least once during pill concoction. Never had it occurred to them that it wasn't a failed pill concoction, but an intended result induced by the eccentric elder. Leon's first pill cauldron explosion was like a declaration of challenge to Crazy Dawn's secret passion and pursuit in the art of explosion. The elder's fighting spirit was ignited and sought to create a bigger explosion to contest with Leon. When Leon attempted his second pill concoction, the earth-shaking explosion was like a clap of thunder to the elder's heart and dispelled all notion of competing with Leon. Of course, Leon did not know any of this. Senior, please get up. We can talk about this after. Leon assisted his mother in trying to get the elder to stand, but he was vehement in kneeling until the elder was accepted as a disciple. Seeing the figure that was stable like a mountain and wouldn't budge, Leon conceded his demands and accepted the elder as a disciple. Fine. Senior, I will teach you, all right. Please get up now. Absolutely not. Elizabeth protested strongly. Crazy Dawn was like another father figure to her husband after the old king disappeared. If he becomes a disciple to her son, he would become 2 generations younger than her husband. Wouldn't that mess up the seniority between them? How it's too late. The kid no, my master has accepted. Crazy Dawn jumped up jovially. Senior, the seniority will be messed up. If I don't care about it, why should you care about it? For the art of explosion, he was willing to do anything tilde. Oh, the majesty and beauty of that explosion. He had to learn how to create one as grand as that. Explosion is art, explosion is love. Crazy Dawn flashed a fevered look at Leon. Elizabeth felt headache brewing. Wait a moment, Senior wanted to learn the art of explosion from my son. Don't tell me all those explosions every day was. Oh, those were intentional for my appreciation of the art. But compared to Master's explosion, they were nothing but trash. Crazy Dawn said plainly, without any shred of guilt for wasting royal resources all this time. He didn't forget to bootlick Leon to earn himself some good points in hopes that he could start learning sooner. Elizabeth's whole body shook with agitation. So shameless and thick-skinned. Was this a trait people gain as they grow older? The royal family was well off, but still such extravagant waste. She repressed her agitation. The royal family relied on Crazy Dawn and his essence-strengthening pills to cultivate. If the essence-strengthening pills are delivered regularly, the royal family can still afford this much waste. However, Leon used spirit herbs for his pill concoction, so if the Crazy Dawn start asking for spirit herbs every day for his so-called explosion art, then he might as well just go rob their treasury. Spirit herbs were rare. Even if the royal family was wealthy, they don't have that many spirit herbs. Mother will leave this matter for you to handle. Mother suddenly feel tired and need to go back and rest. Elizabeth said with a hint of fatigue. Yes, Mother. Rest well. Leon sent his mother off. She washed her hand of the matter and left the courtyard. When can I start learning how to make such a big explosion, Master? Crazy Dawn rubbed his hands and asked expectantly. Leon did not answer him and just looked at him with a peculiar smile now that his mother was gone. Say, Crazy Dawn, I can't teach you how to make explosions, but I can still teach you alchemy instead. Leon said with a sly smile. Without his pseudo-grandmist energy, no one would be able to recreate his explosion, and the hegemony of primal chaos wasn't something he was willing to teach others. You can't teach me how to recreate that explosion. Crazy Dawn froze. What do I need you for then? Do you think I need you to teach me alchemy, kiddo? Hey, Crazy Dawn, don't you think your attitude is changing a tad too quick? It's faster than flipping a book. Is this how you talk to your master? I don't have a master like you. Good day, kiddo. Crazy Dawn tried to escape. Since the kid can't teach, why should he stay and continue playing this master-disciple game? Haha, you can deny it all you want, but you have already kowtowed and accepted me as your master. That makes me your master whether you like it or not. Like the saying goes, a teacher for a day is like a father for a lifetime. Crazy Dawn paused his steps. What do you want exactly, kiddo? You can't teach me anything, so what trick are you trying to pull? How do you know I can't teach you anything? Leon's lips curved into a grin. He succeeded in keeping the elder from leaving. He didn't doubt that once he starts teaching alchemy, the elder would be genuine convinced. Wasn't this like gaining a super bodyguard? This unexpected pie had dropped out of the sky. Leon wanted to laugh out loud. Never in the history of alchemy had this ever happened before. The elder didn't want to learn how to succeed in pill refining, but how to fail them to create big and beautiful explosions. How do I know you can't teach me anything? Crazy Dawn repeated the question with a derisive look. When I started learning alchemy, you were not even born yet, kiddo. What kind of alchemic knowledge do you know that I haven't learnt before? Crazy Dawn scoffed. Leon was not offended by the scoffing. The world is so vast, and the profundity of alchemy is a never-ending path of learning that could never be fully comprehended simply after reading 10,000 books nor treading 10,000 miles. Do you dare claim to know everything there is to know about alchemy? Leon spewed some profound words and threw a question back at the elderly while giving him a cursory glance. I naturally wouldn't dare, but what I know is certainly more than what you know, kiddo. Crazy Don spoke with certainty. Leon shook his head at the elder's blind confidence. He was a rank 5 alchemist sovereign in his past life and was certainly not an average Joe. Rank 5 alchemist sovereigns were capable of refining Tier 5 spirit pills for Void Realm practitioners and were just one rank below the divine rank. It wasn't far-fetched to say that his alchemy skills stood at the peak of the mortal realm. As such, the elder's blind confidence was no difference to arrogance. One should never judge a book by its cover. Then let's put Grand Senior's claim to the test. Since you know more than me, you must certainly know about the purity renewal pill, no? Leon targeted the elder with a tricky question. If Crazy Don knew what the purity renewal pill was, he would know how much it meant to him. When ingesting pills, there was always a limit to the effectiveness of a pill before the body developed complete immune to it. The purity renewal pill can reset the body's immunity to pills and remove the residual pill toxins that could not be removed with the toxin cleansing pill. Leon had only given the elder a cursory glance, but he already knew that the elder had hit a bottleneck in his cultivation for years. He was able to infer the problem after diagnosing the elder through look and smell. He had been on the mark. Crazy Don had been ingesting the essence-strengthening pills for most of his life to improve his cultivation. However, the pill gradually lost its effectiveness as he approached 9 stars in his cultivation, before ultimately becoming completely ineffective after reaching 9 stars. As such, he had been stumped at the gate of transcendence for years without much hope of taking the last step. How frustrating it must be for a person to reach the fabled doors of transcendence, but unable to open it. Purity renewal pill. What kind of pill is that? Don't think you can pull the wool over this old man's eyes by making up some pill name he never heard before. No. As expected, Crazy Don did not know what the pill was. Otherwise, he would have long achieved transcendence. His body was completely healthy and had no problem reaching transcendence if not for the pill immunity. Leon's mouth curved into a grin at Crazy Don's reply. You don't even know what a purity renewal pill is, and yet you claim you know more than me. Listen up, the purity renewal pill is. Leon suddenly paused his words. Crazy Don wore a lackadaisical expression and started yawning the moment he started explaining the pill's usage. It was uncertain whether the elder was listening to Leon's words. His face couldn't help but twitched. Are you listening to me, old fart? Yeah, I'm listening. Crazy Don answered perfunctorily without a care for Leon's rudeness. He had no idea why he didn't mind staying behind to listen to this kid, who was still wet behind the ears, trying to preach about alchemy to him. Maybe he was bored and was looking for some way to kill time. Leon noticed the perfunctory tone in the old fart's words and lack of attention. His following words carried a hint of impatience. How can the master teach if the student is unwilling to learn? Is that the attitude of a listener? Hey, all right, I'm listening intently. Crazy Don placed extra emphasis on the word intently. He wagered the kiddo would give him an earful as his master if he didn't play his part as the student. He still wanted to listen to what the kid says so he can quickly rebut him. Nonetheless, his attitude was still superficial. Leon didn't care if the old fart's attitude was genuine or not as long as he was listening. The purity renewal pill has the effect of reset the body's immunity to pill efficacy. His words were brief, but his goal was achieved as the message was been delivered. Reset the body's immunity to the pill's efficacy. PH. That's some bold claims, kiddo. All words are empty talk. Present some hard evidence if you want to convince this old man. Crazy Don was disbelieving of the boy's words and appeared somewhat unmoved, but Leon has captured his genuine attention and interest. He held some faint hope that what the kiddo said was true. With his eyes of discernment, there was no way the old fart's emotions could be hidden from Leon. Evidence. I can refine the pill, but why should I? What would I get out of it? He suddenly said as he crossed his arms behind his back. His mouth curved upwards into a mischievous smile. The tables have turned. He didn't need to try and convince the old fart any longer. Crazy Don would be the one trying to get him to validate his words. Otherwise, the old fart would be restless like an itch needed scratching. I will accept you as my master. Crazy Don said with gritted teeth. Was this brat playing games with him? Well, do you swear on your words? Leon asked as he tried not to laugh. I swear. Crazy Don answered hurriedly. The old fart's word was unreliable, and with his high cultivation, Leon wouldn't be able to do anything since he knew the old man would go back on his words. At the end of the day, this person was still his biological grandpa's closest brother, making them family. According to custom, he should also be addressing him as Grandpa, but Crazy Don doesn't seem to realize this fact. Or rather, Crazy Don has yet to realize his identity since he was willing to kowtow and hail him as master. As such, he thought it was fun to prank the old man. Watch closely. Leon prepared to refine the purity renewal pill for the old fart. The herbs had been taken out at some unknown moment. All the spirit herbs were present and none was missing. If Leon wasn't assured that he had all the spirit herbs, he would not have chosen the purity renewal pill. It wasn't the only pill in his arsenal that produced the same effect, but it was the most readily available one for refinement. With the pill cauldron still hot, Leon was able to skip the 3 steps of pill concoction and quickly got to work. Sometime later, a fresh batch of 9 purity renewal pills were produced, albeit a bit lower in quality due to the missing cauldron lid. Leon inadvertently glanced up to see if it was ever coming back, but it didn't seem like it would be the case. With its shape, it was very unlikely to return to its exact spot. This is the purity renewal pill. Leon stowed the pills in a glass bottle and waved it in front of Crazy Don. Zwoosh! The bottle was snatched out of his hands as he expected. Crazy Don unsealed the bottle and took a whiff. His eyes quickly lit up like the stars in the night skies and quickly popped one into his mouth. It didn't take long for the effects to show itself as Crazy Don started excreting impurities from his body. What kind of pill is this, boy? Why does it stink so bad? Crazy Don knew the pill was extraordinary the moment he sniffed it. He was told it resets pill efficacy immunity, but nothing about expelling impurities. He was itching to take a bath. That's the pill toxins being expelled, Grandpa Don. Leon said respectfully. He decided playtime was over. He didn't actually dare to accept Grandpa Don as his disciple. His father would skin him if he knew after he wakes up from coma. Huh, what Grandpa Don? Wait, who are you exactly, boy? Crazy Don was taken aback by the sudden change. It took a moment before he suddenly recalled Elizabeth calling the boy her son. He missed it earlier due to his craze for explosion. His expression quickly turned in between laughter and tears as the realization dawned on him. Do this. Paying respects to Grandpa Don, I am Leon Crawford. Leon introduced himself before bolting out from the courtyard. This brat, how dare you play this old man? Crazy Don roared in embarrassment, but he didn't chase. He shook his head over his own rashness and stupidity. However, it was pleasant news that the missing brat had returned. He recognized the kid's well-intention veiled beneath his playfulness as he gazed at the bottle of pill in his hand. He could feel the gate of transcendence loosening under the pill's efficacy. Such a great gift upon their first meeting. His impression of Leon was good, or so he thought. Grandpa Don kowtowed me tilde. Leon's distant mischievous words made him stagger and almost spit blood in anger. Was the going to continue bringing that up? Why did he do such a stupid thing? But what has been done cannot be undone. It was going to keep haunting him. The core members of the Red Salamander gang were once eradicated by Leon, but stability was never returned to the lower North District. Whether the tumor was rid from the district or not, the damage was already done. The lower North District was like a long-term ill patient. Even if the illness was cured, they still required time to be nursed back to health. While the core members were gone, the outer members still plagued the district like a pack of headless cockroaches without their leaders. Not all the Red Salamander gang's outer members were wicked beyond redemption. There were also good people among them, but for the sake of their own survival they were forced to join. However, throughout the years of servicing the gang, the blood on their hands and crimes piled on their heads were enough to condemn them to death like any other wicked members of the gang. It was not easy to revert to their normal lives. Within a seemingly large abandoned warehouse, many innocent commoners were held and locked behind ironwood cages. There was no discrimination among the people kept inside the ironwood cages as they came from all ages and genders, young and old, men and women. The smell within the cage was especially nauseating. They were the merchandise of the Red Salamander gang. No one knew when or how the organ harvesting business started, but it was a lucrative business and there was always a demand. They find it hard to extricate themselves from the business. Although what they gained was dirty and blood-stained money, it was the least of their worries. The moment they entered the gang, they had already been prepared to leave their morality behind. In recent days, their manpower had been on the short side, and with the lower West District controlled by the Golden Lion gang applying pressure on their territory, they did not have much time to manage the merchandise in their warehouse. Since the fate of these captive commoners were to have their 5 organs harvested and become cold corpses, they were barely fed to begin with. They have gone a few days without food now that no one was assigned to feed them. They were still fortunate to have some drinking water from the rain that seeped through the cracks of the worn-out building, otherwise they would not even have the strength to move. While these poor souls still had the strength to move, there were no movements within the cage. A gloomy and bleak mood filled the cage. These people knew what fate had in store for them, but they still chose to refrain from wasting any energy, as every bit of energy saved was every extra second of life gained. They only move when they need to drink from the rainwater puddles around them. Their situation was precarious and could even be considered hopeless, but they had not given up on living as they clung to their life tightly. Death was easy, but living was not. Death was also the end, while there was still hope if they were alive, no matter how grim it seems. On this one fine evening, their efforts and stubbornness were finally rewarded. As if the divinities in heaven had noticed and took pity on them, a divine object was shot down from the high heavens, tearing straight through the building and smashed apart the cage that kept them in captivity. Surprisingly, no one was injured. The people had the illusion that they had received divine protection. The divine object had dropped down before them with incredible force and heat. The puddles of rainwater were vaporized by the heat, and the area was engulfed in thick dust and water vapors. What happened? Everyone's eyes were snapped open in shock and panic following the sound of the explosive crash. With their vision impaired, nothing could be seen afar. Only the closest parts of themselves could be seen. Where did all this mist come from? I can't see anything. Oh no, where did all the water go? How can we go on without the water to drink? A person noticed the disappearance of the rainwater they relied on. Does the heavens also want to doom us all? An old lady despaired. Amidst the panic and confusion, despair gripped everyone's heart as the last trace of their hope started diminishing. However, the panic and confusion did not last long as the dust and vapors started to disperse, and the surroundings became clear. The ironwood cage was destroyed. Oh my Freya, the divinities above must have finally answered our pleas. The cage is no more, we are free. We can escape. Light shined from a frail woman's eyes. Yes, we need to quickly escape before those fiends return. A middle-aged man added. The crowd exclaimed with excitement. They were suddenly brimming with hope and vigor, despite their thin frames from a lack of nutrition. It was surprising how much energy they still had left in them after being kept captive like livestock for so long. Wait, there's something over there. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Near the area where the locked door on the ironwood cage used to be, there was a round object glowing with 5 different sparkling colors amidst the dispersing dust and vapor. The round object especially looked holy and divine. Their curiosity to understand what the divine object was superseded their own desire to escape at first notice. What is this object? It kinda looks like a lid for something, but it feels very holy. A young girl was enamored by the beauty of the glowing object. This has to be a divine object. It must have been sent down by the divinity above to free us. A religious person assumed with great faith. His blind confidence was like a virus, infecting everyone else into taking his words as the truth. There were no churches erected in the present era, but people used to worship many gods and goddess before the cataclysm. Almost every person worshipped at least one god or goddess, and their churches spanned the entire continent. However, the lack of divine intervention during the Great Cataclysm had caused them to lose their faith in their gods, and the hero king became their new source of belief and worship. We have to take it with us. We can't leave behind. It would only be tainted by those fiends if they come back and find it. A person picked up the divine object carelessly. He was fortunate that the object was no longer scathing hot after being dipped in rainwater. It was gleaming with redness when it shot down from the skies like a meteor, but now its former silvery look returned and was just warm to the touch. That goes without saying. We leave now before it is too late. Those fiends might have realized something from the commotion and could be coming back in time soon. A person suggested with caution. The crowd quickly agreed to the idea favorably and left the warehouse in tow. They did not want to spend another second in that dastardly and filthy place. The crowd did not part ways after leaving the warehouse but continued moving together as a group. They have been through much together and have bonded. They felt it was safer to stick together as there was strength in numbers, despite being too weak to put up a real fight in their present state. They also wished to stay close to the divine object, as they believe it would be able to protect them from whatever harm comes their way. The same day, a new church was established within a large abandoned building within the lower North District. Whether gods truly existed or not, they did not know. But the divine object was very real and became their source of worship. People needed something to believe in, even if it was just an inanimate object. The divine object was precisely the cauldron lid that went missing after being blasted into the high heavens, after Leon failed to refine his 5-element enhancing pill. However, it was no longer the same cauldron lid as before. It was hard to understand what the cauldron lid had experienced above, but it had undergone a complete transformation and already reached the spirit treasure grade. A seed had been inadvertently planted inside after the people started to worship it. The cauldron lid had freed the people from captivity and a fate with no future, thus they were very grateful to the cauldron lid. They have decided to devote themselves to worshiping the cauldron lid every day. What they do not know is that their faith was also a type of energy, and this type of faith energy was able to nourish the cauldron lid. One day the seed will eventually sprout and grow sentient, become a treasure spirit for the cauldron lid. It was unknown what Leon would think if he knew that his failed pill concoction had resulted in the upgrade of the cauldron lid instead. The living environment of the inner palace was very stable and quiet. Leon was freed from many distractions and able to focus on improving himself. His daily routine consists of 4-part digesting the information from the Myriad Metal Compendium Vol. 1/10, 3-part honing and practicing new skills, 2-part parts of his time was allocated to pill concoction and divine cultivation, and the last part of his time was allocated to spend time with his family. This was not limited to his mother, but also included his other family and in-laws living in the outer palace. He had brought the idea of moving them to the inner palace, but towards this idea, his mother had surprisingly rejected him. But on second thoughts, his mother naturally had her reason. The inner palace held many secrets. Each time he made a trip to visit the Duke's family, Duke Ignis would always give him a strangely expectant but also unhappy look. He had no idea how he had earned the Duke's displeasure or what this father-in-law wanted from him. Whenever he tried to bring up the topic, the Duke would keep mum about it, which put him at a loss of words. Inside his courtyard, Leon was practicing a new skill while waiting for the arrival of a replacement cauldron lid. Without a cauldron lid, he did not dare to refine pills carelessly. He had attempted another 2 times following the second failure. Although he had tried different variation to create the 5 elements enhancing pill, the cauldron lid was repeatedly blasted into the heavens without fail. His thought process for refining the pill had been relatively simple. If the energy did not fuse into the herbal essence, then he would try to fuse the herbal essence into the energy. With all honesty, it was the same sh*T but different smell. However, in the process of pill refining, any minute details could lead to great changes and affect the end result of pill refinement. Thus, although he understood it was a small detail, he dared not overlook the possibility. Matters of pill refining aside, his pill cauldron was something amazing for being able to withstand the explosions. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he found out that his failed pill concoction led to an upgrade of the pill cauldron to the spirit treasure rank. Maybe he had a knack for artificing. Spirit treasure, or rather spirit artifacts, were all crafted by artificers. Artificers were a higher-tiered profession than blacksmiths, as they also know runic inscriptions. There wasn't much difference between spirit treasures and spirit artifacts. It was practically the same thing and was totally up to the people on how they want to call it. Whatever floats their boats, really. Needle throwing had always been one of Leon's simplest but most efficient method of killing. However, he had noticed that as he fought against stronger opponents, his needle-throwing skill was not that very effective and was only suitable for finishing off weaklings. For his needle-throwing skill to not be completely useless in future battles, he had to tackle the problem of power and speed it was lacking. If Old Man Cassif was present to understand Leon's thoughts and problem, he would have been ecstatic and shouted with great enthusiasm, "Accept me as your master, boy. I can teach you." But of course, his mother would never agree to it. As a doctor in his past life, the amount of martial arts and spirit arts in his arsenal were not many. His 9 echoes oscillating fist might as well be his best martial art skill in terms of power and speed. If only he could transfer that speed and power to his needle-throwing skill. With that thought in mind, Leon had been practicing how to merge the two skills together to create a new and more powerful skill that took the essence of both skills: precision, power, and speed. However, there hadn't been much success, filling Leon with frustration. Forgive this one for being presumptuous, but one cannot improve themselves quickly from just practicing skills alone. This one can be your sparring partner if you wish for it, Your Highness. Howard suggested, seeing the prince's frustration. That is an excellent suggestion, Howard. Come, let us spar. Leon agreed happily. What the palace guard said was one of the truths of cultivation back in the divine realm. Whether it was mastering a skill or practicing cultivation, a person improves at a quicker rate when they are under constant pressure. The greater the pressure he can bear, the faster his rate of improvement is, and there was no greater pressure than through life and death battles. But of course, there was no need to go that far as he was no match for the palace guards, and they were also his own people. Without any enmity or feud between them, it was ridiculous to start a life or death battle. Thus, a spar was the next best option. Yes, Your Highness. Howard quickly took a battle stance opposite of Leon before asking, "Should I suppress my cultivation down to your level, Your Highness?" No need. Leon shook his head. It would defeat the purpose for sparring if he let the guard go easy on him. He needed the pressure to improve. He was not afraid of losing. He was only afraid of wasted effort. Eat my punch. Leon quickly lunged at the guard, signaling the start of their spar. The guard did not dodge and received his punch. In a single bout, the gap between their cultivation was on full display. A contest of raw physical strength between 600 Jin force and 900 Jin force, the superior side was obvious. Leon was unable to gain advantage over Howard. He quickly retreated when Howard followed up with a horizontal leg sweep. Good strength, but far from enough, Your Highness. Why don't you try your throwing skill? Howard suggested during their spar. I would naturally get to that. However, you should try blocking this next fist of mine. It won't be as easy. Leon lunged forward once more, however he started circulating his energy and ran them through a meridian route towards his arm to use his martial arts skill, oscillating fist, 2 echoes. Leon fist shot forward in the same fashion. Howard shook his head. How great the difference of a punch could be. Their difference in strength was great. He raises his hand to block again, but at the last moment before contact, Leon's fist suddenly exploded with 1200 Jin force. The force of the fist was 300 Jin above his own. Howard's facial expression wrapped into shock immediately as he tried to parry the blow instead of receiving it directly, before retreating. The prince was not to be underestimated. He was in a league of his own. I'll be going on the offensive now. Please prepare yourself, Your Highness. Towards Howard's words, Leon's eyes turned serious as Howard shot towards him and rained punches upon him. Leon used his unique foot movement to dodge each blow. Despite doing his best to dodge, Howard's blows still managed to graze him. This was it. This was the kind of pressure I needed. Leon thought. His martial skills weren't the only thing needed improving, but also his combat experience and battle awareness. He clenched his fist and sent out another oscillating fist, 2 echoes. Howard was prepared this time and used his own martial arts. His choice was military arts, flowing stream. Leon widened his eyes in horror at the familiar form as his fist connected, but the force behind it didn't. His wrist was grabbed and his body was twirled in circles before he was tossed away face, first to eat the ground in the distance. That darn skill. Leon gritted his teeth in anger. Again. Leon tried to attack from difficult angles, But Howard was still able to shift his position into his favor and grab hold of Leon's wrist, as Leon failed to deliver another oscillating fist, 2 echoes. However, Leon did not give up and shot out another one with his free hand before Howard could toss him. The second oscillating fist landed squarely on Howard's armored chest and sent him flying backwards. Leon thought he had freed himself with that one fist, but he was dead wrong. Howard retained his vice-like grip on his wrist and dragged him along. Leon wore an expression of wanting to cry. He should have told the guard to take off his armor before the sparring at least. However, there was no use worrying over spilt milk and just fight on. He threw a consecutive oscillating fist while they were still in midair, but his free hand was also caught. With both his wrists caught, Howard raised him up high and was about to slam him into the ground to break his own fall. Leon's mind spun for a counterattack. With his arms restrained, energy transferred to his legs subconsciously as he sent out an oscillating kick. The kick landed on the back of Howard's helmet. The concussive blow to the head made him release his grip on Leon involuntarily, as he was the one to slam into the ground instead, while Leon gained some extra airtime from the counterforce of his kick and landed some distance away after a few flips. Howard suffered double concussion after slamming into the ground, but apart from feeling a bit dizzy, he was okay otherwise due to his strong armor. Their spar was cut short after another guard made a sudden announcement. "The Queen has arrived." The Queen entered the courtyard with 2 palace maids in tow. "Mother, why have you come?" Leon greeted his mother upon her arrival. "You'll know in a bit." Elizabeth answered vaguely as she signaled for her palace maids to step forward. With outstretched hands, they presented 2 items to Leon. Both were wooden cases but of differing sizes, one small and one long. Leon did not stand on ceremony and opened the first case. Inside the small case was a set of 36 acupuncture needles. It carried a similar silver sheen to his current needles, but he could tell that they were far from the same. The past days of comprehending the Myriad Metal Compendium book, he already had some general understanding of the world's metals. Leon traced his fingers along the silver needs and understood where they differ. Compared to ordinary steel, the ones in front of him was an alloy mixture of black iron and magsteel. The same ones he requested. Despite using black iron, the needles had retained a stainless silver surface. The forger was sensible enough to know only stainless needles could be used for acupuncture. Due to the past days of busy training, he had totally forgotten about this weapon order. Leon removed his eyes from the needles and glanced at the long wooden case. "This one should be." Sure enough, inside the case was a jet black spear, shaft and spearhead included. It reached a staggering 3 meters in length. It was a plain and simple design without any markings, but it instantly clicked well with Leon the moment he saw it. "How is it? Do you like it?" Elizabeth asked. "I do. Thank you very much, Mother." Leon picked up the black spear and tested its weight. Neither too light nor too heavy. It was just right. The balance and toughness of the shaft was great, and the sharpness of the spearhead was enough to slice ordinary steel with ease. It was a top-tier weapon among ordinary weapons. Leon nodded in satisfaction. Elizabeth was happy that her son liked the weapon, but she shook her head at his words. "If you want to thank someone, you should go thank the blacksmith that forged that weapon for you," she said. She wasn't going to steal credit from weapons creator. "No? Who is one to forge this black spear for me, Mother?" Leon asked with curiosity. He would also like to meet this blacksmith in person. The person was clearly a master blacksmith. It was just a pity that the person did not know any runic inscriptions, otherwise the black spear would have become a great spirit artifact. The Lancaster family is renowned in the kingdom for their peerless blacksmithing skills. Although they have started dabbling in machineries, their skills have not faded. If my son wanted a weapon, it has be the best of the best. Who else could Mother ask other than the Lancaster family themselves to forge the weapon? Elizabeth said with a regal air. She would do anything to keep her son happy. If her son wanted the stars, she would pluck it out of skies for him. That means the one who forged this weapon was. Leon seemed to have understood who forged the weapon. It was the Duke. Elizabeth finished off his sentence. Hearing his mother's confirmation, he suddenly realized why his father-in-law was always in a bad mood and seemed expectant of something from him. He had previously gifted his mother-in-law a batch of Acromus valerian roots for herbal tea, but he had yet to gift his father-in-law anything. After realizing the weapon came from the Duke, Leon felt guilty but also confused at the same time. The Duke had made some subtle hints of wanting to drink some herbal tea, but Leon didn't pay much heed to it. He had gifted the spirit's herbs to make the tea to the Duke's wife. If the Duke wanted some, couldn't he just ask his wife? Alas, Leon did not know that this mother-in-law of his was stingy and didn't want to share any with her husband. Having delivered the items, Elizabeth stayed for a few idle chats with her son. She didn't want to take up too much of her son's time as he wanted to continue training. Before leaving, she gave Howard a sideward glance and made a mental note to reward him well next time. She wasn't stupid and could easily tell that they had been sparring before she came. Although she knew her son would one day be a dragon among men, she didn't believe he could best the palace guards in a spar at his current cultivation. It must be the palace guard going easy on her son. It's rare for awakeners to be able to battle opponents above their levels. 1 level was possible, 2 levels were rare, but crossing 3 levels was simply unheard of. The new cauldron lid, Your Highness. A palace guard arrived with the replacement lid sometime after his mother left. Leon nodded before turning to Howard. We will continue sparring later. Yes, Your Highness. Howard answered with newfound respect for the prince. Only he had experienced firsthand how shocking the prince's strength was. Leon briefly ruminated over their spar and considered it an unexpected success. He didn't succeed in using oscillating fist technique through throwing, but he had succeeded using his legs. If he could use oscillating fist at 2 echoes freely like he was breathing air in any of his limbs, it was equal to elevating his battle power to 1200 Jin permanently. In other words, he would be stronger than 9th Step Awakeners as a 6th-layer tempered body practitioner. After he finished ruminating, he fired up the pill cauldron straight away. He was confident he would succeed this time. His energy wasn't the correct catalyst for merging the herbal essences. His body was what formed the balance of 5 energy and refined the pseudo-grandmist energy. Thus, his body was the answer to the problem. This didn't mean he had to throw himself into the pill cauldron, forget about fitting in the small cauldron. Even if he did, it would be the same as trying to cook himself. Furthermore, ingesting the herbal essence mixture now would defeat the purpose of refining the pill in the first place. The solution was using the blood essence of his 5-element body physique. With that said, Leon repeated the steps of pill concoction for 5th time and dripped his blood essence into the herbal essence mixture. The herbal essence did not turn chaotic and began to light up brightly. Under its brilliance, the herbal essence finally started merging harmoniously. Condense. The shape of the 5-element enhancing pill began to form under Leon's control before hardening. Sometime after the cauldron cooled, Leon lifted the lid, and inside was a single 5-element enhancing pill. This was due to him splitting the spirit herbs into 10 portions, but 1 portion was all he needed. Under Leon's request, a sumptuous meal of beast meat was prepared for him on the tea table. Don't let anyone disturb me. Leon ordered the guards. Yes, Your Highness. With all preparations for his breakthrough ready, Leon took in a puff of cold air as he looked at all the beast meat laid on the table. A determined glint shimmered in his eyes. Do what he got to do. Leon devoured the beast meat in a quick but barbaric manner like the beast meat was still alive. After cleaning all the plates an hour later, he immediately sat in meditation and run his energy circulation using the hegemony of primal chaos to refine all the energy inside the beast meat. The 5-elemental energy within heaven and earth also began to gather towards him at the same time. He mustered the energy to impact the walls of the 7th layer, but it was as stable as a mountain and refused to budge. Sure enough, the walls of the 7th layer was not easy without his 5-element enhancing pill. He did not wait any further and ingested the pill. A torrential wave of energy gushed out of the pill and began flooding his body. He increased his energy circulation and built up the momentum. When it hit the peak, he bombarded the walls of the 7th layer furiously. The previous mountain-like wall suddenly became as soft as tofu as it was blasted into nonentity by the ocean-like energy and cleared the path to 7th layer. The excess energy continued onwards and charged towards the 8th layer. It did not stop until Leon's cultivation sat stably at the 8th layer. Leon exhaled a puff of impure air with a sigh as he stabilized his cultivation. Breaking through the seventh layer felt like breaking through a major bottleneck rather than a minor one. He did not remember it being this hard to break through the early stages of divine cultivation. Is it because my body had been reformed into the five-element body? Leon did not know whether to laugh or cry. He might have screwed himself over by choosing to practice the hegemony of primal chaos. However, since he already chosen it, he will see it through to the end. There was no quitting halfway nor crying over spilt milk. If he gives up so easily when things get tough, he would not be able to form an indomitable will. Leon tested his newfound strength on a steel pillar and made a large dent with his fist. His physical strength reached 800 Jin force without surprise. He spent the next few hours sparring with the palace guards. Congratulations of your breakthrough, Your Highness. Howard was shocked at the prince's big leap in strength and was the first to congratulate him. Rumble, Almighty. He nodded with strained smile. His stomach felt unsettled. Later that day, one of the palace guards on toilet break discovered one of the lavatory toilets was clogged beyond belief, but that is a story for another time. The upper districts of the capital each had their own unique scenic spot for people to visit, whether they were locals or visitors from outside the capital. At the heart of the Upper South District was one such spot, Angus's Food Market, a large market square filled with food stalls that sells exotic and unique food from across the entire human domain at affordable prices. At its center was a grand fountain called the Red Lotus Fountain. As its name implies, it was filled with red lotuses. Apart from being a popular spot for young couples to confess their love for one another, it was also a place where people make their wishes. No one knew when the rumor came about, but it was said that if people throw coins into the fountain and make a wish, it would eventually come true. Despite being unable to prove the veracity of rumor, it didn't stop people from testing their luck. Gold, silver, and copper coins were no longer used as currency since the old era, and most have been exchanged for the craw currency, which appear in sophisticated paper notes. However, a lot of wealthy families kept these old relics for collection, and it didn't stop their younglings from digging them up and extravagantly tossed them into the fountain for wishes. Over time, a sizable sum of coins had piled up at the bottom of the fountain. Old man Cassif had found himself stumbling into this large food market as he was drawn by the rich aroma of food. He wore a weary expression from toiling in the upper districts. Wherever he went, troubles seemed to have followed. Hey, it should be about 536 different interactions now, Cassif thought. The past days had been a nightmare for him, especially the event at the Orlia Mountain Road. The restaurant staffs chased him like he had murdered their ancestors. It was totally unreasonable. Hey, how can food be so expensive? But, dastardly thing. Food is meant to be eaten. Who can afford such expensive food? Cassif realized that after working in the shadows for so many years, he could not even afford a single meal. Either the royal family had severely underpaid him or there was something wrong with that place. He chose to suspect the latter. How could he dare to question the royal family? This elder, would you like to buy some meat skewers? A random stall owner reached out after he noticed the old man ogling at his meat skewers coated in special sauce that made it look especially succulent and enticing. No, Cassif rejected and started walking off. He had learnt keeping interactions to a minimal was the best way to avoid trouble. In fact, he had mastered the art of minimal words. When trying to interact with other people, it mainly consists of two words, hi and bye. And he had to say it was extremely effective. People would just call him crazy and avoid him like he was a plague. They would not hassle him at all. Towards this kind of treatment, he was not offended and was even happy about it. He just wants to quickly finish the task, regardless of whether he did it right or not, and just return to being the leader of the shadow guards. If the queen knew what was happening, she would have wanted to facepalm herself, thinking the old man was beyond cure. Wait, these skewers are only 20 craws each. The stall owner tried to entice the old man. A price that is actually damn reasonable. But the previous place was Black-Hearted Restaurant. Cassif heard the stall owner but continued leaving with quickened pace. It wasn't because he didn't want to eat, in fact, he very much wants to, but he had no money. He had to find a way to make some money. The heavens seemed to have guided Cassif to the Red Lotus Fountain, where young people were seen tossing old money into the fountain. Upon further look, thousands of coins glittered at the bottom of the fountain under the moonlight. Casif wanted to laugh out loud. The heavens must be favoring him. He needed money, and money he shall get. He didn't understand why these younglings were throwing away money, but who was he to complain? One man's trash was another man's treasure. Splash! The old man dived into the pond-like fountain, spraying another jet of water into the air. An old man jumped into the fountain. Quick, get help! The young bystanders saw the old man jumping into the fountain and thought he was tired of living and wanted to drown himself. It never crossed their minds that this old man was trying to steal the coins in the fountain. However, that was precisely the case. The old man climbed out with a small mountain of coins in his arms and shocked everyone. This old man was really stealing the fountain coins. What are you doing? A young noble whom just tossed a coin into the fountain roared with anger. What the old man did was practically stealing away their hopes and dreams. Would their wishes still come true? Old man Casif was quite jovially at the unexpected gains, but the angry roar was like a splash of cold water, startling him and made him drop all the coins onto the floor. Is there a problem? I'm just taking what people don't want. Is there a problem? Are you pretending to be senile, old man? Don't you know what this place is? Listening to the old man's words, even the crowds were incensed. All of them had once tossed a coin into the fountain to make a wish before. Who doesn't know about the wish fountain? The old man was either shameless or a complete idiot. The crowd glared at old man Casif angrily. Their glares felt especially piercing. They were ready to give him a piece of their mind, but he wasn't ready for any more mental torment. When things go south, run. Casif quickly disappeared from the spot and escaped. Where did the old man go? The crowds rubbed their eyes but couldn't find any trace of the old man. The old man had seemingly vanished from right before their eyes. How can someone just vanish like that? Gee, ghost! Someone blurted. These young masters and misses were spooked and soon became a disorderly mob. The bedtime ghost stories were true. Ghosts are real. What? At the top of a building, Casif looked up at the night sky. His figure looked lonely, haggard and unaware of the small chaos he created in the food market due to his disappearance. Hey, there is no free lunch in the world. How can I forget such a simple truth? He sighed. He wasn't sure what the queen wanted him to achieve on this task, but he realized being the leader of the shadow guards weren't all that great and glorious as he thought it should be. When he is gone, a new leader will step up to replace him. Who will remember him then? He had no kin. Leader. A shadow guard suddenly flickered before him. What is it? Casif was unaffected by the person's presence and continued to gaze at the night skies with a lost expression. The shadow guards needs you. Strange things have been happening in the capital, and we have already lost all contact with 3 of our squads. You are the current leader in charge, Mark. How could you let such a thing happen? Casif turned around and questioned his vice leader with a sharp expression. Your subordinate is incapable. Please punish me. The vice leader dropped to his knees. He didn't make excuses for his incompetence. No, never mind. The 4 great families had been quiet for too long. What have they been up to? Mark blushed with shame when he was asked that. The corrupted noble families seemed to have hidden themselves, and their homes seemingly empty. But he sent his men to investigate. They never came back. The situation was bizarre. Shadow guards were trained to be adept at stealth and assassination. They should be nimble and fast. Even if they were discovered, they should have been able to escape. But since they didn't return to report to him, he couldn't gain any information. Casif looked his vice leader with speechlessness. He closed his eyes to settle his emotions before reopening them. Go back and handle the other matters. I will be going for a stroll. Casif said. He was suspended from duty, so he couldn't be involved with the shadow guard's work. However, it should be fine if he was just casually looking right. Mark took a moment to understand the underlining message, leave the corrupted nobles to the leader. Yes, leader. Mark answered with relief. A burden was lifted off his shoulders. After the vice leader left, Casif headed straight for the manor of the Esmond family, located within the Upper South District and the closest to his current location. He frowned upon arrival. There were no people, but there was a strong lingering scent of blood and gunpowder in the area. He didn't have much hopes that the shadow guard sent here was still alive. He focused on the lingering gunpowder. There was no gunpowder in the area, but such a strong lingering smell of gunpowder implied that a large amount of gunpowder was here, but it was moved. How can the Esmond family get their hands on such a large volume of gunpowder? There was strict regulation on gunpowder in the capital. Kasif frowned in thought. But more importantly, where did the gunpowder go? This wasn't good news. He scanned the entire area with Earth Pulse and found a large underground passageway that could possibly lead all the way outside the capital. This must be how the Esmond family smuggled items into the capital and also quietly disappeared. He concluded with a serious expression. The four great families were planning something big. I have to report to the Queen immediately. The matter could no longer be treated lightly. Kasif was willing to disobey the Queen's previous order to bring the news to her. He understood the Queen's attitude towards the nobles. The Queen had the nobles uprising with contempt. She wasn't as strong as she was now when the first rebellion occurred, and a ninth step awakener was quite powerful for her. But now they were just non-entities she could wipe out at any time. If they want to seek death, then they can come. She wouldn't leave her defenseless husband behind to go out of her way to kill them all. The Queen would not act personally if it didn't affect the foundation of the capital. Kasif believes with the large amount of gunpowder hidden somewhere in the capital, it was like a ticking time bomb, threatening to destroy the foundations of the capital at any moment. He quickened his steps towards the royal palace. Unfortunately, his expression took a drastic turn in the next moment. He was too late. Boom, boom, boom. The chain of explosions could be heard in the distance, and the entire capital was alarmed. The source of the explosion came from the city walls. Why the city walls? Kasif changed directions and headed towards the lower district. It was too late to inform the Queen. Rocking up at the royal palace now would just be asking for a tongue-lashing from the Queen. He should investigate the area affected by the explosions and save the people instead. The scale of the resulting explosion of gunpowder was far greater than what he had anticipated. It didn't seem like the four great family could have achieved this feat by themselves. Someone must be backing the four great families to generating such shocking and horrid results. Are we being invaded by another kingdom? Kasif couldn't help but thought out loud. Why else would they take down the walls? Unfortunately, he could see anything beyond the original spot of the city walls before large volumes of smoke blocked his field of vision. The commoners were a bunch of clueless individuals. They did not know who or for what purpose they targeted the city walls with explosives, but where the city walls once stood became a large empty rift that seemed to stretch deep into the earth. No one could get close to peer down the rift. Everyone was too busy trying to get as far as they could from the outer edges of the lower district. The situation of the lower district was total mayhem as people pushed and shoved each other to save themselves. The ugliness of human was on full display for all to see. Move it! A man shoved a slow mother carrying her child out of the way. Noya! The mother tripped and fell to the floor. Such fall was normally not life-threatening, but behind her was a large crowd of frightened people running for their lives like a frenzy stampede. The mother had no time to consider her choices and protected her child with her own body as she was stepped on by countless feet. Wah, mummy! The child wept with sadness as she saw her mother spurted blood and was dying. The man obviously hadn't expected such a result, but they did not turn back as his own life was more important. Sorry. The explosion had sent burning debris and embers flying into the skies and rained back down upon the lower district, targeting everything indiscriminately. Buildings were razed to the ground and people were shot and crushed to death. The damages and destruction to the lower district was incalculable and continued to escalate as fire spread with fumes of black smoke rising everywhere. The entire outer edges of the capital were engulfed by the flames and formed a great ring of fire. Narg, my leg. The man traveled a few yards before a wild flying debris shot through his leg and caused himself to fall to the ground. No! The man cried as he was similarly stomped to death by the rampaging crowd behind. Regrets filled his mind as he eventually took his last breath. Suddenly, the people felt the world became very small, as the capital was shut off from the outside world and trapped in a cage of nightmare. No one was able to see through the veil of black smoke and fire rising, unless they stood atop high vantage points like the Royal Palace, Lancaster Empire Estate Building, or were able to take flight to the sky. Similar scenes were happening throughout the lower districts, along with the reverberating cries and screams of the commoners. A gloomy and somber mood filled the capital. The royal palace was in the heart of the capital and was far from the city walls and outer edges of the lower districts. But the earth-shaking explosions of the city walls were like the angry roars of the thunder god and reached all the way to the royal palace. Unless one was deaf, people would definitely be able to hear the explosions. Leon was cultivating in meditative posture when the tranquility of the royal palace was broken by the outside disturbance. As the royal palace occupied the most central and highest area in the capital, Leon would be able to see the scene of the lower east district if he left his personal courtyard. However, he did not do this and directly took to the skies with his flame wings, where he was offered view of the capital in all directions, and the situation of the lower district was laid bare to him. The scene of the city night was usually lit with a certain brightness that brought a festive mood and life to the city night. However, what Leon saw was a different type of brightness that didn't bring life but death upon them. His heart was gripped with concern when looked at the similar situation over at the lower west district. Arya was still there, and so was his Golden Lion gang. Although he didn't really care about these people, they have entrusted their lives to him, so he had to be responsible for them. "Are you heading out, son?" Elizabeth arrived with her maids in tow and asked him. "Yes, mother. I must go," Leon said firmly. He was going no matter what. "Mother understands." "Go on," Elizabeth said supportively. Huh? Leon was taken aback by his mother's answer. He thought she would try to keep him due to her overprotectiveness. "Then I'll be going," Leon said carefully as he grabbed his black spear and took to the sky. "Make sure to bring that daughter-in-law of mine back for mother to see," Elizabeth suddenly mentioned. "It's not Lynn," he immediately blurted out before he shot towards the lower west district at incredible speed. "No, it's another girl," Elizabeth murmured to herself. The palace maids behind her flashed a disgusted look at the disappearing prince in the distance. Their piercing gaze forced the Leon to look back with confusion, but didn't manage to discover anything out of place, as the maid's expression had already returned to normal. "Must be my imagination. Why are you still here?" After Leon was gone, Elizabeth shifted her gaze onto the palace guards and asked with a solemn expression. "Oh, we are unable to fly, your majesty." They answered, "Don't you still have your legs? Or do you not want them anymore?" Elizabeth asked as she directed her gaze onto their legs with squinted looks. They were immediately scared and swiftly answered, "Why yes, you're right. We will be going now, your majesty." Howard and the 3 other palace guards chased after Leon immediately. Elizabeth wasn't satisfied until their figures could no longer be seen. With how firmly her son had answered her question, she knew that nothing she said could persuade him, and forcibly keeping him would only hurt their relationship. Thus, the guards were still required to follow her son and protect him. Only when her son was well protected was she able to be calm and have a peace of mind. She only had one son. She wouldn't be able to bear the loss if there was a mishap. After her son's matter was settled, she headed to Great Hall with a solemn expression and summoned the shadow guards. "What is your command, your majesty?" The temporary in command of the shadow guards and the vice leader, Mark asked after being summoned. "I want information. How did these vermin snuck so much explosives into my husband's capital? What have they been up to? And where are they now?" The queen threw out one question after another furiously. "These damn nobles have gone too far." Sweat trickled down the vice leader's forehead as he did not have any answers to these questions. I'm afraid there's no information, your majesty." The vice leader was shaking when he said this. He was absolutely terrified of what the queen might do in her rage. "None. What sh*t are you? Do you even know how to do your job?" Elizabeth roared. The metallic plating of the hall trembled as they threatened to peel themselves from the hall and be at her beck and call. "Mercy, your majesty. This subject is incompetent and not fit to command the shadow guards. Only the leader is the most suitable." The vice leader dropped to his knees and pleaded for his life. Where is Kasif? What has he been doing? Elizabeth asked as she suppressed her fury. They had one job. When the vice leader heard this, he felt a ray of hope. This was something he could answer. They have been keeping tabs on the leader's daily action. It was hard not to with the trouble the leader was causing. If he couldn't even answer this question, then he fears it might really be off with his head. The leader has been. Mark started reporting everything the leader had gotten himself into. When Elizabeth heard the report, she rolled her eyes and rubbed her temples. The old goat was beyond cure. Go fetch the old goat for me now. Tell him suspension is over and he is reinstated. He is to get to work immediately. I want to know what the four families are up to, Elizabeth said with dignified bearing. She had cut off the word great from the four great family. Such a name was a joke to her. Just a bunch of ants. Yes, Your Majesty. Leon's flight speed was very fast. He arrived at his home district in a very short time. He descended to the ground after depleting most of his fire essence. He surveyed the streets that was littered with bodies, both dead and alive. Some were trampled to the point of having their 5 organs crushed, but they still managed to cling to life dearly by sheer willpower. Young hero, there's no hope for me, but my son, please take my son, a young mother begged after seeing Leon descending from the skies. Her concern for her child was the only thing keeping her alive. Woo, mummy, the child cried. Please save me, a middle-aged man with broken legs also pleaded. Many others on the streets witnessed and also pleaded for Leon to rescue them as well. Leon sighed at the turn of events. There were a lot of people that needed saving, but there was only one of him. There was only so much one person could do. If he tried saving them all, he would have no time to look for Arya. Leon popped a pill in the mother's mouth and a few others who were in life-threatening conditions. He wasn't sure if the all-purpose healing pill was enough to keep their life, but he had done what he could. Their life now depended on fate and their own willpower. The pill efficacy worked quickly, and some with less life-threatening conditions discovered the miraculous effect of the pill quickly after they felt their life was no longer in danger. Tell you this is a miracle pill. Thank you, young hero. And no, divine doctor. Their words triggered the surprise envy of those who didn't receive any. They were immobile but not in life-threatening conditions. What about us? Please give us a pill too. Yeah. This is unfair. We should be traded too. Your lives are not in danger. I will send someone else to come to rescue you all later. Leon said coolly while giving them a sweeping glance. He wasn't obligated to help these strangers to begin with. If he handed out all his recovery pills, his hands would be tied when he encountered more people who truly needed them. Wait, please come back. I can't walk. You can't leave us here. They started roaring at Leon when they saw him that he had no intention to give them any healing pills. Leon looked back at them coldly. People expect too much when they don't need. He already said he would send help, but some people just weren't satisfied. Leon ignored them and soon left the scene. He headed in the direction of the Golden Lion Gang headquarters. He didn't know where Arya lived, but he believes that she would be heading there for refuge. Suddenly, remembering that she was already awakened, he didn't worry too much. Along the way, he found that not every building hit by flying debris were razed to the ground. They came in various sizes, and many were able to survive the collapse. There were people that chose to hide inside their homes during the explosion, and while some were unlucky to be killed under the crushing weight of their own homes, many others survived. The chaos of the lower district did not seem to have settled even after the flying debris and embers ceased raining hell upon them, and only seemed to have escalated the matter. Some people took advantage of the chaos to raid other people's homes and plunder their goods and valuables. The illusory law and order in place was completely shattered by the explosions. People became depraved and did whatever they want like it was the end of the world. Right in front of Leon, a woman was forced to escape from her own home before being pinned down by a man who was not her husband. Please let me go. Why are you doing this? Gag. The man laughed lasciviously. Leon frowned at the ugliness of men. It was unseemly and disgusted him to share the shared gender. Without much thought, the man became a headless corpse under his black spear before he continued his way. Thank you, young hero. The woman was grateful, but she could not hide the sadness in her heart. The man had invaded her home and killed her husband. Leon did not look back. After dealing with a few similar cases, he finally arrived at the nightclub that was surprisingly still in one piece. Boss. Manager Doug instantly recognized Leon as he did not conceal his face. Manager Doug was pleasantly surprised to see their boss again after many days of absence. He always seems to arrive in a timely manner when they needed him most. What's the situation? Leon asked. Terrible, boss. The city walls exploded, and the ground collapsed along with the thin veil of law and order that held the Lower West District in place. The Lower West District was the most stable of the four lower districts. The fact that it still descended into hell could only mean that it was worse for the other three districts. Leon creased his crows. I already know this. What is the situation of our members? How many are present? All of them are present. Manager Doug answered. Along with their families crowding every floor, boss. Gather all the core members for me. I have something to say. Leon nodded. Yes, boss. The core members were assembled before him shortly. There were old faces along with new ones for a total of 40 core members. Leon distributed all of them awakening pills indiscriminately, regardless of whether they were already awakened or not. All of you were once maggots, miscreants and ruffians, whom bully the weak in one way or another to benefit yourselves. You have neither earned the right to these awakening pills nor deserving of them, but today I am bestowing them upon you. There are hundreds to thousands of people in the lower districts that now need your help. Save them and prove to me that my choice today was not the wrong one. Go. The boss's words and actions struck a chord with them. The benefits the boss provided was much better than what the great families had given them before. Even if they had no sense of justice in their heart, they were still eager to prove themselves to the boss. The group swallowed their pills with concealed excitement and determination before dispersing outside. Doug, you stay. Someone needs to take charge of the headquarters and these people. Leon ordered. It wasn't wise to send all his men out. He himself wasn't staying for long. It would be a big joke if they return later, only to find out their headquarters have been looted. Yes, boss. Manager Doug answered with utmost respect and awe. There was a majesty to the boss that weren't present before. Where is Arya? Miss Arya is not here. Leon was momentarily silent. I'll go look for her. Mom, Dad, come with me. I know a place that can keep us safe. Arya said with her ethereal voice as she tugged on her parents. They had just managed to escape from their collapsing home. No, we need to hide. The father rebutted strongly. The streets were littered with dead bodies. It wasn't safe to stay outside. Trust me. Arya was strong-willed and pulled her parents. To the man's shock, he was no match for his daughter's strength. Since when did his delicate little baby grow so powerful? All right. The father soon became compliant. His daughter's thin and delicate arms couldn't possibly contain such strength unless she was awakened. Along the road, the family of three found other survivors on the streets, but was horrified by what was happening. They couldn't comprehend why people were committing violence, robberies, and rape. No, stop. A young lady fought back her man, forcing himself on her desperately. When Arya saw this scene, her expression frosted over. It had triggered her bad memory when she was still weak. She ran up and kicked the man right in his family jewels with great force and sent him flying. The lecherous animal died with his family jewels exploded. Her father felt a cold breeze over his own. His daughter seems to have bad blood with this type of people and transformed into a ferocious ice queen. Thankfully, he wasn't like this, the father gulped. Thank you very much, sister. I am very grateful for your help. You are very powerful. The lady put on a smile, despite being in pain from her broken leg. Next time you must fight back and kick them where it hurts. Arya said coolly. Women were taken advantage of because they were timid and weaker. They had to show these men how ferocious they can be so they would not be bullied so easily. However, Arya wondered why she was so unfeeling towards killing and suddenly felt afraid that she was turning into someone she wasn't. There weren't too many evildoers in the area, but there were a lot of victims that had been trampled on. Arya made quick work of these evildoers nonetheless, and began helping her parents carry the victims to a safe spot away from the burning and collapsing buildings. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The victims were very grateful for the trio's act of kindness. Their work took many trips as there were dozens of injured people, while only the three of them were able to move freely. As an awakener, she was able to carry 2 people at a time and made more trips than her parents at a time. Soon, words of her great act of kindness was spread among the common people. While she was powerful, she had unmatched beauty and kindness. The people of the lower district needed hope, and she had unwittingly become that symbol of hope in this time of chaos. By word of mouth, tales of her feats were soon blown out of proportion and soon began calling her the Saintess. News made their way to Leon's ears, whom was searching and helping in another area of the lower west district. His recovery pills were almost depleted in the process. He decided to head over to the source of the news. He thought it was worth investigating. A few dozen kilometers away from the capital, a group of people could be seen standing on the top of a hill and gazing over at the burning capital. They were the 4 great families, Grey, Esmond, Weld, and Acker. Before them stood another figure cloaked in black, making the figure's countenance unrecognizable. The group looked at the burning capital with mixed feelings. Some looked on with keen interest and anticipation, while some seemed guilty. Hey, we are all sinners. To burn the Guardian Kingdom, defending humanity and straining its already dwindling population. I don't know how I feel about this. Lord Esmond sighed with mixed feelings, but his plain expression contradicted his sentiments. When Lord Weld heard this, he smirked. Don't start pretending be some good person now, Lord Esmond. You know full well as I do how many lives we have reaped to live as long as we did. The moment we decided to practice that technique, we already stopped being humans. His dark and fiendish aura fluctuated when he said this. His aura was also the densest and heaviest of the 4 family lords. One would find it hard to associate him with being human. He was more becoming of a blood demon that wantonly feasted on human blood. Since the death of his son, he had been sinking deeper into depravity. The only thing keeping him from fully submerging was his grandson, Caden. When you replace the Crawford royalties and become the new guardian families and protectors of mankind, you will become heroes, not sinners. The victor is king and the laws are theirs to make. 100 years later, who would remember the truth when history had been rewritten? The Crawford family weren't the first to rewrite history, and they certainly won't be the last. The black-cloaked figure spoke to the 4 lords, but his eyes never left the scene of the burning capital. The black-cloaked figure was the one Lord Weld had went to request help from Sir Zagan. Edric Grey was standing behind his father at the back when he heard the black-cloaked figure spoke. He widened his eyes and blurted, history was rewritten. The sudden interruption made his father, Albert Grey, turn pale with anger. He was slapped without mercy and harshly reprimanded, where are your manners? Don't interrupt the lords when they are speaking. This one apologizes for not disciplining his son properly and hoped the lords forgive his rudeness. Albert apologized humbly while forcing his son to bow. The people in front of him was akin to monsters that drink human blood. He never spoke about it, but he was quite fearful in his mind of these lords, his own father, Lord Grey, included. Forget it. I might as well enlighten the ignorant. Sir Zagan waved. If anything, the father was more uncouth than the son with his loudness, but he didn't mind. His words caused the displeasure of lords. No one liked to be called ignorant, but it was also true that they didn't know history was rewritten by the Crawford royal family either. While they were displeased, they dared not show it on their faces and just let it die in their stomach. Sir Zagan's strength was unfathomable and couldn't be disrespected nor offended. Sir Zagan wasn't wrong in calling people ignorant. Anyone with half a brain would at least know that the history everyone was taught, which sang praises of the hero king's feats and the glory of humanity, was in fact full of dubious points. The human domain is very small in comparison to the continent at large. How many people had once spanned the entire continent before the cataclysm? How many kings? How many kingdoms once existed? No one knows, but the numbers should have been far greater than what we have now. The history of the hero king was too clean. With the existence of so many royal families in the past, the rise of a commoner would not be smooth and without oppositions. The current kingdoms in the human domain all belong to the royal families that supported the hero king back then. You can guess what happened to the rest that didn't. Sir Zagan ended his speech there, and allowed the group to draw their own conclusions for the fate of the opposing royalties. His eyes suddenly grew sharp. The main event is starting soon. Outer palace atop the palace walls. Why is no one from the upper district stepping forward to help the commoners? They even shut the gates. Rachel frowned at the actions of the upper class. Is this how nobles and aristocrats are supposed to behave? They don't seem to care for the commoners at all. She would have rushed to help if her parents weren't stopping her. They don't want the commoners flooding the upper district with their filth. Duke Ignis mused before realizing his own insensitiveness. I didn't mean you guys. Mia had looked at him coldly in Helen's arms when he said this. Ha ha ha, Duke Ignis chuckled awkwardly and pinched her cheeks, but she wasn't impressed. No. Anyway, the nobles and aristocrats are afraid to help. What are they afraid of? Rachel asked. They are afraid of the unknown. The city wall was blown up, but that can't be the only aim of the enemy. There must be a second part to their plan, and without figuring out their plan or aim, the nobles and aristocrats don't dare to step forward to help. Lower South District outer perimeters. The area was filled with black smoke and heavily impeded one's vision. Kasif arrived at the edges of the dense black smoke and advanced no further. Even if he was a 5-star awakener, breathing in toxic black smoke was harmful for his body, and extended periods could even lead to death. There is too much black smoke. This is too unnatural to be the result of gunpowder alone. A lot of firewood is needed to create this much black smoke. Kasif frowned. His earth pulse was picking a lot of vibrations, too many to count and too hard to get an accurate read. The black smoke was also billowing out endlessly. He didn't dare go underground because the black smoke would suffocate him. He had a sense of foreboding coming from the below. If it was what he thinks it is, then the capital was in deep sh*T. Better close up this rift quickly. Lower West District Market Square. Thank you, Saintess. An elderly woman expressed her gratitude. Arya retained a cool expression, but inside she was dying from embarrassment. Such a title, how did the situation lead to this? Few hours earlier, her plan was to take her parents to the Golden Lion Gang headquarters, where she believes was the safest place in the lower district. Her parents were originally concerned about their safety, but the moment they saw other people suffering, they were the first to express their wish to help. She was just carrying out their wishes. They were the true saints. Wow, look, someone is coming from the skies. A little boy suddenly uttered and pointed to the skies. Everyone turned to look where the boy pointed and saw a young man in royal garment descending. Arya was no exception, but the moment she did, happiness was written over her concealed face. Arya dived into Leon's chest as he descended. He smiled when he found her. Are you the saintess? He already knew the answer, but he still asked. They had been working on 2 fronts to quell the chaos and save the people. Arya received a lot of help from the gang members to set up the medical tents, while like-minded and able individuals joined in later. The gang members fed the information back to him, and after he learned how powerful Arya became, he placed down his worries and focused on saving the people that needed saving. One used miraculous healing pills to treat the dying, while the other soothed injured's pain with her angelic voice. One was a divine doctor and the other was a saintess. They truly sounded like a match made in heaven. You are teasing me. Arya pouted with shyness and buried her face in his chest. Crowd was surprised by their saintess's reaction. It seems their saintess already has a sweetheart. Some boys and young men were broken-hearted at this revelation. Though they haven't caught a glimpse of her face, they imagined her beauty was heavenly like her voice. The females, on the other hand, thought differently. Ah, he is like a prince descending from the heavens, so handsome. They look like a match made in heaven. Some young ladies were dreamy, seeing the way Leon descended. Before Leon began divine cultivation, he was not handsome by any means. But after he started, his skin has become a little fairer and his body more toned. He was not ugly at the very least. Coupled with his royal garment and aura, people's impression of him changed greatly. Beauty was in the eye of the beholder. But it could also be said another way. Even if it is a pig, if it was dressed in gold, the people will sing praises. Whatever their thoughts were, Leon didn't care. No, run. Suddenly, there were screams and shouts coming from the direction of the outer edges. What's going on? The person grabbed and questioned. Monsters, bugs, I don't know. Run if you don't want to die. The person broke free and ran in the direction of the upper district. Rumble. Everyone was soon able to see what was coming in the distance. Leon recognized them at first glance, and his expression turned grave. Dead-eye spiders. How did the dead-eye spiders find their way to the surface? He did not have a good experience with dead-eye spiders. The situation back then could have been avoided, but he didn't. Now that they arrived at the surface, he wanted to avoid them, but he can't. The appearance of dead-eye spiders was startling, and their numbers were terrifying, but he did not fret. The dead-eye spiders were busy jumping into the flames of the burning buildings and didn't bother them. They had some time to evacuate the area. However, once flames are all gone, they would turn their hungry blind eyes on the tens of thousands of commoners in the lower district. Oh my God! What are those things? They look so grotesque. They have so many legs. Noah? And eyes too. That's so disgusting. The crowd felt a shiver run up their spines when they looked at the giant creepy crawlers in the distance devouring flames. They had never seen anything like these creatures nor learned anything about them. 500 years was a long time, and the common masses have already forgotten what insects were, especially when these giant insects weren't the same as their old kind from before the cataclysm. Panic began to erupt among the masses after seeing the giant arachnid's appearance. Leon frowned at the growing disorder. It would be difficult to command their retreat in a steady manner if they could not be calmed. Be quiet. Leon amplified his voice and roared like thunder. The crowd were stunned by the magnitude of his volume. All eyes focus on Leon, and he used that short period of attention to issue his orders at once. Golden Lion Gang, heed my command. Leon called out. The gang members all stood erected and perked their ears. You are to lead the others to the upper district in a neat and orderly manner. There will be no pushing and shoving. If anyone tries to selfishly get ahead of the others, throw them to the back of line. Leon issued his command coldly. Yes, boss. Beckett, you are to take charge of this operation. The others are to follow your orders. Don't disappoint me. Leon spotted Beckett among the members present and placed him in command of the group. Yes, boss. Beckett answered with pride. He felt honored that the boss remembered his name and placed him in charge of such an important role. Little did he know, it was because Leon only knew his name from among the gang members present that he was assigned a higher role. When some people among the crowd heard Leon's cold command, they were stunned then furious. Throw them to the back of the line. Seeing such terrifying creatures within plain sight, which one of them didn't want to be the first run? They ones at the back would be the first to die. These were the people who had stepped on others and ran when the explosion of the city walls happened. Because of the chaos at the time, the injured ones did not recognize them when they were trampled on by others. Who are you to tell us what to do? Yeah, what right do you have to order us around? Their complaints, however, were met with harsh scolding from the others. Idiot, didn't you hear what the Golden Lion gang members just call him? They called him boss. PH. The divine doctor is doing it for our own good. Did you want people to be trampled on by others again? Some people who recognized Leon as the divine doctor also chimed in. Yeah. Maybe you people were the ones that trampled on us before. The other injured people also joined into the fray. Aye, we didn't. These people didn't expect to be scolded by others. They had expected the others to join their protests instead, but it was clear that they were dead wrong. They tried to deny, but their hesitation was taken as admitting by the others. Enough. Start moving now. The able ones should help carry the injured ones. Do not rush and only take what you can hold. Beckett interjected. Boss assigned this role to him. He had to do it right. The crowd soon started shuffling out of the square and moved towards the upper district western entrance. Some people still took their chances to rush ahead, but they were immediately caught by gang members and thrown to the back like they were warned. They instantly regretted their actions. The square was a gathering point to tend to the injured and held a lot of people, but they numbered less than 3,000. This was only a fraction of the total population residing in the lower west district. There were about 14,000 of other commoners scattered about. Some still hid in their homes, while others went to smaller gathering points. Regardless of their location, the lower district soon descended into greater chaos at the emergence of the arachnids. Tens of thousands of commoners from across the four lower districts began retreating madly towards the upper districts. Hundreds of people are bound to die in another frenzy stampede. Leon could only save so much. Upper District Wall's western entrance. Open up. Please let us in. Why did you all shut the gates? Please let my child enter at least, he is just a boy. The commoners shouted and pleaded at the gates, but despite their cries, the city guards, nobles, and aristocrat families watching the scene of the lower district atop the upper wall looked on coldly and didn't have any intentions of opening the gate. A soft-hearted lady looked at the pitiful commoners below and asked, "They are so pitiful, how about we let them in?" But the suggestion was immediately rejected strongly. Absolutely not. We can't let in so many people. The unending stream of arachnids appearing out of the black smoky region was terrifying. It was like there was no end to their numbers. If they let in so many people, when would they be able to shut the gates again? Not to mention, they don't know how long they must fend off the arachnids once these creatures arrive at the upper wall. They were basically trapped, and that would mean their supplies of goods from the outside world is cut off. In other words, there was limited food. How can they afford to feed all these commoners? The number of people living in the upper district only amounted to roughly 10,000, yet there were close to 50,000 commoners from the lower districts combined. They couldn't handle such influx. As such, they didn't dare open the gates unless they received a royal order to do so. Back at the lower district square, Leon looked at Arya, who remained at his side. You should go with them. What are you planning to do? Arya didn't answer his question. Instead, she stared him straight in the eye and asked, I'm going to try and buy some time by reducing their numbers. Leon said, No, how can I let do that alone? Arya protested, I won't be alone. As Leon said that, his palace guards arrived. Your Highness, Howard and the others greeted with a helpless expression. This prince of theirs sure likes leaving without a word. Your Highness, Arya gave Leon a questioning look. That's just how it is. Leon smiled wryly. There were no changes to Arya's expression when he admitted. It didn't matter who Leon was. Her feelings weren't going to change because of it. It took a lot of effort for Leon to persuade Arya to leave with the rest. In the end, it was her parents that managed to convince and took her away. Before they left, her father gave him a hard look and there were signs of relief. Arya's father had been skeptical with the boy she was seeing. Her parents had broken into tears of happiness when she went missing for one night and came home with being able to speak. When she told them it was Leon who cured her and he was the boss of a gang, her father did not believe her. He thought she was lying to make them feel more accepting of this benefactor she was pursuing romantically. How could a medically skilled person and a gang boss be that young? The boss of the Black Snake gang had been a middle-aged figure. But seeing was believing, and he was finally able to put down his worries. How could he let his daughter date a middle-aged man? After the family of three left, Leon looked at his guards and asked, You guys aren't going to stop me, right? The guards smiled wryly at Leon's question. We can't beat you nor can we persuade you, so we can only follow you. Otherwise, the queen will have our heads. That was what they wanted to say, but they just answered no. Good. Leon smiled and focused his sight on the arachnids. They were closing in and were about to enter the square. He could see the buildings being swallowed one after another by their overflowing numbers. Anyone unlucky to be eaten by these creatures would probably not be left with anything behind. Their terrifying numbers meant these arachnids breed like crazy. They had to be killed before they start laying eggs. Take charge of your own lives. We kill as many as we can, then retreated. Yes, Your Highness. It seems that he was destined to be an exterminator of bugs. He gripped his black spear tightly and charged into the army of spiders. No strategies were needed against such weak preys. He only needed to kill, kill, kill. Leon had suffered under the Deadeye spiders' unrelenting assault because he did not understand their characteristics before. But now that he knew, he would not repeat the same mistake. He did not choose to enhance his black spear with flame essence. It was sharp enough to slay these arachnids. He utilized his ice energy and lowered his own body temperature. The dead-eye spiders did not react to his approach at all as he closed the distance with nimble movements. They could neither see nor sense him, and soon fell victim to his sweeping spear as easy as plucking fruits from a tree. Under a quick barrage of attacks, hundreds of spiders were quickly killed. However, these dead-eye spiders didn't seem to mind the death of their kin and continued moving towards the next fire source. From the day these arachnids were born, they were destined to live in a world of eternal darkness and have no sense of affections for its own brothers and sisters. When the early crawlers jump into the burning buildings and light themselves on fire, they also become targets for other crawlers and are attacked and eaten by their own kind. The crawlers were harmless insects in front of Leon. He did not have to worry about his defense and went completely on the offensive. Leon made a full horizontal sweep with explosive strength like a one-handed sword, and dozens of crawlers were hit by his black spear. Even if they weren't directly cut the spear head, the spear shaft smashed them in mush and blasted them in the others. Like a passing overlord, wherever the black spear traveled, all must give way and clear the area. His inexperienced spear movements quickly became fluid and refined with each sweeping motion. The crawlers were used as training dummies to practice his spear techniques. Seeing the prince fighting so valiantly, the guards were surprised. The spiders did not attack their prince at all. The dead-eye spiders weren't news to the palace guards. They had killed their fair share of dead-eye spiders back in the royal palace. All palace guards had been sent to the underground to train and practice their techniques on the night crawlers at least more than once. However, it was a first time for them to see these night crawlers ignore the prey right in front of them and only rush towards fire source. It was as if the prince was invisible to them. In fact, that was exactly the case. From the night crawler's perception, Leon was like a specter, flickering on and off their grid when he moves and when he doesn't. The prince was like a sovereign of death. If he wanted their lives, they would have no choice but to offer it willingly. There was nothing great about being able to crush ants, but Leon was filled with self-satisfaction when sweeping these bugs away like ones. This was the kind of absolute strength he seeks. If there was a day when he could sweep all the divine kings beneath his feet like ants, then that would be his lifetime's greatest achievement. While being awed by the prince's way of killing, a night crawler snuck up on one of the guards and bit on his helmet with a clank. Unfortunately for the crawler, the helmet was made of a very tough metal, and all its teeth were broken from the bite. SSSSS, it issued a painful cry. The palace guard was startled at sneak attacked. He was distracted and allowed a puny crawler to snuck up on him. He angered and slammed the crawler on the ground with great force, turning it into mush. "Don't just watch Kane. Assist His Highness," Howard stated. They drew their swords and charged in different directions with their chunky armor. Due to equipment, they weren't as agile as Leon and were quickly swarmed by the crawlers when they entered the fray. However, the armor allowed them to be impervious to most attacks. Being buried under a mountain of crawlers, Howard stomped the ground and dozens to hundreds of earthen spikes shot up from the ground and impaled all the crawlers within 5 yards of him. Even after killing these crawlers for so many years, they still disgust him to no end. How about the old rule? Whoever kills the least has to cover drinks for the others for a whole week. Kane suddenly suggested, but his sword never stopped hacking and slashing. "You game, Howard." Hearing this, Howard laughed. He had never lost a killing competition. "Ha ha ha, thanks for the drinks in advance." This competition was as good as one. Kane's suggestion was as good as offering him free drinks. Why would he refuse? "How about you, Jeffrey?" "Sounds good." Jeffrey was game. He didn't excel at killing dead-eye spiders among the 4 of them, but he wasn't the worst either. Of the 4 palace guards that accompanied Leon, one of them had kept silent, and no one bothered to ask if he intended to join their game. However, feeling isolated, he couldn't keep silent for long and caved in. "Aren't you guys going to ask if I want in as well?" "Of course we want to, but considering you always lose, we kind of feel bad, you know." Kane said, but he couldn't help grinning. He wasn't sympathetic at all. Bullsh*T. Why bring it up if you feel bad? Come on. Who's afraid of who? Jack wasn't fooled by his words. His fighting spirit was ignited. He wasn't afraid of the challenges. He can't win if he was afraid of losing. The 4 palace guards finished setting up their little competition and began their bug slaying with great intensity. They all began using their signature move with their Earth abilities. Great Revolving Domain. Kane took the initiative and shouted out his signature technique. The Earth cracked apart incalculable amount of rock pellets and floated in the air, before revolving around Kane at high speed and created a spherical domain. Dozens of crawlers that dived into his domain were struck and grinded to death like they were shot by hundreds of bullets. He wasn't satisfied and dived into a sea of crawlers with his moving domain, and it shred apart a few hundred more. Buddy, your move is very fancy, but aren't very effective in killing them en masse. Jeffrey commented. Clap of Mother Earth. Jeffrey shouted. A gigantic palm rose from behind him. He clapped his hands like a crocodile, snapping its jaws, and the gigantic palm descended and flattened tens of thousands of crawlers into bug patties. His face paled from exhausted all his earth essence in a single move. In a further location, Howard leaped into the air above a sea of crawlers and dropped down like a meteor before slamming the ground with his palm. Grand Stalagmite. He roared. Within 50 yards of him, several thousands of crawlers were impaled to death by earthen spikes striking of various sizes rising from the ground. The spikes destroyed the foundation of a building within its radius and collapsed, crushing thousands of additional crawlers. A light glinted in Jack's eye, and he did not use his usual technique, but called out a new name on the spot. Almighty Collapse. He roared and forced the various abandoned buildings around him to collapse and crushed all the crawlers in its vicinity. His move was nothing short of mass demolition. Muahaha. I am a genius. He laughed hysterically. Countless night crawlers were killed under his move, and the numbers were inestimable. It may have possibly exceeded the 100,000 mark, but many people's homes were destroyed in the process. Leon was amused by their little game until it escalated and blown out of proportion. The palace guards were in a league of their own, with their exquisite control of their earth elements. He had no choice but to admit that their techniques were quite high-level despite having exaggerated names as well as peculiar ones. But did they have to go overboard and demolish so many people's homes? Whether it was burning, damaged, or intact ones, they were all indiscriminately demolished. Leon felt his face twitched at the mess they caused. He racked up thousands of kills himself, but it was nothing compared to his guards. They had stolen his thunder and disrupted his plans. That's enough. We are retreating. Leon called out to his guards. They had quickly exhausted most of their strengths in such a frenzied killing manner and wouldn't be able to continue for much longer. Although he could keep going for several more hours due to his conservative kill method, he had to care for his own guards because they would not retreat without him. In any case, they had accomplished their objective in killing heaps of crawlers and reducing a portion of their numbers. Yes, Your Highness. They hear and obey. The palace guards quickly regathered by Leon's side and they retreated together. Jack was smiling because he believed he had not killed the least for once. In fact, he killed the most. All was fair in love and war. The others groaned at this fact. They were indignant. This bastard was so unscrupulous in his methods to win. People could be hoping of returning to their homes once the disaster was settled, but he had directly destroyed their hopes and turned hundreds of people homeless. So who lost? His question was like setting off a powder keg. They unanimously answered with, Vagov. As the group headed to the Upper West District western entrance, Leon wondered how his mother will resolve the crisis. He wouldn't believe it if his mother said the royal family didn't prepare a countermeasure for a day like today. Everyone in the capital have now witnessed what horrors lied beneath them, and it can no longer be kept quiet. The half-millennia-old secret was a secret no longer. Boss. Leon was greeted by his gang members when he arrived near the western entrance. The situation was not one he was expecting. He had yet to reach the western entrance, but it was already densely crowded from where he stood. Why had everyone not entered the upper district yet? Leon asked with a sour tone. He had delayed the crawlers from reaching the upper wall, but their arrival was inevitable. These people will become food for the crawlers if they don't enter soon. As you can see, boss, the gates have been shut tight. No one is able to enter the upper district. The gang member pointed in the direction of the gate. There was an uproar at the gates. The crawlers were closing in and the crowd were growing restless. They started banging in the gates with greater strength. Open the gates. Open the gates. Open the gates. I am a noble. I demand the gates to be opened for me at once. Some nobles roared. Evidently, there were other nobles and aristocrats that were caught outside in the chaos of the lower districts. Their presence made more people on the upper walls hesitate. What should we do? We can't ignore these nobles and aristocrats. Damn it, why do they have to be outside at a time like this? It's no use. The commoners will flood inside once the gates are open for these nobles and aristocrats. They only have themselves to blame. The discussion atop the upper walls were like a death sentence for these nobles and aristocrats stuck outside with the commoners. Their hearts turned cold. These people were their peers. They were prepared to watch tens of thousands of people die. They weren't humans. They are a bunch of heartless monsters. If they were not stuck outside like the rest of these commoners, they would naturally not think like this. But since they were caught in the same situation, their sentiments aligned with the commoners and hated the cold-bloodedness of the upper district people. Similar situations were also occurring at the southern, eastern, and northern entrances. The only exception was the scene at the southern district was the least intense. The people at the southern entrance weren't as desperate as the people at other entrances. On the rooftop of an intact building within the lower south district, a group of shadowy figures were seen panting and resting. Leader, what are our next course of action? Marg asked respectfully. You guys did well in finding me. I would not have been able to close this rift by myself. Kazav said. However, it is not enough to save the South District. We will head back and report to the Queen. Her Majesty will tell us what to do next. Yes, leader, but what about the commoners? They commoners are being barred from entering the upper district. Are we going to leave them to fend for themselves? Mark added his concern. I believe the problem will be resolved by the Queen shortly. Kaziv answered with some thought. He was sure the Queen could see the situation from the royal palace and would not leave all these commoners to die. Although they had succeeded in sealing the rift for the lower South District's side, it was not enough to eliminate the danger from the lower South District. There were just too many crawlers emerging from the rift in the neighboring districts. Forget about the absence of the outer city walls. Even the adjacent walls dividing the lower districts would not be able to stop these night crawlers from entering the lower South District. Unless the entire rift surrounding the capital was sealed and all the crawlers were eliminated, the danger would always be present. They were only able to buy some time for the commoners. However, that time was more than enough for the Queen to resolve the entrance blockade by the nobles and allow the commoners to retreat to the upper district safely. He wished he could continue to seal the rest of the rift, but the situation did not allow for it. They had exhausted themselves and the place was already swarming with crawlers. It was an impossible task. They would just be offering themselves up as dinner for those nasty insects if they tried. The group took one last look over the lower district before they headed back to the royal palace. The upper wall may have been able to impede a lot of people from entering the upper district, but it was nothing for high-level awakeners. With a strong leap, they were able to scale the wall easily and continue unobstructed. The lower East District and lower North District were the only two districts that didn't receive help from any awakeners. The intact buildings close to the rift housed many people, whom chose to hide from the explosion. They did not leave and continued to hide inside. When the crawlers emerged, these people were the first to be killed and eaten clean. Nothing was left of their remains. When Leon found out that the upper district entrance was selfishly shut tight, he was angered. These bastards only care about themselves. Among the crowd, he found that Arya and her parents were also still present. If he had chosen to head to the upper district directly instead of taking the western entrance route, he might have missed them. Oh, it's the Divine Doctor. The Golden Lion Gang boss is here. The commoners exclaimed when they saw Leon fly above them with his flame wings. Hopefully the boss can get them to open the gates for us. They prayed. Leon floated in the air above the upper wall and looked down on the upper wall people coldly. Open the gates. The nobles and aristocrats were surprised by Leon's appearance and ability. They tried to browse their memory but failed to recognize him. They didn't seem to recall there ever being such a young fire user among the royal family. Only royalties could wear the type of royal garments Leon was wearing. Brat, don't you know it's a capital offense to pose as royalty? Come down and accept your punishment. A figure in city guard uniform stepped forward and shouted. The person wasn't intimidated by Leon's ability. He was a fifth awakener. He didn't think the boy could possibly be stronger than him, given his young appearance. Leon's words were completely ignored, and his mood sank further when he saw that his demand wasn't being acted upon immediately. And what kind of sh*T are you? You don't know who I am. I am the Owen, captain of the city guards, brat. How dare you disrespect me? The person was immediately angered by Leon's disrespectful words. But while he was angry, he was helpless to do anything about it. He couldn't fly like Leon. City guards. The city guards. Which hole did this city guard captain crawl out of? Where had they been this whole time? The city guards had the duty of keeping the order and enforcing the law, but what was the situation of the lower districts like? Their presence in the lower district was practically non-existent. If this city guard captain didn't appear before him, he would have forgotten city guards even existed. Leon didn't think they were good people to allow the gangs to run rampant in the lower districts and fatten up the coffers of the corrupted nobles for so long. They must have been in leagues with them or taken bribes to turn a blind eye to all the happenings of the lower district at least, and ignored the suffering of the common people. Even when chaos descended on the lower district, the city guards didn't appear to help the commoners in need. They weren't anywhere to be seen in the lower district, in fact. It turns out they had long retreated to the upper district, and this bastard prancing in front of him was the head of those useless city guards. Leon's expression turned cold. He immediately flashed in front of the city guard captain and wrenched him up off his feet by the throat. Shock and horror bloomed on Owen's face as his eyes bulged at Leon with fear. Leon's cold eyes were like the deep dark abyss that threatened to swallow him whole. He wasn't able to react to Leon's action at all and allowed himself to be grabbed like a hapless little lamb. He wanted to say something but couldn't due to the tightening grip on his throat. He could feel his eyes starting to roll and was about to pass out. Someone who could defeat the captain of the city guards so swiftly had to be much more powerful than him. Would the city guard captain offer his own neck to be grabbed so freely? No. Thus, the nobles and aristocrats on the wall all retreated in fear. They were from the upper class, but they belonged to the bottommost part of it. They weren't as strong as the city guard captain and was easily intimidated by Leon's overbearing presence. Leon threw the captain off the wall like throwing away garbage before jumping down too. Owen landed on the ground in the upper district's side painfully with a loud thud. I will not be repeating myself, Leon said with the flair of an overlord. Owen was completely frightened like a timid rabbit by Leon in their short exchange. When he heard the boy's callous words, he was about to agree and order the city guards to open the gates immediately. However, rumble, the sound of heavy footsteps rushing to their location, caused him to stop, the words stuck on the tips of his tongue to look. His eyes immediately brightened by what he saw. Brat, you are dead now. The palace guards are here, the city guard captain said venomously. His previous fears seemed to have dissipated without a trace at the palace guard's arrival. Sirs, you came at the right time. That brat is posing as some royalty and threatened us to open the gates, Owen said pitifully to the guards with tears threatening to pour out of his eyes, while pointing to Leon. The leader of the palace guards looked at him with disgust. I've seen kids crying to other adults about being wronged, but never a grown man crying to other adults about being wronged. Act your age, dude. The leader forced down his unpleasant feelings and turned to look at who Owen was pointing at. He was immediately stunned before he was driven furious. But Owen was slapped so hard he couldn't tell left from right before he heard how the leader greeted the boy and wanted to faint. Your Highness, Your Highness. The words rang like thunder in his ears. Owen could not believe what he was hearing. Your Highness. He scoured his memory, but couldn't remember there ever being such a young figure among the royal members. Wait a minute. The missing prince should also be around this boy's age. Is he the prince? After recovering from his concussion, Owen felt like he was doused in a basin of cold water and couldn't stop shivering in fear. He kept silent and looked up at the young figure in royal garment with trepidation. He knew he had not left a good impression on the prince, and the accumulative crimes he had committed over the years was enough to sentence him to death 100 times over. If the prince decides to dig into his history, his life would be as good as forfeited. That is, if he was still even able to keep his life after just offending the prince. Owen was as silent as a night owl. He did not dare to let out a single fart and awaited the prince's next words. The prince's following words would be like the edict of heaven. His life and death could be decided with a single word. "Did my mother send you all here to defend the wall?" Leon inquired. "Yes, Her Majesty has dispatched a batch of palace guards to each district and defend against the incoming crawlers. I am the one Her Majesty has placed in charge of the defense for the western side, Your Highness." The palace guard leader, Isaac, said respectfully. The return of the prince to the royal palace was already old news. Such momentous news naturally travels through the palace very fast, and every palace guard and maids were made aware of this fact from an early point. In the off chance that someone among the palace guards did happen to not know who the prince was, then that person must have been a turd with hearing problem or have been living under rock in some unknown corners of the palace. "I want to open the gate and let all the commoners in. Are there any problems with that?" Leon said coolly. "There are no problems, Your Highness. We have been ordered to save as many commoners as we can by Her Majesty before defending the wall to the best of our abilities." "Good. Begin immediately. Much time has been lost." "Yes, Your Highness," Isaac said proudly before turning to the other palace guards to direct them. A total of 50 palace guards have arrived. By Leon's calculations, that was a total of 200 guards sent to the 4 districts. The palace most likely wasn't many palace guards left behind to guard the royal palace. "Go open the gates." Isaac issued his commands, followed by a string of instructions to control the flow of commoners. The city guards managing the wall watched on dumbly as the palace guards took over their role. They turned their heads to Owen for instructions, but he pretended they did not see him. He wanted to silently curse them. "Don't look at me, damn it." He was quite happy when the prince didn't mention him immediately when talking to the palace guard leader. He had this vain hope that the prince had forgotten about him, but in fact Leon had not. He was simply preoccupied with getting the commoners to start entering the upper district as soon as possible. Now that it was settled and the commoners began entering, he refocused his attention on Owen coldly. "Are you?" "Why, yes, Your Highness." "What are your instructions?" Owen trembled. "I order you and all your men to get out there and cover the commoners' retreat. None of you can return if there is even one commoner left behind. Do you accept?" Why, yes, Your Highness." "I hear and obey." Owen complied obediently, but his face still paled at the mission. What they had to do was not much different to a suicide mission if no one else were to assist them. His men only consist of first step to second step awakeners, and they did not wear full-body metal armor like the palace guards. Thus, they would be very vulnerable to the crawlers' attacks. The city guards heard the prince's words and paled when their captain agreed. "Why, Your Highness, there are too many people pouring in through the entrance. If we forced our way through, it will slow down the flow of people entering." A city guard protested with a poor excuse. Leon had no intention of taking no for an answer from these pot-bellied city guards. "They will do as they are told." "Do you need me to teach you how to live?" Leon coldly at the city guard just now. "Why, yes." When the city guard answered, the others stepped away from him in fear of being implicated in whatever the prince planned due to the person. "Very well. Let me show you how exactly you should all get out there and help the commoners without using the entrance," Leon said darkly. Before the daring city guard could react, he was grabbed by the leg and taken over the 50 feet upper wall. "Nala!" The city guard screamed as he was tossed over the wall. His unfit body landed with a thud on the roof of a nearby building in the lower district. Leon looked back down at the rest of the city guards and said, "Who else doesn't know how to go out?" We all know now. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness." The city guards all answered with gratitude, but they wore ugly expressions of wanting to cry. They would rather jump themselves than be flung by the prince. "Then get to it." "Why, yes." Owen and the city guards all climbed up the upper wall and made the leap. "Nala!" All sorts of screams came from these men as they tried to leap over to the nearest buildings, which were at least 40 feet away. Some made it, some barely made it, and some didn't. Leon didn't care. They weren't going to die from such a short fall anyway. The ones that barely did clung to the edges of the roof like they were clinging to their dear life. It was a very pathetic sight for these city guards who were supposed to be soldiers. A trained first-step awakener from the military would have been able to leap 50 feet long, even if they couldn't leap 50 feet high. They only have themselves to blame for indulging themselves in the sex. Alcohol and gambling over the years transformed their own trained bodies into that akin to pigs. "Mummy, what are they doing?" A child pointed up and asked her mother as they were following the crowds to enter the upper district. The crowds also followed suit and looked. "Mother doesn't know. It's better not to know." The mother quickly covered her child's eyes as she deemed the sight of 200 pot-bellied men leaping through the air with their dangling flesh unseemly for her child's eyes. Others looked at it with some resentment and amusement intermixed. It was truly a sight to behold. What are flying pigs? No one really knows, but this was probably it. Leon watched them coldly on top of the walls in case they didn't do as they were ordered. He had refrained from killing them because they had their uses, but if they continued to misbehave, he would not hesitate to execute them. The city guards looked back and shivered. They dared not act on any funny thoughts, as the prince was ever watching them like an ancient beast waiting for its prey to make a wrong move. They quickly head off to the rear to help. The pace is too slow, Leon thought with a frown. There were 10,000 commoners needing to enter, but the crawlers were closing in faster than the rate of commoners entering the upper district. A confrontation with the crawlers was inevitable. They were also severely undermanned. Leon glanced over at the nobles and aristocrats doing nothing on the wall but watching. In times like these, everyone should be helping. "Everyone, do you plan to help out, or do you all just plan to stand there and watch?" Leon asked calmly. "This, of course we will help out, but we are not armed," a nobleman said carefully. He was not stupid. The prince asked them a simple question, but he was implying that they should help out. "That is not a problem. You can go collect your weapons and return. When the time comes, everyone is required to defend the wall and not let these crawlers break past." "Oh yes. Go now, I will remember you," Leon said placidly. "I will remember you." The nobles and aristocrats wiped their sweats. The prince had imprinted their faces in his memory. They can't just leave and not return to help, or they would be in trouble later. After these nobles and aristocrats left to go arm themselves, Leon called for the guard leader. "You called for me, Your Highness. What is the defense plan?" Hearing the prince's question, Isaac answered, "We have to hold the line until sunrise, Your Highness." Leon nodded at Isaac's answer. He thought as such. Once the sun rises from the east, the crawlers will scatter towards the light. But it will be a grueling period to defend until sunrise. There should also be a follow-up plan to eliminate all the crawlers before they lay waste to all that lies east. Leon thought. Somewhere in the wildlands, on a certain hilltop that seems to be the heart of a beast tribe, the transcendental six-tailed silver wolf laid in a lackadaisical manner. As a transcendental beast and the king of a tribe, it stood at the peak of power, and there weren't many things that could excite it. Most of its time was normally spent on its hill, overlooking the development of its tribe that did not consist of only its own kind, but also various other beast races. Although there were many conflicts of interest among the beast races, the king itself wasn't prejudiced. In its books, any beast within its territory and loyal to its rule was its subject. So it would not discriminate. If the troops from the Great Wall were present, they would gasp in amazement at the sight of the beast tribe. Although the military has been made aware that beasts don't necessarily possess intelligence below their own, they would still never think that the beasts would adapt their humanly ways. There were many large huts and tents made of wood, straws, grass, and even beast hides and bones were included. It was very similar to how humans started out during their primitive stages or nomadic lifestyle in the past. At this moment, the six-tailed silver wolf raised its head with a frown as if it had smelt something unpleasant, something that made it felt revolting. Its ancestry had always been known for its extraordinary sense of smell, so much so that even a newborn cub would possess a sense of smell that was 100 times greater than that of humans. As a full-grown silver wolf with transcendental fleshly might, the six-tailed silver wolf's sense of smell was far beyond that of a newborn cub, and it was able to smell up to a few hundred miles away. Lauo! The king issued its howl to the sky, and a flock of aerial beasts soon descended as they were summoned by their king. Among the aerial beasts that consists of giant crows, one small figure stood out at the forefront from among the group of black crows and appeared to be the head of the group. It possessed the appearance of a young girl with jet black wings like a fallen angel in black feathered dress. The young girl's small frame made her look particularly weak with her flimsy limbs and silky smooth skin. However, one should not judge the young girl by her appearance. Behind her thin arms lies an astronomical amount of strength, compressed within that was contrary to its frail appearance. The two did not converse in the human language. Instead, they spoke in the ancient beast language that was universally used by the beasts throughout the wildlands. Something big is happening in the human domain. Go and investigate it for this king. The transcendent silver wolf ordered with an imposing air. That is suicide. My people will die. The young girl protested. Are you planning to disobey this king's orders, Lilith? The silver wolf narrowed its eyes. The lives of its subjects were inconsequential, only results mattered. Beneath the transcendent level, all life were ants and unworthy of the silver wolf's concern. No, Lilith answered after a moment of silence. Before long, the young girl and her flock of giant crows took off to the skies with a sad but determined look and flew east. The king's order was absolute. There was a reason why aerial beasts no longer attempted to fly past the Great Wall to scout the human domain. In the many years the wall had been erected. During the cataclysm, many things had been changed and transformed. The sky was also no exception to the changes. There was an unknown pressure within the sky that bore down on all creation. The higher one flew, the increasingly difficult it becomes. Thus, whether it was aerial beast or airships, none had been able to break the 1,000-feet limit. The only exception to the limit were transcendent-level birds. For non-transcendent birds to attempt to bypass the Great Wall at such low heights, it was akin to suicide as they are still within firing range of human firearms. At this moment, a flock of aerial beasts could be seen approaching the Great Wall with great speed without slowing down. The ever-vigilant watchers atop the walls were immediately alerted of their arrival and rung the alarm. They would never relax while on watch duty. It had been drilled into their beings to always be wary and vigilant of the beasts. The false talk of peace was too incredible for them to believe. They didn't slip up then, they wouldn't slip up now. It's the aerial beasts. They have come. Damn it, I knew there would never be any peace between our two races. Troops quickly lined the wall and took aims with their firearms in a swift manner. Bang asterisk, bang asterisk, bang asterisk. The shots were fired and the flock of crows were all hit. While the bullets failed to penetrate their bodies at such height, it was a different story when their feathered wings that were weak in defense. Call, call, the crows cried. Their wings were riddled with holes and they helplessly dropped from the skies. The crows seemed to be vehement in crossing into the human domain, but it seems like it was futile. They were easy targets for the trained shooters on the wall. One by one they all dropped out of the skies and plunged headfirst into the ground with their sharp beaks. The momentum gained from plunging from such height was extremely fatal and without surprises. The crows all splattered on the ground with booming noises. None of their features could be recognized after they had all become bloody mushes, but if they still could then, there would have been content expressions on their faces. Why content expressions? In the air, Lilith managed to slip into the human domain unnoticed, but she was heartbroken by her clansman's sacrifice. She had hidden under the big frames of her own people and used them as shield in order to succeed. The soldiers arrived at the location of the bloody mushes to see if there were still any salvageable materials they could recover from the birds' carcasses. Damn, these stupid birds never learn their lessons, do they? Harry commented to himself. What do you think was the last thing that went through their heads when they hit the ground? He suddenly asked his good mate at his side, Tim. I don't know, maybe it's ass. Tim looked at the bloody mushes in the ground and answered. No. Harry looked at his mate speechlessly and dumbly. This buddy of his actually took his words in the literal sense. He doesn't know what to say about this. That wasn't what I mean, you know, actually, never mind. Tim scratched his head dumbly. Did he say something wrong? Harry ended their short conversation there and rubbed his temples. Most commoner soldiers chose to enlist in the army because they weren't good with education. They were more bronze over brains. Tim was one such example, and his way of thinking would naturally be simpler. Back at the capital, the commoners to retreat into the upper district at a steady pace. However, the rear started to grow frantic in their hearts when they saw the crawlers closing in. There were no burning buildings left between them to delay them. Owen gulped at the sea of crawlers. There was still more than half the number of commoners left in the lower west district. It seems like where he stood will be his final resting ground. No, these bugs would not even spit out his bones. He would be in their stomachs. Leon also saw the situation. At the same time, the nobles and aristocrats returned with weapon and armor. He looked at their shiny suits of armors with interest. It must have cost them a fortune to afford it. "We will follow your orders, Your Highness," they said steadfastly and firmly. The protection of their armor seemed to have boosted their confidence. Leon quickly arranged for them to replace the palace guard's role of guiding the commoners into the upper district without disorder. "Guards at my command. What are your orders, Your Highness?" Isaac answered. "We will go help the rear. Those lousy city guards will not be able to hold the crawlers off by themselves." Leon stated. "Yes, Your Highness." Isaac was prepared to carry the task out at once. "One more thing. Since my mother has placed you in charge of the Western defense, you will naturally be in command. I will not take this role from you," Leon said. He still had some self-awareness and didn't think he was some great commander. He had been directing the order of things based on what needed to be done and what had to be done. He had yet to complete his military training. He had no experience in commanding the guards in battle and definitely no knowledge of their guard formations and such. The defensive commands should be left to the capable. "Yes." Isaac saluted with his fist and palm with respect and admiration. "The prince knows when to step down." At this moment, someone called out to him. "Leon." He looked down and found that Arya and her family already made it to the gates. They were at the rear. How did they make it to the front so soon? The commoners let her through due to her status as saintess. Leon immediately understood. "Go on, the people will need you to calm them down, saintess." Leon flashed her a warm smile. Arya nodded quietly and entered the upper district compliantly. Under the cover of her hair, her face was flushed with embarrassment. "Saintess, that title is going to stick, isn't it? Capital outskirts, Hilltop Woods. When will it be time for us to make our move?" one of the lords asked. He was growing impatient from all the waiting. The capital could not see what was happening outside due to the veil of black smoke, but it was also true the other way around. No one outside could see what was happening inside. However, the bugs had begun spilling outwards and not just towards the capital. "We will move once they all exhausted their strength in defending against the Deadeye spiders." Furthermore, the queen had not made her move yet. "We cannot move ahead of her." The queen was their biggest problem. Being secluded in the palace for so many years without outside interaction, no one knew how exactly powerful Her Majesty had become. They had to tread each step carefully. One wrong move could spell the destruction of all their families. At the mention of the bugs, the faces of all the lords and members of the four great families could no longer remain calm. They had been told about the existence of these creatures that lurked under the capital, but it still came as greater shock to them when they actually witnessed the creatures with their own eyes. It was unbelievable that they had obliviously spent most of their life living above such an abominable existence, and unbeknownst to them. Watching the sea of crawlers continuing to expand, they began to grow nervous. Such numbers had far exceeded their expectations. "Quiet! Someone is coming!" Suddenly, they found that someone was flying towards the capital. The four great family hid behind the covers of the trees and watched the figure approach. "Isn't that the General Marquis? What is he doing here?" They were surprised at the arrival of such a strong awakener. The General Marquis rarely leaves the western frontier. They didn't believe the General Marquis could see what was happening to the capital from the western frontier. The distance between the two places weren't exactly far, but it wasn't close either. However, under the cover of the night, it should have been exceedingly difficult to see the smokes rising from capital. Which means the General Marquis' visit to the capital was pure coincidence. They lamented the bad timing. "No need to pay him any attention. He would not be able to disrupt our plans," Sir Zagan said nonchalantly before no long paying the newcomer any further attention. A ninth step awakener was just an ant to him. The newcomer would not be able to stir big waves. The lords were taken aback. The General Marquis was someone on par with them, but Sir Zagan didn't put the General Marquis in his eyes. This was a bit too arrogant, no. They didn't know how powerful Sir Zagan was, but they always felt suppressed by some invisible pressure just being in his presence. Thus they could only assume he was very powerful. Little did they know, the General Marquis had already advanced to 1 star and could continue making breakthroughs in a very short time if he cultivated. Wind was present everywhere and very chaotic, but also easily manipulated. Due to its nature, it did not belong to the 5 elements that formed a perfect cycle and balance. But this didn't mean it was worse than any of the 5 elements. Whether it is weak or strong was dependent on the user. The surrounding lands outside the capital mainly comprised of farmlands, growing the crops that sustained the kingdom's population. There were many farmers that chose to live on their farmlands instead of inside the capital due to convenience of their work. The farmers gathered and watched the burning capital roughly 2 miles away. They did not dare to head over to investigate as they were afraid of being caught up in the chaos. They were just ordinary folks. The people who had the galls to blow up the capital couldn't possibly be ordinary. What could they do? Among these farmers, Rowan watched the rising black smoke in his wheelchair with trepidation along with his servant. It was a good call to leave the capital early, young master. Enzo said with some fear. Good call, Rowan gave him a thumbs up, but his sight was still glued on the capital with wide eyes. Isn't that master? Enzo suddenly spotted Hendrik in the skies. Father. Rowan turned to look before growing ecstatic. Father. Rowan shouted, but it was a pity that the General Marquis did not hear him. When Hendrik Graham saw the burning capital in the distance, he immediately sped towards it. He arrived at the outskirts of the capital shortly. What the hell happened here? Who has the gall to attack the capital? Where do these things come from? Hendrik frowned with concern. Due to the low altitude of his flight, he could not see past the veil of black smoke. He swiped his hand and a strong gale blew away the smoke with ease. The situation of the capital was laid bare to him. He didn't stay idle and immediately flew over to assist the people defend. The black smoke closed back up shortly after, but the people outside was able to get a glimpse of what was happening inside. They paled at the sight. Crawlers. Unending streams of them. Young master, those things are starting to towards us. We should retreat further back. Enzo suggested. Rowan nodded with a heavy expression. By now the commoners could no longer keep calm, especially the rear. Tragic cries and screams of the city guards made the legs turn weak, but they didn't dare to look back. Run! Move faster! Get to the walls! The flow of commoners sped up. Noza! Save me! Another unfortunate city guard cried before it was drowned in the sea of crawlers. One bite was enough to make them lose strength, and several more to sentence them to death. Even if Leon provided a healing pill at this point, it was too late to save them. If Hades wants them, he would not be able to snatch them back. They were goners, both body and soul. Not a trace of their existence was left behind after being swallowed. Owen and the surviving city guards wavered at the sight. They wished to run at this point. Do not falter. Do not retreat. If the spiders don't kill you, I will. Leon roared. If their defensive line break now, the vulnerable commoners will become their prey and their death count would soar. The city guards grew ugly at Leon's words, and their eyes were soon replaced with madness. Got him it. Even if you must die, kill as many of them as you can for me. Owen roared. The city guards uttered war cries and started hacking up the crawlers indiscriminately in their frenzied state. Die, die, die. The crawlers were pushed back slightly from their efforts. Your Highness. The palace guards greeted upon arrival. Assist them. Don't let too many of them die. Yes, Your Highness. The palace guards flattened the crawlers with their earth abilities, and a gap was created between them. The pressure on the city guards lessened dramatically, but instead of retreating, they charged into the sea of crawlers. They no longer cared for their life and death. The blood on their hand was a bit heavy from the crimes they committed in their last decade. They hoped that by killing more crawlers, their sin could be reduced and be blessed with a clean slate in their next life. At this moment the General Marquis arrived. Tempest. Hendrik pointed his finger and roared. All the air in the world was his to command. The wind gathered in large amounts, twisting and twirling with increasing momentum and powerful before transforming into a tornado. The destructive vortex of violently rotating wind descended and shredded all things that met it. All creation within 5 yards of the tornado was pulled inside and shredded into 1,000 pieces. This was Hendrik's best skill and almost the most unstable one. It was beyond his control once it was formed. The tornado was like a harbinger of death and destruction as it moved through the sea of crawlers, laying waste to everything in its wake. If Leon's guards were still competing for kills, the General Marquis would be the clear winner. He arrived late, but the number of crawlers that died under his attack already broke into the 100,000 and continued to soar. It would have no problem reaching the millions. The General Marquis is here. Praise the General Marquis. Such calamitous technique would hardly go unnoticed. The commoners saw and cheered immediately. The General Marquis had always been defending West and was revered as a hero by the people. In this moment he was like a war god. Leon did not envy the General Marquis' strength. It was a joke for someone who had formally achieved the divine. He wasn't entranced like everyone else and focused on the important task at hand. Do not stop moving. The General Marquis has bought us time. Use this chance to retreat now. Leon barked. The people quickly recovered with a start and quickly entered the upper districts. The General Marquis killed millions, yes, but it was only a small fraction of their numbers. There were at least tens of millions on the surface, and for every crawler they kill, 10 more would crawl out. There didn't seem to be an end to their numbers unless they seal the rift. The Queen, who was up in the royal palace, also witnessed the sight. She had been paying attention to the whole capital from above, but never left. She saw the bigger picture. The crawlers weren't their only enemies. So you have figured out the next step to transcend, Elizabeth said with interest before looking up at the clouds in the night sky. The winds of change have begun to blow. After the people successfully retreated behind the upper walls, Hendrik made his way over to Leon. Young man, you are very good. Hendrik praised. The young man in front of him was able to remain calm and focus on important tasks during crucial moments. He had great prospects. The General Marquis didn't plan to stick for long. The other districts also required urgent help. He was prepared to leave immediately after praising the boy. However, Isaac couldn't keep silent, seeing that the prince didn't receive the proper salutations. With all due respect, even if you are the General Marquis, you are still below the royal family and should address His Highness as such. Isaac said staunchly. Others might revere the General Marquis, but not him. They had been equals in strength for many years. Now that the General Marquis had advanced, he would at most only show proper respects as one would to a stronger person, but not to the point of revering. Leon raised his hand to stop him from continuing, but it was too late. His Highness. When the words were uttered, Hendrik Graham paused his steps. There was no prince the last time he visited the capital, but seeing Leon's attire and aura of majesty, he didn't doubt the validity of the statement. Which means the prince was found in the last 2 weeks. For a person growing up as a commoner to already cultivate such a majestic aura, this prince was not simple. Apologies for the impudence, Your Highness. Hendrik offered his proper fist-palm salutation. There's no need for such formality, General. Do what you need to do. Leon shook his head before saying respectfully. This person was a hero, someone who had safeguarded the western border from the beasts for many years, and was worthy of his great respects. The General Marquis nodded. Lives were at stake, and the sooner the other district received help, the more lives to be saved. He was originally anxious for his son, but seeing that the upper district had not been breached, he let down his worries and allowed himself to focus wholeheartedly on the bigger picture. After the General Marquis left, Isaac started issuing orders to everyone so they could prepare themselves to welcome the next wave of crawlers. The commoners were moved to the innermost region of the upper district, just outside the royal palace and far from the upper walls. These people would not be able to help if they camped near the walls. Instead, they would affect the chain of commands and hinder the defenses by being in the way. At the same time, troubles were looming in the upper north district. A crowd of young nobles and aristocrats from all districts, had begun to concentrate outside the Lancaster Empire Estate Building. Despite being called a building, it was not square. It held the appearance of a pyramid-shaped metal fortress that seemed like the result of fusing many buildings together. The pack of young nobles and aristocrats were the bottommost people in terms of importance within their families. They were deemed to have the least potential in being able to help their family prosper. Thus, no awakening pills had ever been distributed to them by their family head. They were basically a bunch of profligates and wastrels. There was only one reason why they have gathered at this spot, instead of retreating towards the safety of the royal palace. They all wished to board the airship carrier docked at the top floor and flee the capital by air. Unfortunately, they are currently being blocked off by the Duke's people. There were several hundred people gathered outside, and their numbers continued to grow with each passing moment. However, not everyone would be able to board the airship carrier, even if they succeeded breaking into the building. There was only one airship, and it can only hold so many people. The reason there weren't many airships manufactured in the kingdom was not due to the complexity of the manufacturing itself, but the supply of levitation stones. Levitation stones weren't naturally formed resources, but high-tech relics that were unearthed from the ancient ruins sent over by the royal family. Unless the royal family had more to send them, there would not be any more airships. Back off. We are not open for business today. One of the guards barked. How can you shun away your customers? The building has always been open for business and never had it closed before. A good-for-nothing young noble roared angrily. Yeah, we are all customers. We came to place some special orders. The guards did not speak another word, but there was only one word they all want to curse inside their minds. Bulge*T. At normal times, they would naturally be open for business, but even during their peak business hours, there were never so many people coming in to place their orders at once. They would never believe what these people are saying, especially in a time like this. They obviously came for the airship, but they were making lame excuses to enter. There was no doubt in their minds that once these people were allowed to enter the building, they would no longer be able to stop them all. There were too many people, even for trained awakeners like themselves. Inside the building, a bunch of blacksmiths and assistants with hammers and tools in their hands gathered on the ground floor. They were prepared to fend the people off should they try to force their way in. Has the family head been informed? A senior blacksmith asked. A messenger has already been sent to inform the family head. His assistant apprentice answered. Good grief. I hope the family head arrives quickly. These good-for-nothings look like they are about to break in. The senior blacksmith said with concern. When the Duke received the news from the palace grounds, he was angered. He had been busy observing the situation of the upper walls and overlooked his own family's business. Some opportunist was trying to take this chance to get away with his airship. How can he not be angry? These profligate good-for-nothing sons had no backbone and was so cowardly. Even if they can't fight on the front lines, they should at least support the people fighting by bringing them supplies. If he didn't let them board his airship, were they planning to resort to stealing it? It seems he need to go teach them a lesson. LHMPH. I'll be making a trip to our workshop. Duke Ignis said grumpily. Take care. Amelia nodded. Watching her father leave, Rachel uncomfortable that the rest of them were just sitting back doing nothing. Even the Green family had left to see where they can help with the healing property of their wood ability. Mother, I feel we should also help out with the defenses. The destructiveness of our flames would be major help. Nonsense. We would only make things worse with our abilities. Have you seen what those creatures are capable of? They can eat flames. Not only would we not be able to help, we would even aggravate them and place ourselves in danger. Those creatures seem very sensitive to heat. Amelia quickly refuted with a frown. What she didn't know was that these creatures were resistant to fire, but they were not immune to it. A ninth-step fire user was more than powerful enough to burn them to a crisp. While her daughter's flames might be too weak to burn the crawlers to death, her flames definitely can. Listening to Help Mother's explanation, she felt a sense of helplessness. What could she do? Suddenly her eyes lit up and said, Mother, I will go see if Teacher Lena and her parents require assistance. Amelia watched the back view of daughter and shook her head with a smile. Her daughter had a righteous heart and strong sense of noblesse oblige. She should pay her sworn sister a visit. Her sworn sister would know what to do. Standing at the top of the inner palace, Elizabeth sighed at the state of the capital. She was not a good queen and did not look after the capital well in her husband's place. Even if she left the others alone, they would not leave her alone. She flashed a cold look in the distance. Summon Crazy Dawn for me, Elizabeth ordered. Elder Dawn has secluded himself in the pill room for some time now, Your Majesty. Lily answered respectfully. In seclusion. Why would he choose now of all time to start a pill refinement session? Elizabeth asked with knitted brows. The elder isn't in a secluded pill refinement session, he is in secluded cultivation. It has been a few days. No? Her expression quickly changed to surprise. It had been a long time since Crazy Dawn last entered a secluded cultivation session. The last time was when he was breaking through to 9 stars, could it be? Since Crazy Dawn is in secluded cultivation, then never mind. Elizabeth said nonchalantly, but her eyes were shining. Go and clean up the east side a bit for me, then you may return to my side. Since Crazy Dawn was busy, she decided to send her loyal maid off. Lily was only 26, but she was already a 1-star fire user. Yes, Your Majesty. I will be back shortly. Lily complied faithfully. She shot to east direction quickly with very powerful big leaps. Residual flames could be seen under her soles. Not long after the palace maid was sent off, the shadow guards returned to the royal palace. However, they weren't given any time to rest. After receiving new instructions from the queen, they gathered the entirety of their forces and set off once more. Hey, these old bones will be worked to death by Her Majesty. Cassif shook his head as he headed north to meet the Duke with the rest of his shadow guards. Who dares to barge into my workshop? The Duke roared furiously upon his arrival. His roar was not earth-shaking to say the least, but to the crowd it was thunder to their ears. Who else would call such a titanic fortress as his workshop? *T, the Duke is here. Run! A young noble cried. The crowd panicked and began to run once they heard the word Duke being uttered. However, the direction they all ran made the young noble want to faint in anger. Are you all idiots? Why are you all running this way? Quickly scatter. Scatter, I say. The crowd followed closely behind the young noble like he was the alpha of the pack, but the situation did not last very long. The others ran faster than him and soon overtook him one by one. He regretted not having enough legs to run with. He immediately noticed a problem. Big problem. He wasn't getting anywhere at all, despite running with all his might. You got big guts to be causing trouble at my workshop, kid. What makes you think you'll be able to get away with my airship? The Duke's voice loomed over him. His face instantly paled. It turns out he had been grabbed by the Duke like one would with a chicken. Why, Your Grace, have mercy, it was a misunderstanding, the young noble pleaded while desperately struggling. But how could he hope to break free from the Duke's vice-like grip? He wanted to cry. Of all the people, why was he the one singled out? Was it because he was the loudest, so the Duke took him as the ringleader? So he had unknowingly made himself the scapegoat for the others. He couldn't see their expression, but they are surely saying, "Thank you, brother. We will never forget you." F***CKU. He mentally cursed. He wasn't dead yet. LHMPH. A misunderstanding. Do you think I would believe that? Do you think I am a fool? Duke Ignis lashed out at the poor kid. Each consecutive question held a heavier tone than the last. The young noble trembled with fear. I wouldn't dare think that way, Your Grace. Please spare me on behalf of my father. Your father? Duke Ignis gave the kid a good look but didn't recognize him. Just a nonentity. However, the family crest on his attire was easily recognized. The Sharon family. Do you think I need to give face to a baron? Only they need to give face to me. Duke Ignis narrowed his eyes. He was planning to beat the kid to scare the rest. The young noble of the Sharon family finally couldn't hold it anymore and wet himself. Oh, forget it. It will just sully my hands and people would think I am bullying the young. Zgram. Ignis kicked the young noble away. Thank you for your mercy, Your Grace. The young noble said gratefully and fled like his ass was on fire. He was truly scared. Master, it is good that you are here. We've all missed you, a senior blacksmith said. Duke Ignis was immediately greeted upon entering the building. Anything important in the last couple of days to report? The Duke asked casually. Yes, the research team had made some progress in replicating the levitation stone. Duke Ignis's eyes lit up when he heard this. Good. Tell them to double the efforts. If we can really succeed, their names will go down in the annals of history. I will not be stingy with my rewards. Yes, master. The senior blacksmith bowed in compliance. They soon moved on to some casual talk, but it was interrupted by the guard's sudden bark outside. Stop. We are closed for business today. Duke Ignis's expression darkened immediately when he heard this. He had just scared off a bunch of brats, but it wasn't enough to deter the rest from coming by the looks of it. Perhaps he needs to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. Who's tired of living? He stormed out with a dominating aura, but it deflated the moment he saw who came. Goff, Durahum. Your Excellency, what brings you here? Duke Ignis said respectfully. His people were immediately dumbfounded by his respectful behavior. Was this still the grand and noble Duke they knew? It was natural for the Duke to act like this in the face of someone stronger. The person in front of him was powerful beyond his understanding and was suspected to be a transcendent. He was already at the peak ninth step, but couldn't gauge the other party's strength. Her Majesty has sent us over for an important mission. Your airship is of vital importance in completing it. Kazev said. He had arrived with 100 shadow guards all dressed in black. They emanated the aura of an elite force. The Duke made a quick comparison between them and his own core forces before shaking his head. His core force was stronger than his house servants in cultivation, but they were mainly profession workers, not fighters. Sure. Let me guide your Excellency to the airship. Duke Ignis said cordially. In a short moment, the airship took off with the shadow guards. Duke Ignis did not ask about the details of their mission before they left. Kassif could have chosen to disclose it, but he was too lazy to speak so much. I guess it's time to contribute to the defensive efforts. Ignis muttered to himself as he watched his prized airship leave. He doubted anyone would still make trouble at his workshop now that the airship gone. Arm yourselves. We will go over to support the north side defenses. The Duke summoned his people and ordered. His home was next to the north entrance. He did not want it to be overrun with crawlers. At the capital's central region, roughly 50,000 commoners concentrated without being overly crowded. The size of the upper district was not any less than the lower district, despite having only 1/5 as many residents. In the upper districts, the buildings were spread out and not dense like the lower districts. There were plenty of open land for the commoners to temporarily reside. The crowd sat serenely and without nervousness nor tension. Arya made her way around as she calmed the people with her voice that was like the heavenly hymns. Lena and her parents were making their own waves among the crowd. Their healing abilities did not leave behind scars and were popular among the younger ladies that suffered wounds. At the same time, a lot of the Viscount-level nobles and above had already been emptied of their homes to go assist the defenses of their respective sides. Only their offspring and some servants were left to look after their homes. However, these noble scions weren't happy to stay at home either. Inside the home of the Marquis-level Solaris family. F***CK, this is too boring. Half my days are already wasted on military training. How can my parents expect me to be cooped up at home at a time like this? I need to go out and look for some excitement. Sean grumbled. The master's arrangement was made in consideration of your own safety, young master. Please understand the master's difficulties. A servant opined. For my safety. I am already a third step awakener. I can take care of myself. No one would know I snuck out if you don't say anything. Sean said unreasonably and left. The servant sighed. The young master only knows how to make things difficult for him. He had to stay and watch the house. He couldn't leave. He could only prepare himself to be reprimanded when the master returns. Sean, you snuck out too. Another young noble called out. Oh, Carson, your family wanted to keep you home too. Sean asked his classmate from Crawford University. Carson was a third step, awaken a young noble and heir of the Laguna family. His father, Earl Julian, was the head of the family and a powerful seventh step water user. Yeah, what are you going to do? The Carson asked. Oh, me? Of course, I'm going to find a good spot to watch the battle. Sean said stately as a matter of fact. Such a big thing happening, how can he miss it? You're too boring. I'm going to the Central District to check out the Saintess. I heard she has a heavenly voice that can enrapture all the boys that listen to it. Supposedly her beauty is equally unmatched. You're the boring person. Sean flashed him a disdainful look. Well, I suppose it won't hurt to have a quick look. Sean said nonchalantly like he didn't care, but his interest was also piqued. He was a hypocrite. He has seen his fair share of beauties. Rachel, Lynn, and teacher Lena from his campus. They were all fine beauties. Unfortunately, none of them could be touched. Teacher Lena seemed to have the weakest background, but she was the most untouchable. He did not dare to get on the bad side of the mysterious dean. But the point being, how good can the beauty of a commoner be? He had his doubts, but if it's true, he wouldn't let his classmate have her. He would take the Saintess for himself. They were nobles. It would be too easy to convince any girls from the commoner class to date them as long as they are vain people, chasing the better life. The two headed off to the Central District. F***ck, there are so many commoners here. Carson cursed. Where can he find the Saintess among these piles of filth? A ball rolled towards them and stained his shoe, before a child followed suit to fetch it. Big brother, can you return my ball? The child asked politely. Little runt, how dare you stain my shoes with your commoner filth? Carson said contemptuously and kicked ball at the child. Lala. The child was sent flying by the force of the ball and knocked unconscious. No, my child. A mother cried. She ran over and hugged her poor child. Bastard, how could you raise your hand against a child? The father grabbed the young noble's clothes, cursed furiously. The crowd was equally furious at the overbearing nature and unreasonableness of the young noble. They just went through life and death together, making them feel closer to one another and more united. The injustice the father felt, they felt it too. Their blood boiled. Ph. I didn't raise my hand. I raised my foot. And don't touch me, commoner. You are all trash to me. Carson kicked the father, flying away too. The father coughed up blood after landing some distance away. Hubby. The mother cried out for her husband too. Why was this happening? Why? After reaching the upper district, she thought her family could enjoy the safety and protection of the nobles, but no. She was dead wrong. Her family had just suffered unexpected and intolerable bullying by the nobles. The mother flashed the young nobles a look filled with hatred. Sean watched by side indifferently. He didn't take any stance, but it was clear that he agreed with what his classmate just said. As nobles, they naturally looked down on commoners. If you are not here to help, then please go away. Don't cause any more trouble. A cold but heavenly voice interrupted. Carson and Sean gave each other a look of surprise. This voice, so delightful, so captivating, so transcendental. I thought they were exaggerating, but this voice is definitely otherworldly. Carson was enraptured. He did not notice the cold undertone. Even if the person turns out to be a pig, he had to take her home. I'm interested in seeing what this Saintess looks like. Why does she hide her face? Sean rubbed his chin thoughtfully, before pushing his classmate aside and stepped in front. Carson was immediately gloomy but watched on silently. If his classmate resort to forceful methods, he could intervene like a hero saving the beauty. You must be the Saintess. This young master has taken a liking to you. Hehe, let me see what kind of beauty you are. Sean reached out his hand towards Arya's hair cover domineeringly. He did not put up any guard whatsoever. How strong can a commoner be anyway? The nearby Golden Lion gang members and commoners immediately wanted to help. How dare this person lay his hand our boss's woman? How dare you disrespect the Saintess? However, Arya raised a hand to stop them. She looked at the young noble coldly as his hand drifted closer and closer. When it got within 2 inches of her face, it was stopped by her grip. Ah, such silky smooth and tender hands, but aren't you a cold beauty? Heh, however I like playing with cold ones. Your strength is not enough to stop me, Miss Saintess. Jean said smugly. He exerted more strength, but his expression soon froze in disbelief. I can't I move my hand. Is she more powerful than me? Impossible. He exerted all his strength, but his hand wouldn't budge. The Saintess's grip was like a pair of iron pliers holding it in place. Sean started to sweat. He thought he was picking on a soft flower, but it seems he had kicked an iron plate. Suddenly his hand felt extremely cold, bone-chillingly cold. It followed by a painful itch running through his entire body like being pricked by 1,000 needles. It was electrifying. No, unhand me at once. Sean screamed painfully as his hair stood on end. Arya only released his grip after lashing out a kick to send him flying. PH. Only my man can touch me. No one else. Her kick was very vicious. She had broken several of his bones, and the pain banished his consciousness into the realm of darkness. Arya flashed a similar cold look at Carson. We'll be on our way, sorry for the trouble. Carson fearfully apologized before picking up his buddy and attempted to leave. But he was similarly kicked flying before he could. The sound of bone cracking could be heard. Carson endured the pain and quickly left with the unconscious Sean. Today was a painful lesson for him. Don't look down on commoners. She was no longer a soft persimmon that could be squished by others. Her strength had grown explosively along with her confidence and reached the 7th step. Furthermore, she was an ice lightning user. If Leon knew, he would be left gaping in shock. How was that possible? In fact, Arya didn't know why herself, but it was really fast during the storming period. By now, it had already slowed back down to normal rate. Thank you, Saintess, for addressing my family's grievance. The mother kowtowed wholeheartedly with gratitude. She was tearfully grateful to the Saintess for righting the injustice. Arya shook her head. There's no need for this. Please get up. I just did what had to be done. We should take a look at your husband and child. It doesn't seem good. Right, my hubby and child. The mother was reminded and scrambled back to them. This doesn't look good. That young noble was too heavy-handed. A middle-aged doctor shook his head and said after he inspected the father. I'm afraid only the divine doctor can cure this kind of injury quickly, otherwise his life will be forfeited. The father suffered broken bones and damaged organs. Arya knew this and returned the favor in kind to the young nobles, but their situation were worlds apart. The young nobles had stronger vitality and natural recovery speed as awakeners, but the father didn't. The mother wailed wretchedly when she heard the doctor's diagnosis. What can a weak woman like her do once her husband is gone? Make way. I can help him. Teacher Lena arrived. She had been helping nearby when the commotion drew her attention. Young lady, it's no use. He needs a miraculous pill from the divine doctor. The middle-aged doctor advised her to save her from wasting her efforts. However, the mother didn't care about the doctor's statement and clung to whatever little hope there was. Please save my husband. I beg you. The mother grasped onto Lena and pleaded desperately. Don't worry, Auntie. I promise I will be able to save your husband. Lena smiled warmly and kindly. The middle-aged doctor sighed. Young people are always overly confident until they wake up to the harsh reality. Lena hovered her hand over the husband's chest, and a halo of pale green light softly illuminated on his body like the gentle coming of spring. The husband's painful expression slowly relaxed as a pleasantly feeling washed over him. In a few short moments, he was back on his feet and good as new. The child regained consciousness after a similar repeat of process. The doctor's eyes widened with great surprise along with the crowd. Such miraculous healing without the use of medicinal pills. He didn't care about the redness of his face. Was this the legendary wood ability of the Green family? When could they heal others? This was a real saint. Crowd looked back and forth between Lena and Arya with utmost worship. Du Saintess. Healing both mind and body. Hi, I'm Arya. Thank you for what you did for the people. You are a real saint. Arya said gratefully. She would have been in a bind if not for Lena's timely arrival. She never thought she was deserving of her title as she couldn't heal people. Hi, I'm Lena. Thank you. I just did what I can with this ability of mine. Lena smiled as she accepted the handshake. The two had admired each other for being able to help the common people in these difficult times. As this small episode ended, the defensive battle at the upper wall rages on. Upper North District's northern entrance. The Duke arrived at the upper wall and evaluated the situation. The defensive battle was intense, and visible exhaustion could already be seen on the people's faces. From the current look of the situation, it did not seem like they would be able to last until sunset. People could fight very long battles with adequate rest in between, but a battle like this left them with no rest at all and tested the limits of their endurance. In the distance, the airship hovered over the rift at low altitude. A portion of the crawlers were attracted by the drumming noise of the airship and began to change direction. Damn, why are they flying so low? The guards and nobles, who didn't know the situation, took the airship to be filled with civilians. I don't know, but it works in our favor. The pressure on us has already decreased by half. A palace guard said as he hacked away some crawlers with difficulties. In order to cover for these weaker nobles and aristocrats, the palace guards were forced to overuse their earth ability. There was a severe deficiency in adequate defenders. The nobles and aristocrats had made up the numbers and cultivation, but they had proven to be more burdensome than they are useful. These were people who had long grown used to ordering others and not others commanding them. A bunch of riffraff banding together would not be able to demonstrate the unity and discipline of a trained legion. The defenders fought back the crawlers chaotically, and a delicate love-hate relationship was formed between the palace guards and the upper district people. Look, the airship stopped moving. Why did they stop at the rift? Are they looking to die? A noble said dubiously. In his mind, such a move was stupid beyond imagination. Were they going to start tossing civilians off to feed the crawlers next? The ocean of crawlers over at the rift began to form mountains as they climbed over each other to reach the airship. Duke Ignis knew exactly who was on board the airship and understood their intentions. They are trying to seal the rifts. Allow me to assist them in clearing the path. Duke Ignis shouted with a dignified bearing. A flame lance appeared in his hands before he tossed it into the far distance. The flame lance exploded on a small mountain of crawlers. The area was immediately engulfed in flames, and all the crawlers were burned to a crisp. The Duke soon leaped off the wall and dived into the sea of crawlers. An omnidirectional flame barrier protected him from all attacks and vaporized all that touches it. His actions grew the attention of all crawlers, and they charged at him like a moth in flying into the flame. Allow me to help also. The General Marquis dropped by and summoned another tempest to wreak havoc on the crawlers. So you have come, Hendrik. It seems you have also grown stronger. Duke Ignis commented with a hint of envy. Not much, just twofold. Hendrik downplayed his achievements, but a grin hung on his face. When the Duke heard this, his face twitched, and he wanted to smack the person. Twofold is not much. The two continued to work together to sweep the area. Their abilities had great synergy, as the size of the Duke's flames grew ridiculously large under the nourishment of Hendrik's wind. The people on the wall all dropped their jaws at the sheer size of the flame. The giant hellfire dropped into a section of the rift and reduced all the creatures in it to dust, making that patch of area temporarily devoid of crawlers. I thank you both for the timely assistance. Cassif's voice drifted over from the airship before commanding his men, Shadow Guards, go now. Take this chance to seal the rift. The Shadow Guards did not answer but took action immediately, jumping off the airship towards the edges of the rift. The rift was closed at a visible rate under the manipulation of their earth ability. Any new crawlers that began climbing out of the rift were flattened under the crushing weight of the earth after the Shadow Guards combined their strength. After working hand in hand with the General Marquis and Duke for a full hour, they managed to completely seal off the entire northern rift. With that, the north side was finally brought under control. It was only be a matter of time before the lower north district was completely eradicated of crawlers. Watching this situation, General Marquis and Duke felt proud of their accomplishment. They had played a large role in this success. The north is finally stabilized. I wonder if you two gents are willing to accompany this old man in sealing the rest of the rifts. Kaziv asked. Hendrik and Ignis looked at each other with sweat still trickling down their faces and smiled. Gladly. They answered simultaneously. Upper West District's western entrance. The north and south has now been sealed. Good. It's just a matter of time until the west and east are also brought under control. Leon floated in the sky and observed the happenings of the capital. The situation in the north was not missed by him. His mother must have anticipated that they would not last until dawn and sent people to seal the rifts. That was a great move. It was not realistic to defend until dawn. Even if they managed to pull it off, they would have no strength left to face the real enemy. Leon watched as the billowing black smoke surround the capital finally start to die down. From the timing of the explosion to the long billowing black smoke, he knew that the enemy was very knowledgeable about the underground spiders and had planned everything carefully. How could the source of the black smoke not be snuffed out by the spiders after so long? Evidently, the enemy knew what type of fire the spiders avoid. Sometime later, the smoke cover completely dissipated and the outside world was clear again, although this didn't matter to Leon, whom had good vantage in the sky. Where was the enemy? As he thought this, he could sense numerous eyes trained on him from afar. He immediately locked onto their location and wanted to laugh out loud. The enemies were either fools or very brave. They didn't seem like they were trying to hide at all. Their gazes were completely sensed by him. The enemy would have never thought Leon's senses could be so sharp as to sense them from miles away. Edric and Albert of the Grey family stood out from among the enemies. Was it time to collect old debts as well as new ones? Leon's expression turned cold as he avoided direct eye contact. He did not want to alert them. He took one last look at the capital that had been devastated and thought it was fine this way. Without destruction, there can be no creation. But there will be great changes after this crisis was settled, and his royal family will have to be the one to enforce it. They can no longer keep to their old ways. Times have changed. He didn't agree with the royal family's conservative methods. If everyone had been awakened, their manpower would not be lacking against these arachnids, and they wouldn't have to fight so hard. At this point, his mother was still holed up in the palace. He didn't know what his mother was on guard against, but he could feel his mother's affection and concern for his unconscious father. The king was too vulnerable in his vegetative state, and anything could happen. Thus, his mother had stayed in the confines of the palace grounds. Since his mother remains passive due to his father, let the sun clean up the enemy for them. Leon dropped out of the sky and switched into his black attire before dashing out of the capital. The crawlers ignored him like he was invisible and allowed their heads to be stepped on along the way. Each step was packed with power and would crush the crawler's head as he goes. The personal palace guards lost sight of their prince and panicked. They began searching for him within the boundary of the upper district. They would have never thought that he was going out to seek the real enemy alone, or else they would have fainted from anger. After leaping over the rift, he used his shadowy steps to make his way around to the enemy's camp without being detected. He took the initiative because he was confident in his strength and also didn't want the enemy to escape when they found out the capital was under control. He was fed up with these corrupted nobles. He did not know the full extent of their strength, so he wouldn't face them head-on as such. To fight a head-on battle based on blind confidence was being too arrogant and foolish. He would first assess their strengths from the dark and act accordingly. The four great families continued to wait patiently for the capital to exhaust their strengths. Edric and Albert had seen Leon floating in the sky. They weren't able to make out the contours of his face from such great distance, but still thought the figure was somewhat familiar to a certain someone they hated. They flashed the person a hateful look as they thought this. The four great families did not know that because of this father-son duo of the Grey family, the other side was alerted of their location and was coming to pay them a visit from the shadows. If they knew, they would have cursed the Grey family's 9 generations. But if they also knew it was just one person, then they wouldn't care as much and think that person was a fool, except that one person would become their nightmare. A blade in the open was easy to dodge, but a dagger in the dark was not. While the people were busy dealing with the crawlers and stabilizing the situation of the capital, no one knew that at this one, there was a small petite figure flying above them. So this is what the human domain looks like, doesn't seem much. Lilith tilted her head with one finger on her cheek and pondered thoughtfully as she stared at the structure of capital. It is still better than our low-rank beast tribe, but nothing compared to the others. The mid-rank and high-rank beast tribes were much more impressive than this. In her tribe, the higher-ranking humanoid beasts all reside in straw huts, while the lower-rank beasts rest in trees, caves, dug-up holes, or simply on the open plains. As for mid-rank beast tribes and higher, they have transformed into large cities much grander and majestic than the human city she was seeing. There were no lower-rank beasts among the mid-rank tribes and higher. All the beastkins of these higher-ranked tribes were born of humanoid figures, while the highest-ranking ones were practically no different to humans. The only difference was they have inherited the strongest bloodline of their ancestors and were basically perfected existences that carried the culmination of both races, the best of both worlds. In the wildlands, many beast tribes existed, both large and small. Lilith belonged to a low-rank beast tribe, the Skysilver tribe. Skysilver was both name and title of the Skysilver tribe's transcendent-level beast king. Each low-rank beast tribe was typically ruled by one transcendent-level beast and have its name ingrained in the tribe's name. This was to demonstrate the highest level of prestige and recognition of its rule over its tribe. The Skysilver tribe occupied the easternmost lands and had always been the only tribe confronting the human domain in all these years. Looking at the state of the human capital below, Lilith was both amused and apathetic, with traces of tear stains still present on the rims of her starry eyes. Even before the devastation of the lower district, the contrast between the upper district and the lower district of the human capital had been very great. But seeing the state it was in now, heaven and hell are worlds apart, but here you can find both of them in one spot, Lilith said before shaking her head. She was being distracted. Her lovable expression turned serious in the next moment. These ugly things must be reason for His Majesty's displeasure. Although she felt repulsed by such vulgar creatures, she continued to observe the situation from the night sky. With the black smoke cover gone, the four great families were finally able to see the situation of the capital. Sir Zagan, it seems our great plan has failed. Should we take this chance to retreat while they are still busy? One of the lords said with some regrets and fear. Once the crawler crisis was settled, there no doubt that the royal family would send people after them. They must have been fools to think they stood a chance against the royal family. Each palace guard was as powerful as them, if not stronger. Wasn't this like an ant pitting itself against an elephant? The thought of it was ludicrous. When Sir Zagan heard the cowardly undertone, the edge of his mouth raised into a smirk filled with disdain, but since he stood at the front, no one could see his expression. You can all leave if you want. I am staying for one more major event, Sir Zagan said nonchalantly. In any case, these people had outlived their usefulness. They could only serve as cannon fodders for his goal in the upcoming battle if they stayed. Thus, he no longer placed any importance on their opinions. He continued to watch the capital with anticipation. Despite being rooted in the exact spot for half a night, he had not grown tired of watching, and his interest had never waned. It was as if he would never be bored watching the world burn. On this, the lords were hesitant. Although they believed Sir Zagan was powerful, he was after all just one person. Could he fight off an entire army of experts? Inform the members to pack up their things and prepare to retreat at any time, Lord Esmond ordered. Ultimately, they decided to leave. In their minds, the capital has already taken control of the battle. What else could happen? Yes, Lord Esmond. A servant complied. Lady Harriet and Lord Grey also sent their servants off to make their preparations for leave. Only the Weld family did nothing, as they did not carry much items with them. There was only 3 people left in the Weld family. Lord Weld, Caden, and their steward, whom wore a retarded look that was beyond his bodily control. At this moment, Leon was watching the group in the trees like a predator eyeing his prey. The people below were complete unaware of his presence. He couldn't gauge the strength of the called Sir Zagan. However, the rest were below his notice. He was filled with disdain at their strength. To completely remove these weeds from plaguing the kingdom, he had to pull them up by the roots. Let's start with the weak ones. Leon darted skillfully from tree to tree as he moved towards the enemy camp deeper in the woods. His movements were quick and subtle, like a gentle breeze, and unable to draw their attention. At the center of the woods, the enemy camp was hidden. Tents were erected, carts and crates full of goods filled the place. It was clear that the 4 great family had brought their entire wealth along with them, away from the capital. Located in the heart of the hilltop woods, the camp was dark as one would expect it to be. Apart from a few rays of moonlight that managed to slip past the dense branches and tree leaves, there were no other light sources within the camp. The enemy had been meticulous and restrained from the usage or torches and candles as to not expose their location, but it had become the perfect hunting ground for Leon to carry out his silent killing. He arrives at the edges of the camp easily and sighed at his stealth's proficiency. In the past, it was used to hide from the husbands of the women he bedded, but now it was finally being put to good use. As he recalled the dissolute lifestyle he used to live, the experience of that period came flooding back, along with his raging libido after his years of abstinence was already broken. Leon silently cursed for having his mind wandered off, and his movements became slightly awkward. Nobody knew that there was another tent erected in their camp at this moment, or else Leon would have died from shame. SSSS, calm down, my little brother, now is not the time be playful. I'll let you play all you want another time, all right. Sometime later, Leon slipped into the enemy's camp with a serious and refocused look. Although there were some delays, his plans have not been affected. I'll be back, Servant A said. Where are you going? We need to pack up, Servant B asked as he was carrying a crate. To answer nature's calling, where else? Servant A answered. 5 minutes later, the servant still had not returned. He must be chucking a dump then, Servant B thought. 30 minutes later, still no return. The servant began to grow impatient. Originally, there were lots of servants moving about in the camp. However, the numbers grew less over time, like they had all decided to run off and skip work. The servant would have never thought that their camp would be under attack and that someone was killing them all. Leon moved around the camp with ghostly steps and killed his opponents in the most efficient and subtle, a needle to their heads. The servants died without a sound as Leon hid their bodies, some in the shrubs, some in the empty tents. Holy *T, this mother of *Seeker is really taking his time. Is he trying to break a record for longest dump or what? Where is he? Servant B cussed. He decided to go check on his buddy, but he never came back after he left. Sometime later, apart from some movements within the occupied tents, the activities outside had completely ceased and became dead silent. Not long after, the movements inside all but one tent also ceased. The tents were occupied by the 4 great families' direct descendants. Whether they were the wives, the children, uncles or aunties, nephew or niece of the 4 great families' marquises, as long as they were related by blood, Leon hardened his heart to kill them all, even if there may have been innocents among them. To be associated with evil was evil in and of itself. To show mercy to his enemies was also to be cruel to himself. He did what had to be done. There were no exceptions. Even the heart of Saint Mantra in his mind did not react to his killing. As such, there was no mental burden. They all died suddenly with their eyes wide open. Even in death, they did not know why or how they died. Inside of another tent, Edric was resting when he suddenly felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. It was too quiet outside. Before he could head out to investigate, a figure had slipped into his tent. Edric widened his eyes in horror at the sight of the person in question. You, why are you here? You, why are you here? When Edric Gray uttered these words, he subconsciously stepped back in fear of Leon. It was too bizarre that this commoner could be here. What were all the servants doing? To do something I should have done long ago, Leon said coolly without much emotion. His enemy's life was long overdue. Edric felt a bone-chilling cold from Leon's words and took a few more steps back until he was backed against the wall. He had developed an innate fear of Leon after his family's servants were completely decimated by this one person. Guards! Where are the guards? He tried to summon the servants, but no one answered his call. Leon chuckled at his futile efforts. They were in the middle of the woods, which was quite far from the marquises, lords, and that mysterious Sir Zagan. Their voices couldn't reach far from inside the tent either. Nobody can hear you. Everyone in the camp are already dead. I killed them all. Leon chuckled coldly. T. Do you think you can really kill all the servants of the 4 families? Edric denied strongly, but in his heart he wasn't confident. Leon might really be capable of this. You're wrong. I don't think I already did, and you're next. A fine silver needle danced on the tips of Leon's fingers as he gave Edric a playful look. Are you sure you want to make this an irreconcilable grudge? Aren't you afraid of my father and grandpa's retaliation? There are also the other lords and Sir Zagan around. Edric took a deep breath to calm his nerves, before threatening Leon with a heavy tone. When Leon heard this, he thought this person was too funny. An irreconcilable grudge had long been formed between them, not to mention he just killed all his possible relatives as well as the other 3 families. You don't have to worry about this. They will join you soon. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt its debtor. Even if I am not acting on my own personal grudge, I will act on behalf of the heavens. To rid the kingdom of you scourges and bring solace to all the people you've harmed. Leon said coldly as his eyes flashed a dangerous light. The 4 great family had committed far too much evil. When Edric heard Leon's words, his face grew very dark. This person was too arrogant. Does he think he can take on the lords just because he can deal with their servants? Who the fuck do you think you are to judge me and my family? Do you take yourself to be some hero? Edric snapped at Leon's self-righteous and arrogant words. His anger superseded his fear as he pointed his finger at Leon and condemned him. Some hero you are to not even spare the women and children on camp. Leon looked at him calmly without any ripples of emotion. The person was already a dead man in his eyes, and his words had no effect on him. Naturally, I am no hero. As for what rights I have, I am the Prince of Crawford. To condemn villains like you to death, that is my royal authority as well as my birthright. Leon said imposingly. A pressuring aura gushed out from his body. Boom! Leon's words were like thunder in his ears. Prince of Crawford. How was that possible? He is just a commoner. Edric was shocked, speechless. I've wasted enough nonsense with you. It's time to die. Goodbye and thank you. Leon said indifferently. Wait. Before Edric could understand the meaning of thank you, a needle pierced his forehead and ended his life. Their strengths were too far apart. It was to the extent that he was not even able to put up a single shred of resistance before death claimed him. His body dropped to the floor with a thud. Leon walked over and retrieved his needle placidly, despite wasting so much time talking. Without Edric's schemes to poison him, he may have never awakened his past life memories in this life. Thus, the words thank you was to express his gratitude, while allowing Edric to live for so long was already a display of his greatest mercy to his enemy. His enemy still has to die in the end. Anyone who had the audacity to make an attempt on his life would not be allowed to live. Leon stepped out the tent without looking back. His eyes were clear like the pond without any ripples. This was just a small episode in his life, and the person was just a nobody. He would surely bump into tougher foes and face stronger opponents on his path back to the divine realm. At this point, the capital had managed to seal off another rift, the western side. This leaves only one side left to seal, the eastern side. The lords have grown impatient after sending their servants to prepare their departure. Someone should have reported back to them by now, but no one did. Ray, go see what the holdup is. If you see the servants slacking off, kill them. Lord Esmond said ruthlessly. His family did not need idlers that didn't place enough importance on his words. Yes, Lord Father. Marquis Ray complied obediently. Adrian took the chance to also follow his father back to the camp. As the father-son duo of the Esmond family entered the woods side by side and headed towards their campsite, Marquis Ray frowned. It was too quiet. Where was the sound of activity? Suddenly there was a swoosh sound followed by a thud shortly after. The sudden sound made Marquis Ray alert. He turned towards the source and found that his son had dropped to the ground. Adrian, what are you doing? Get up. Marquis Ray chided. He thought his son was fooling around. But when his words didn't provoke any response from his son, his heart shook. Adrian, you know heartbeats. Dad. Larg. My son. Marquis Ray roared with great anguish and sorrow. A heart-wrenching pain threatened to tear him apart. Who did this? In the darkness of the woods, his anguish cries elicit no response from the surrounding. However, his powerful voice echoed beyond the woods and alarmed the others waiting outside. Something happened. The other three lords said at the same time. They looked towards Sir Zagan. Go deal with it. Sir Zagan waved them off nonchalantly. His eyes were still glued on the capital, but his interest was secretly piqued. Some rat actually managed to slip behind them under his notice. With those words, the remaining people of the four great family all entered the woods to investigate. They quickly arrived at Marquis Esmond's location. What happened? Lord Grey questioned immediately. Beware of projectiles. There's a hidden enemy somewhere. That person already killed my son. Marquis Ray warned, while trying to suppress his blood-boiling rage as to not cloud his judgment. Against this unknown threat, only a clear and calm mind would help him make the optimum choices to survive. Leon eyed them from the darkness with creased brows. He planned to take them out one by one, but didn't expect them to all come together. He wasn't swift and decisive enough and allowed them the chance to gather. But no matter. The only one he had to be on guard against did not come with the rest. Leon locked onto all his targets. Several needles appeared in his hands as he gripped them with bulging muscles and pulsing veins, before firing them with twofold strength. Skill integration success. The essence of the 9 Echoes oscillating fist has been successfully integrated into his throwing. Swoosh, the needles shot towards the group with great speed. Dodge. The family lords all reacted quickly, but the rest were too slow too. They were shot in various fatal spots, head, throat, and heart. The power behind the needles were great as they exited from the other ends of its victims' bodies and drilled into the ground and trees. Mother Marquise Leula called weakly. She gripped her heart as blood oozed out of the penetrated hole in her chest that was inexplicably larger than the size of the needle that pierced her. Coldness began to seep into her body as she fell on her knees, while her gaze turned to the starry skies that could be barely seen. Is this retribution? Leula thought as she drew her last breath. Marquis Ray died instantly from the shot to his head, while Marquis Albert grabbed onto his throat, unable to utter a sound. He died shortly after. The ground was laid with corpses in a short instance. Apart from the Marquis and Marquises, Caden Weld and the Ice Princess of the Acker family were also among the bodies. Lady Harriet and the lords felt pained in their thought-to-be stone-cold hearts. Their descendants had all died. Even if they succeeded their ambition and live longer, they have no family. They were already so old and can no longer produce new offspring. In short, their families were finished. They suddenly felt lost. They thought they had long become cold-blooded demons from all the blood on their hands, but never would they have thought that the death of all their kin would affect them this much. Leon was taken aback from as he watched from the shadows. All these evil fiends had their guard lowered and full of openings. So these fiends still have feelings, huh? But don't blame me for being ruthless. You reap what you sow. Allow me to send you all on your way to reunite with them. Leon thought with cold glint. The turn of events was unexpected, but he wasn't going to miss such an opportunity. He produced another 4 needles and shot them through their heads without resistance. Staring at the corpses of the 4 great family, Leon sighed. He had finally put an end to these fiends. Clab, clab, clab. Great execution. I didn't expect there to be someone like you in the kingdom. Sir Zagan suddenly appeared and praised, before glancing at the corpses with pity in his eyes. It's unfortunate that they weren't able to become real blood fiends in the end. He lamented. Leon was greatly alarmed when he couldn't sense this person before he got so close. He had never let his guard down. He immediately took a defensive stance with a weary expression. Now, no need to be impatient. Wait for your turn. Sir Zagan did not even look at Leon. He stretched out his hands towards the corpses, before the following scene made Leon greatly startled. The blood mist seeped from the bodies of the 4 lords, until their corpses became thin and dried like mummies. The blood mist coagulated into a crimson-red pill in Sir Zagan's hand. Blood manipulation. Demonic cultivation. Demonic cultivators were people who had forsaken humanity to become demons. These were the thoughts that raced through Leon's mind as he wore a grievous expression and his killing intent erupted. This person had to die. Extreme vanishing step. Leon shot forward at his quickest speed as he circulated his energy. Twofold strength, threefold, no threefold was not enough. Leon pushed his body to carry out a 4-fold attack, regardless of whether his body could take it. His fist shot forward at lightning speed with 3,600 Jin force. "Boy, didn't I say to wait your turn," Surzagan said grimly as he raised his hand to block. He didn't put Leon's puny strength in his eyes, even after it was augmented by fourfold. His cultivation was at 5 stars with a physical strength of 5,400 Jin. However, a black spear suddenly materialized in Leon's hands that made Surzagan's eyes bulge with shock. "What sorcery is this?" He roared in retaliation, but it was too late. Even if his strength was great, his flesh was not made of steel. The black spear easily penetrated his hand before stabbing into his heart. Surzagan's expression turned nasty as he ripped the black spear away from his body and shot backwards in retreat with heavy steps. "I underestimated you, boy. To think you know spatial manipulation," Surzagan said darkly as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His previous elegant and aloof bearing was destroyed by Leon. "But don't think that you can kill me with just this. We will meet again." Surzagan retreated further away. If he wanted to leave, Leon wouldn't be able to stop him. "It's a pity that I won't be able to watch the grand event. You should hurry back to the capital before you miss it, boy." Surzagan escaped after leaving those last words with a wild laugh. After confirming that Surzagan was gone, Leon let down his worried inside with both relief and disappointment. He was safe, but the person wasn't killed even after having his heart destroyed. He was drenched in cold sweat as he endured the pain from his mutilated right arm for forcibly using fourfold strength that he had derived from the oscillating fist technique. As expected, the body is still not strong enough to use fourfold strength, Leon said self-mockingly. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed over from the capital and made Leon's expression froze. He called the demonic cultivator's last words and quickly hurried back. Lower West District. Amidst the rubble of broken buildings and scattered carcasses, a pungent smell of sourly acid permeated the air like noxious fumes, making people feel extremely repugnant and nauseous. After the sealing of the rifts, the 3 districts, excluding the east side, had moved onto the offensive to sweep the remaining crawlers. City guards, palace guards, and nobles alike paraded the streets in search of stragglers that were still alive, while the rest had went to assist the east. During this night, the east side had received the least help and had suffered disastrous losses. Apart from the palace guards that were completely free from harm, there were many deaths among the city guards and nobles. At the same time, the group parading the west all wore a wet cloth over their faces to stifle the smell to a bearable level. If not for a person with weaker constitution collapsing earlier, the group may have discovered too late that the smell produced by the arachnids' carcasses were toxic. "This smell is so bad. I highly doubt there would be any survivors," a middle-aged noble said with disgust as he pinched his nose through the cloth. He was used to the luxurious, clean life of the upper district. He had never been so unclean in his whole life. His entire body was covered in blue blood from top to bottom. At the same time, he strongly doubted anyone could survive hiding in the lower district after it was swarmed by the creepy crawlers. "There's still some people over in this building," a city guard hollered not long after the noble made his comment. The crowd looked at the middle-aged noble with both contempt and amusement, while the middle-aged noble felt like he had lost face and glared at the loudmouth city guard. His face burned with anger and embarrassment. It was beyond his expectations that his words would be corrected immediately. If he knew this was going to happen, he wouldn't have made the comment just now. No one wanted to slap their own faces unless their heads had been kicked by a donkey. Inside the building, there was a basement floor where the family of 5, a father, mother, and 3 children of 2 boys and 1 girl had hid during the chaos. The family of 5 were weak and spastic with yellow and green complexion when they were found. Although they were safe from becoming meals for the crawlers during the chaos, they were poisoned by the noxious fumes that seeped into the basement. "Don't worry. You will all be okay. We will get you to safety, where the Saintess will heal you back to perfect health," Owen assured. By now, even the people on the front lines had heard about the Saintesses and the miracle wood ability of the Green family. Seriously injured guards and nobles from the front line were also sent to them with great urgency. The venomous bites of dead-eye spiders leave paralyzing effects and disables them from continuing to fight. When the family of 5 heard the city guard captain's assurance, the father moves his lips weakly but was unable to form any coherent words. He could only feel grateful in his heart and flashed the captain an emotional look. The city guard captain, Owen, was able to read the father's feelings, and a peculiar uplifting feeling of gratification swelled up inside him. He nodded and ordered his men to take them away to be treated, before wearing a heavy expression filled with guilt. He didn't deserve such gratitude. He had been living his life in vain. The city guards had a duty to uphold law and protect the commoners, but they haven't been doing that all these years. It was only until now that he had discovered the sense of self-satisfaction and happiness in being able to help others. Owen silently swore to turn over a new leaf and be a proper guard if the prince does not execute him for his past crimes after this ordeal was over. He would not touch alcohol and women through improper channels again. He would become someone the people could look up to, someone who could walk down the streets proudly with his head held high. There could be more people in other basements. Search them, Owen ordered. The city guards quickly got to work when the captain gave his orders. It was around this time that they began to feel the ground rumbling. Silence! Isaac raised his hand gesture and commanded. His brows creased as he bent down to feel the earth. He could feel the earth shaking. An unprecedented feeling of apprehension and foreboding swelled inside him. What is happening underground? Why does it feel like something terrible is about to happen? Lower East District. The level of destruction here was far greater than any other districts. Practically every building and homes had been razed to the ground. The chances of finding survivors in the basements of the Lower East District was low, and chances of saving them even lower. The people fighting on the eastern side fought hard and pushed back the crawlers. The Duke and General Marquis worked hand in hand to reduce the pressure on everyone else, while the Shadows Guard sealed the final rift. Their bodies were soaked in sweats and great exhaustion could be seen on their faces. They were nearing their physical and mental limits. However, until the final closing of the rift and the complete eradication of the crawlers from the surface, they would not rest. Old Man Cassif was completely drained and left the work to the rest of his men. Even if success was in sight, he wore a grim expression on his tired, age-torn face. The rumbling ground had been going on for some time and no one knew what it is, nor did anyone want to know what it is. Whatever it is, it couldn't be good. The rumbling continues to grow stronger and the earth began to shake, no, tremble. The earth was trembling. Boom! The rift that was about to be fully sealed with everyone's hard effort exploded once more. An inexplicably large shadow shot out from the reopened rift and made its way to the surface. The ground shook one last time due to its landing. Oh my God, what is that thing? Everyone paled at the giant creature that was hundreds to 1,000 times larger than the average crawlers. Its lower body shared a similar appearance to the dead-eye spiders, but it had an upper body of a woman. It was the mother of all crawlers, Queen Arachnia. It was an ancient creature at the transcendent level, one that could instill fear into the hearts of men simply by glancing at them. Screed. It issued a powerful and deafening screech that echoed throughout the land and shook the people to their core. Behind it, another swarm of crawlers began spewing out of the rift and made the people feel despair. Humans, you have gone too far. How dare you kill this queen's children? Queen Arachnia screamed. Run! It's a demon queen. A retreat. Everyone in the eastern side began to panic and fall back due to the dominating presence of the arachnid mother. At the same time, in the royal palace, Elizabeth stood up in shock, before she swiftly recovering with a serious and cold look. Your children are too rampant and are abominable existences. They all deserve to be killed on sight. In the face of a transcendent-level monster, Elizabeth did not back down. She projected her own powerful voice over. It rang with a metallic tone. Leon, who was rushing back to the capital at his quickest speed, was surprised by his mother's skill. It was similar to his lion's roar, through the usage of energy to amplify his voice. That audacity! Queen Arachnia's anger rose another level. She couldn't accept the disrespect. She was used to commanding millions with zero disobedience. Go, my children. The surface dwelling will be your new home. Queen Arachnia decreed. Unlike her children, she was not blind. The surface was much more beautiful than the darkness of the underground world, thus her greed for the land was ignited. The crawlers received their queen mother's order like it was the edict of heaven, and their numbers spawned from the rift with greater ferocity. The General Marquis and the Duke were forced to retreat helplessly. They didn't have the strength to keep fighting and required rest. Elizabeth sighed at the sight of her retreating subjects. Crazy Dawn was still in seclusion, and the people were too exhausted to do anything. Only she could put up a fight against the transcendent monster, whilst not being at the transcendent level herself. She took a final look in the direction of the king's bedchamber with tenderness, like she was looking at the king directly, through the palace walls. Guard the king well. If anything untoward happens to the king, all your heads will roll. Elizabeth said heartlessly. Yes, your majesty. Lily and the other maids complied without any change in expression. Lily had long returned to the queen's side as per her word, when the north side was quickly settled. Elizabeth looked back at Spider Queen coldly for forcing her hand. She began to float in the air. Rise! She made a lifting gesture, and a building in the palace, a metal tower, began to rise from the ground. A throne was formed at the top of the tower, and Elizabeth seated herself on it. The metal tower soon flew towards the Spider Queen. It didn't stop until it was within 200 yards of the Spider Queen and at an altitude where she could look down on it. Numerous windows opened from the tower as hundreds of swords flew out and formed a sword formation around Elizabeth. Queen Arachnia watched everything unfold, both growing interest and anger. Interest that a puny human dared to challenge her. Anger because it dared to look down on her. I commend your great courage for challenging this queen, but your deliberate actions are extremely foolish and have succeeded in infuriating this queen. Queen Arachnia said with gnashing teeth. As an extremely cannibalistic race, her rise to the top were built upon the million upon million corpses of her own kind. It did not feel good to be looked down upon by a lower life form. It was equivalent to denying her achievements. The Spider Queen's expression grew uglier by the second. Whether it's courage or foolishness, you'll see after fighting this queen. Elizabeth said coolly as she looked down on the Spider Queen. HMPH. The queen of the two races exchanges few words and battled immediately. The queen spider made the first move. She wanted to swat the puny existence out of the sky. She was a transcendental being. Only she was allowed to look down on others and not the other way around. Her large pale white arm closed the distance in a heartbeat, and her contrasting steely black fingers that were like a miniature version of her pointy black legs swiped downwards on the metal tower that was not much smaller than her own body. Elizabeth on her moving tower dodged the attack with ease. Even if the tower did not move and withstood the attack, it would not suffer much damage. Everything the queen manipulated in battle would not be made of common metal. By defensive capability alone, it is enough to enter the ranks of spirit artifacts. HMPH. Slippery little human. Queen Arachnia made another swipe with her black claws, but again it was dodged with ease. You're too slow. Is your large frame and great strength all you have as a transcendent being? Elizabeth said with contempt. Her swords moved in irregular and hard-to-guess patterns and strike at the Spider Queen from difficult angles. Her sword strike succeeded, but it only left white marks on the surface of the Spider Queen's body. Queen Arachnia, who was on the verge of exploding with greater fury, suddenly calmed down. I see how devious you humans are. You purposely anger this queen to make me lose my rationale. My attacks have been predictable. Arachnia stated calmly, but a hint of coldness suffused the air. She had been made a joke of. She was a transcendental being. Even if the unlocked intelligence of her race was not on par with humans, how can she be led by the nose forever? She was able to see through the human queen's plot after a few exchanges. If she was so easily defeated with just schemes, she would have long become the sustenance of another rival arachnid that feed on each other to grow. However, even if this queen does nothing, you won't be able to harm this queen. The Spider Queen added. That being said, she would not purposely allow herself to be harassed by a puny human without retaliating. The two queens quickly exchanged dozens to hundreds of attacks. Although the Spider Queen's attack became calmer and trickier, the result remained the same. For every attack Elizabeth dodged, she would strike back with her flying swords and leave hundreds of more white marks on the Spider Queen's body. It was as Elizabeth had said. Due to the large build of the Spider Queen, her offensive and defensive power was great, but her speed was sacrificed as a result. But this did not mean that the attacks of the Spider Queen were slow by any means. It was only slower than Elizabeth's speed. For any other awakeners below 7 stars, it would be impossible. To the common people's perception, the Spider Queen was both fast and gigantic. It was horrifying. Any unlucky fool to be hit by the Spider Queen would have their body either exploded into bloody mist on impact or be flattened into a meat paste that was flatter than the doormat. While the queens were battling, the earth shook with every step of the Spider Queen, and their clashes resounded throughout the 4 directions. The Lower East District, that had long been devastated into complete ruins without a single intact building, suffered a wholly new level of destruction as the broken woods and rubbles were grinded down into fine dust. At the same time, the people fighting in the Lower District had retreated behind the upper walls once more, but even then, they do not feel safe from battle. They did have a chance to spectate the battle during the retreat, but now that they have time, they could only look on with a mixture of awe and fear. This can no longer be said to be a battle between humans, a nobleman commented thoughtlessly. Nonsense. Look at that thing. What part of that is human to begin with? An old man rebuked. The upper body, the person gulped. No. The crowd was silenced. Despite the Spider Queen having a naked upper body of a human woman that seemed to have been sculpted from the finest of jades with silky smooth and pale white skin, no one could appreciate the beauty of the Spider Queen even if she had the face of a seductress. In fact, it wouldn't be wrong to call the Spider Queen a demon succubus from the arachnid's point of view. Any male arachnids able to copulate with the Spider Queen would have their essence sucked dry and die within a few hours. It was uncertain whether this was a lucky or unlucky thing for their kind. When the Duke retreated behind the wall, he wore a depressed look with great heartache. His airship suffered great damage and fell out of the sky when the Spider Queen broke out onto the surface. He only hoped that the levitation stone was still intact. However, his final hopes were soon dashed the moment the battle between queens moved towards the airship location. It was first stepped on, sliced, then flattened beyond recognition. It was like the Duke just lost his soul. Whatever damages his prized airship suffered felt like the same was happening on his own heart, tearing it apart. "What's the matter with you?" the General Marquis said. He naturally noticed the Duke's expression as they'd been through a tough battle and became close as brothers. Old man Cassif wore a guilty expression and took the chance to slip away silently, while the attention wasn't on him. In any case, his strength was completely exhausted and won't be able to contribute further with his old bones. He couldn't defend the wall against the new swarming crawlers in the distance. Even while they were being stomped to death by their own queen mother, the crawlers didn't seem to be reducing in numbers in the slightest. God knows how many more crawlers were still left in the rift. The guards and nobles all wore helpless expression in the face of this renewed army. They didn't have the strength to keep going. However, when they caught news of the reinforcements making their way over from the other 3 districts, it was like music to their ears, extremely comforting, and lifted their souls to the high heaven. They gritted their teeth with determination burning in their eyes. They just need to persevere for just a little while longer, just a while longer. Leon made his way back to where the Green family was located at this time. He had sealed his own acupoints and applied some golden ointment to stop the bleeding in his mangled mess of an arm. He still required the miraculous wood ability to heal it back to perfect condition. Lena was shocked at the state of his arm, but under his calm smile and reassurance, she was able to quickly calm down and treated him. He smiled sheepishly at thought of him, a doctor requiring the treatment of others again. When his personal guards arrived and saw his arm with red eyes, they lost their minds and wanted to scream, "It's over." However, Lena's healing worked fast, and the recovery of his arm could be seen at a visibly rate. They sighed in relief at the sight. It looks like they still get to keep their heads. This job was not easy, not seeking easy. Important things had to be stressed thrice. Protecting the prince was too stressful. It was around this time that the sky began to display an extraordinary phenomenon that had not been seen in many years. The energy of heaven and earth gathered towards the royal palace. The energy was so concentrated, the onlookers could a strip of red line descending from the heavens. Everyone saw and knew exactly what was happening. Someone was transcending. The breakthrough to the transcendent level was not a lengthy process. The phenomenon could only be witnessed for a few moments before it disappeared like an inch of radiance. If one saw it, it would be a sight to remember. If they didn't, bad luck. Wait for next time. At the royal palace, the doors of the pill room were swung open as Crazy Don waltzed out while guffawing. This Don is now a transcendent. If the few palace maids stationed to watch over him didn't hear his exclamation, they would have wondered who the F***ck he was. His appearance had undergone a startling change as his wrinkles disappeared, and his gray-white hair had reverted to black. He looked like he had returned to the prime of his life. What is going on out here? Crazy Dawn asked. Due to the sound insulation of the pill room to prevent distraction during pill refining, Dawn had been clueless to the events of the capital. However, once he was out, he immediately learned of the situation. How can this Dawn be missing out on such fun? His eyes suddenly beamed with excitement and impatience like a kid that couldn't wait to play with his new toy.